Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Welcome to this wonderful Wednesday evening broadcast. Let's start first by congratulating the president-elect Donald J. Trump of the United States of America. But funny enough, the world has not come to an end. The way it was going, the election was going as if the world will come to an end after the election. But Thank God we are still standing here. We are breathing and we are fine. But in all honesty, we have to give him thumbs up. It's a fought hard, and the boss person win at the end of the day. That's my own uh, view on it. So if he's hearing me or hearing us, Donald Trump, congratulations on your victory. You fought hard for it, and you got it. Last week, Saturday, there was the show ended abruptly because I had to attend to a medical emergency. So, and the women's segment. And I also would like to apologize to our viewers, particularly our women, as to the way I phrased a question, which shouldn't have been phrased. I did not sit well. So, my sincere apology for that. Again, I had a medical emergency, so I had to quickly end the show. So, we'll be back again this Saturday. It's myself, Adama, and Topeho will be back this Saturday. Again, thank you very much for joining and look forward to seeing you, having you there this Saturday. So, uh, someone asked, I'm going to start with comments, please. Someone asked, I beg, waiting be the purpose of this topic. Timajek, as you all know the purpose of this topic, now since they start with pidgin English, make I answer you with pidgin English. P2B say it will turn night vigil into night shift. Point of correction there. It's supposed to be night vigil into what? Into night shift. There's a night missing there. So that's what P2B said. Now, I think P2B talk with that. He's saying we'll turn night vigil into night shift. So that's why we are here today as to what does it really mean, or can he achieve it? I beg your pardon. It's self-explanatory. Can he achieve it, seeing or knowing fully well that uh, the likelihood of him being president come 2027, it's not there. So how will he achieve this? He could not achieve this while he was governor of Anambra State for 8 years. How will he be able to achieve it when it is very obvious to me? That is my own opinion. And I want to believe some people also share this opinion with me, that it will not be come 2027, he ain't going to be president. So how does he want to achieve this? Is he also is he also an attack on religion in the country, or night vigil? My answer is no. Personally, that's my own opinion. It's not an attack against a religion. However, it is worth highlighting that anyone can change that narrative of uh, uh, turning night vigil into night shift. And to achieve that, we must have what? Constant electricity. Yes, it started from consumption to what? To from consumption to production thing. That is what it started with during the 2023 campaign. Unfortunately, he didn't win the. It was robbed of it. Let's say it as it is. But here is my problem. He didn't fight for it doggedly, as I wish for him to have fought for it. He was more or less a peacemaker, or as people call it, a gentleman. So how does he? This is when I saw it first. I asked, "Is this man becoming a clown?" This is my opinion, respectfully to him, because giving these interviews, increasing viewership of other channels and this and that, to me, I feel he's becoming a clown. But on the reverse side, on the flip side, that statement alone, it's It's something, if broken down, which I just did, he can't achieve it except he is president of the country. He was unable to pursue this when he was governor of Anambra State. So, raising people's hope high is where I found out that it's a dangerous thing for him to do. I also heard a lot of religious leaders have attacked him in that regard. I don't have evidence to that. Uh, I beg electricity. Can you be specific that he could not achieve it after 8 years of him as a governor? He could have, but the question is, did he attempt it? Did he attempt it? This is a question which one have to put to him. Did he attempt it? Just the same with this, what they did in Abia State. Did he attempt it while in office for 8 years in Anambra State? Was he able to turn night vigil into night shift while he was governor in Anambra State for 8 years? The answer is there for every one of us what to say. So uh he won't spoil business for yes that be that. He's pandering while his constituents are the same ones who would rather go to night vigil rather than an intellectual productive pursuit. Who is this? Timoje. Yeah. You see, this is I think we are I've said this before. You see why my nickname is electricity or my state name is electricity? And I strongly believe. They often say we should never use the phrase never. So I'm not going to use the word never in this regard. But my position is without a stable electricity in that country, no matter what we say or do, we're just wasting our time. We sat down here for hours. Yesterday podcast was 11 hours going on. How do we think? What made it possible? Electricity. Everyone that sat down there probably have their system plugged in, watching, talking, listening for 11 hours. So that was possible or became possible because there was constant electricity in that constant electricity where they were. So if we don't get that right, there is no way anyone, either Pitobi or any other person, can turn night vigil into what? Into night shift. And that is a fact. If you've been to the Western world, where they have 24 hours electricity, you have uh, manufacturing companies, not just manufacturing companies, other companies that work 247. So if I'm doing late shifts, there is no way I will be able to attend night vigil. Night vigil will still exist. It still exists. It still happens in the Western world. But the percentage compared to Nigeria is way, way, way different. Does that mean we're not going to believe God? No, we will still trust in God. It's not our trust in God or our basis of trust in God is not dependent on night vigil. It's dependent on God Himself. So, once people should not think him making that statement, it's against religion. No, it's not against religion. Making that statement, it's not against religion. So, religious leaders should not take it personal because when they take it personal, then it becomes what? It becomes something else. It's a fact. If we have constant electricity, functional, stable electricity in the country, night vigil will be turned into what? Into night shift. Not many people attend night vigil in the Western world. That's a fact. So this is what we have to look at. I hope he's not turning himself into a clown at the end of the day because the chances, except there's something we don't know, the chances of him becoming president come 2027, it's 0%. If there's anything like that, it's 0%. Martinelli, you asking a question. I hope you listen to the whole interview. Tell me what I missed, what I've said here that is incorrect. This is conversation we're having. And I love when you bring this question up. What have I said? I listened to the interview. What have I said that is incorrect so that we can correct the record? That's the purpose of us here. Thank you for joining me in the comment section. You said again, Mark and Peter B is not a miracle worker at electricity. Nobody have suggested that or claimed that is a miracle worker. No, it's not a miracle worker. Never has and never will be. But, however, in the context of Nigeria, the way it is going, he is fast becoming or turning himself into what? Into a clown, of which people will be making mockery of him. It's not an insulting word, it's just an expression. Because the APC party, they are preparing or they fully prepared for 2027 election. They don't have any good agenda for the country. They don't have any good and the opposition party or the party that claim to be opposition that wants to be opposition, they are also as corrupt as the existing government. Their house is in turmoil. There's in-house fighting in the Labour Party. So how would they be able to achieve that? I think, in my opinion, the church people should go and do a night vigil in Labour headquarters and cast out the demons there so that they can start functioning properly. They need the presence of night vigil there before they can turn the night vigil into night shift. I mean, night shift into night vigil into night shift. They first of all must go and cast out the demon that is worrying them over there in that their Labour Party headquarters. Ajero and whatever it is, I only God know what their name is, and cast it out. Then they can now come around and say they want to turn night vigil into night. In fact, it's an insult. Let me just put it that way. It's always been one, not becoming. Okay, so I'm not the only one that shared this opinion that is becoming a clown. People are preparing. Yeah, I did mischievous. Timajek, Makanelli. Yeah, may God forgive you. So you see, look at you see, when I see Nigerians in Nigeria celebrating uh other people's country achievement, there's nothing wrong in celebrating people's achievement. When you see them celebrating Donald Trump won, how has that translated to electricity in our country? As that translates into electricity in our country. You see how the Americans, the citizens, the role of the citizens in nation building. Can we also apply the same thing in respect to building our nation? These are the things we need to focus on and start to ask the same question again. How can we achieve this? We have all the scholars, we have all the knowledge, we've acquired everything. How do we now put this history that we've acquired, knowledge, into use without compromising and everything? So that is where we are today. How can somebody who you and I know can never be president, I use that word, I'm not supposed to do that, that we know cannot be president come 2027, except he's going to join the APC party that we don't know of. If he's going to join the APC party and become corrupt as they are, which I doubt, then we can agree with him that he's going to turn night vigil into what? Into night shift. But anything outside that, that ain't going to work. I believe that what P2B meant is that people don't have jobs, which is why people are in churches from Monday to Saturday. Of course, people don't have job. That is why they're in churches or in church from Monday to what? To Saturday. And that is exactly what it's saying. However, if you look at the statement, I will turn night vigil into what? Into night shift. You have to consider first night, the phrase night, into shift. For shift, if you work shift work, I work shift work, you need electricity to be able to carry out operation. For your operation to be successful, you need electricity to make the machines work. Industries depends on electricity to function. Even even the everything in the house is more or less powered or controlled by electricity. So if the light goes off for 1 hour, then you will know what it is. 1 hour. People's life are dependent on it because they use oxygen, and this electricity is used to power the oxygen. So just think about it. Let's just think about it for once. Yes, we're looking for that man that will turn night vigil into night shift for us. By this, I mean it will what? It will make sure that electricity becomes stable. The reason why I'm able to sit down here and talk to us is not because of the Wi-Fi. Yes, the Wi-Fi is important, but what is the purpose or the benefit of a Wi-Fi when you don't have a functional laptop with electricity connected to it? The Wi-Fi is useless. So to make things work, Nigerians at home and diaspora, we need we need the constant function electricity. To turn night vigil into night shift, you need what? The presence of uninterrupted electricity. Without that, we're wasting our time. But that is beside the point. The man who made this statement is likely there is every likelihood that he will not become president. Either in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years, in the next 12 years, in the next 16 years. Agreed. People will say what God cannot do does not exist. Of course, I agree with you. But God Himself does not work in a vacuum. God expects certain actions and reactions from us. And that's just the truth. So, for us to come to that, yeah, Abi, yes, last night was epic. The election, there was 11 hours. I saw a bit clip of a clip of it. I even joined early this morning for a few minutes, and I had to leave. It was interesting conversation. A lot of things were said. Some things I'm not going to weigh into it. We are not going to weigh into it at all. So again, Martinelli said, with such conversation, we are not ready to move motherland. I don't know what do you mean with such conversation? We are not ready to move motherland. This conversation is essential. Martinelli, I don't know where you are. If we can be honest with ourselves for once, if we Nigerians can be honest with ourselves for once and agree that, or come to that conclusion that without a stable electricity, we are wasting our time. Everything depends on it. Have you practically everything depends on it. Even when the plane, they taxi in and they land, you see those in the whatever they call it, connect the power electricity on it. In the meantime, when he is there, until such time that he wants to take off. That is, if he's leaving. I have broadcast from the airport once. I've run a broadcast from the airport once because what? There's constant electricity and there's Wi-Fi in the airport. I have done a broadcast from the airport once. How is that possible? Because there's stable electricity. They do night shifts. That is where you can turn night vigil into what? Into night shift. You're not against, nobody's against people praying to God. No, I'm not against it. In fact, God will be delighted that we are working. We'll be delighted that what? That we are working. So, good evening, AB. Who is this? I can't believe even your electricity didn't get it. Have you heard of Sab Miller in Onisha? No, I've not. What is Sab Miller in Onisha? Please listen, we're here to have a conversation and to educate each other. What is Sab Miller in Onisha? I'm not from Onisha. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. And I'm not ashamed to say it that I don't know. Electricity, the only site that need 24 electricity are the industrial park. We don't necessarily need electricity 24/7 everywhere. Who is this? AB. We don't necessarily need electricity 24/7 everywhere. AB. Ah, shame about if I make heaven by AB. You sure you want to make heaven? We need electricity 24/7 everywhere. In homes, industries. What do you mean you don't need electricity 24/7 everywhere? In hospitals, you need electricity 24/7. So tell me, what do you mean by we don't necessarily need electricity 24/7 everywhere? Of course, it's a necessity. It is a necessity. You need to clarify. People can create job as an entrepreneur, no need for presidency first. Yeah, listen, the man has already created jobs. He has created job as an entrepreneur. He has, I believe, he's a businessman. He has employees. But look at the statement. I will turn night vigil into night shift. In the context of Nigeria, if some churches run seven days or 14 days night vigil at times. Now, if we are productive, or if we are a productive nation, that will not happen. If we have 247 electricity, it will never happen. It will not happen because I'm working night shift, 7 days, 14 days night shift. Maybe I will only attend one out of those 14 days or two out of the 14 days. So you can see that it has reduced. It makes us to be productive. And it also makes us to what? To love God and fear God. It won't take the fear, except the individual don't want to. Do you think where we have 24/7 electricity, some people don't have respect for God? They don't even acknowledge God, more or less, to have respect for Him. So if we think because we don't have electricity, if we don't have electricity, we'll be close to God. That is fallacy. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna. Yes, Kamala Harris, she has given a consensus. I saw it on YouTube. She has called Donald Trump and congratulated him, which is very, very matured of her to do. That is a good thing to do, and that is what democracy is all about. Democracy will always prevail when we understand each other. So that's good of her. Thank you for bringing that. Yeah, to see person who really wants to turn this country to the right path. Yet to see person who really wants to turn this country to right path to greatness. Or we are yet to see a person who really wants to turn the country to. I believe that's what you're trying to say. Yes, we're yet to see. Yeah, you're correct in that. Sure doesn't want to work with anybody. how does he think he will become president? Himself will not even, he won't even come close to the Aso Rock. He doesn't want to work with anybody. He believes he knows everything and he has everything. But he forgets that he needs the numbers behind him. But he's not willing to. God have mercy on him. So why is Dr. Damage not live now for update on the US presidential election? I don't know. I think there was a coverage, 11 hours coverage. The winner is now known, but I can't speak for him. So, but we're talking about it. We are highlighting it, and we can talk about it. If you want to come on the platform and talk about it, you're welcome to talk about it. In spite of the topic, it's still any other reasonable topic will be accommodated by me. So you're welcome to talk about it. So thank you for joining this show, very much. At electricity, not only electricity, you need to be a bit more logical and objective. Okay. Martinelli, you know, it would be nice if you can shed more light on don't let me say me, us being logical and objective in respect to electricity. How is that? I mean, at electricity, not only electricity. What I said, and I'm going to repeat this, if we have a leader who can make, has that willingness to at least give us 50% of functional electricity in the country. Let's go with 50% first. With functional electricity in the country, trust me, that person will be able to turn night vigil into night shift. There is nothing you and I, listen, I'm not making this up. You can come and challenge me. If we have the best person in Aso Rock today as our president, the best, think of, let's just say hypothetically, we can't use Peter Obi because he knows how important electricity is. So let's give that to him. Look for the brainiest person in Nigeria become president today. Failure for he or she to fix this electricity is failure on their administration. Have you ever seen, beside Peter Obi during this 2022 presidential election that he went to, is it Egypt he went talking about from consumption to production? Have you ever heard any presidential candidate campaign on fixing our electricity? Tell me, is it Atiku? Is it Shawara? Is it Kwakwanso? Name them. Is it Prince Adebayo, this and that? Which of them have made electricity their priority or in their manifesto? Point it out to me, please. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You see governors, council, ministers carrying power bank around with them wherever they're going. The only thing I put in my bag is my charger because I know wherever even on the buses, you can charge your phone, even though there's no electricity from it, you can charge your phone. So I just put my charger in my bag so that wherever I go, I can charge my phone. Take this to the market. Take it to the market. So you said I'm not being like the other things? No problem. Florence, so if Kamala had won, Rudolph would have been here for 24 hours. I think I'll be here too. Let me highlight my bias as well too. I really wanted her to win, not because I support Democrats or Republican or I care what happened in America. I just want to change for the fun of it for a woman to win. But she gave her best shot. So we have to congratulate her too. So that is very important as well too. You say, Makena, you need security, good rules, good hospital. Do not take the whole conversation interview out of context. Okay, thank you for this, for putting clarity, for shedding more light onto this. I'll take security first. Makinelli, if we have 50%. If we have functional, don't let me say 50%. If we have functional, stable electricity, take this to the markets. 80% of our security issues has been solved. Insecurity issues has been solved. 80% of our insecurity issues have been solved. Because why? You need there'll be uh light everywhere. And where the presence of light is, darkness vanishes. Darkness, it means works of evil vanishes. You don't see it there, it disappears. Okay? You're going to have functional CCTV camera. Your CCTV camera can work very well, will work very well. Your doorbell will work very well. So you think about it. Your security gate will work very well. Your alarm system will work very well. All these are powered by electricity. You get what I'm saying? When you given to the climate we live in Nigeria, after you finish work, you get to the house, you can turn on your air condition or your fan. If you can't afford air condition, you can afford fan. But when you finish work and you come home, you get to your house and everywhere is scorching hot. You can't sleep very well. You put towel on your bed so that it will absorb the sweat and everything. Once there's a stable electricity, 80% of the insecurities in Nigeria, insecurity in Nigeria, is solved. It's solved. Because Nigerians, we are, in fact, almost all Nigerians are entrepreneurs. You will see people, that creativity will come out because there's what? There's electricity. You can sit there in the comfort of your home and transact business, legitimate business. People what? People will be employed, will be busy. It will not be a case of the idle mind is the devil's workshop. No, that will be almost wiped out because there is what? Stable electricity. And once you have functional, stable electricity, trust me, Nigerians wouldn't mind that bad roads for now. It will be fixed. You talk about good hospital. You can't have a good hospital without electricity. The equipment there are powered by electricity. All the solar system, if you have anything to say. If you come here, most hospitals, major hospitals, have a backup generator. Generator is just for backup. They depend on what on their. So for you to have good so imagine have the best equipment in the world, import the best equipment in the world to any hospital in Nigeria, and you don't have electricity to power it. What's the use of it? Tell me. Build the best architectural hospital you can think of. The best. Build it. In fact, the one that is floating in the air, the one that is floating, a floating hospital, and you don't have a functional electricity there, stable electricity. Tell me how that hospital, you will class that hospital as good. So tell me now, how have I taken the conversation or the interview out of context? Of course, we need good hospitals where you can walk in and they'll plug the machine and they'll check whatever they need to check on you. Check your heartbeat, check everything. Some don't require electricity, just smaller. But where they will do a major operation, come on, why we like to fool ourselves? Of course, we need all these things. But fix that electricity, then you will see what's going to happen at the end of it. uh, Nobody, the motherland is not doomed. Back to sender. We reject it by fire, by thunder. Obi alone will not retool. Nobody's saying Obi alone can retool it. Nobody has made such a suggestion. We need a leader with a vision. Unfortunately, I don't think he is that one again. We thought he was the one, or he is the one, but he's not the one. That's just the truth. That is my own position. Come on, electricity. We don't need to give the entire country electricity to industrialize. You set up the company and you power this site with independent electricity supply. I have seen it. Okay, listen. Whichever way you want to power it, we need, whether independent or government or whatever it is, we need constant electricity. We don't need to give the entire country electricity to industrialize it. Of course, we need to give the entire country electricity. It's the only one place. What is this? AB, AB. Okay, don't worry. Uh, Revolution. Welcome for joining. Uh, I don't know if you'll be following, but I'll come to you. Just give me some few minutes. City Boss. I mean, Chibuto says, son, say, my brother, I believe your word, but the evil people will not support the good thing. So, how do we get rid of these evil people now? Revolution, are you in your shrine or what? That curtain you have behind you looks different. And the way your face looks today seems to just gone to take some ganja and you just come here. What is, are you okay?
I'm very okay. I'm not in my shrine. I'm just,
Okay,
and
the
of
way
course,
that cloth
I don't
is
take that. I'm not. I don't take it.
okay, you
So
don't take it, but you look different tonight. But welcome for joining. The floor is
I've
yours,
been
please.
sleeping
Ah,
because
okay.
I was awake all night watching the
I
election.
saw it. I saw you there. You were there.
Yeah, and I was just listening to Kamala Harris conceding to the defeat.
Yeah, that's big of
That
her.
was what
So
made my eyes. I was crying. I
okay,
know she didn't
you're
have a
very
chance.
passionate.
I know she didn't have the chance because of who she is. I don't think a woman, America is ready for a lady, also, of course, with her background, black and Asian and all those things. But anyway, she gave a good speech. That's just by the way. So on the
Uh,
case you are talking about, I've been listening. I don't know if you want me to weigh in or let me
yeah,
listen more.
the floor is yours. Weigh in on it, please.
You see, what Epitobi said, we've been saying it all along. But being our leader, only that he disappointed us. That's why most of us say that I don't think he will ever have that opportunity to come that far. Because when the whole Nigeria, north, south, east, and west, military, soldiers, church people voted for him, we thought he would put some resistance so that all those glitches and all those things they told us. For me, glitches is acceptance of the rigged election, but they found another name to accept that rigging. They call it glitches. I was checking the encyclopedia to find another word for glitching, and you'll be surprised. Rigging was part of it. Other name you can call glitches. No, just to tell you how
But
painful it was.
looking at the topic, Kitobi said he would turn night vigil into night shift. There is no
Yeah.
chance for him becoming president 2027. So how does he want to do that?
No, for if you have been listening to me here, I apologize one time because I know you're a pastor. I told you one day, I said, please, it is not personal. But all the pastors in Nigeria, they are criminals.
Please remove that title, pastor, from my. I've removed it. You can see it's electricity. So just stick on electricity, please. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm
Now
not
you have said
rejecting
it.
it. I'm not condemning them. Don't get me wrong. But just to correct the record, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't want you to think maybe I'm saying it on a personal ground. What Peter B said is what we have been saying, especially those of us who are Rastafarians. Because we know what is happening. When Nigeria was Nigeria, we don't have churches everywhere. You know what I mean? We know where church is those days. When on Sunday, that is on Sunday, not Monday. People who went to church twice a week that time was people, maybe choristers, people in the choir. They go for choir service on Saturdays. Then Sunday, they come and show us what they have been rehearsing. Then suddenly, The last time I went to Nigeria, I can remember very well, that was 1999. That was the first time I saw this shock Peter B is talking today. I went to Abuja. Believe me, from 5 in the evening, you cannot rest again. This corner is shouting, hallelujah. Your neighbor is God will catch them. Don't do, I told the guy I was quoting with, I said, oh boy, now so he did for this, because that I've been out of Nigeria for about 12 years. So coming back and seeing, I mean, I'm telling you, people were having churches in rooms where you are living like this. You will see somebody shouting and praying. You cannot do anything else. So Peter B now coming up to say it, that means he's listening to us. Those of us who have been calling him that he played a coward game for not fighting for us. I think he's taking that move now through another way to make a comeback, because we are saying he's making a comeback by attacking the real problem.
How is he making a comeback? Please educate
Yes,
me. How?
electricity. If you just give me, I will land now.
The floor is all yours. We are just you and I here. Just go ahead.
Okay.
My
He's
camera
making a
will be on for 30 seconds, but just go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Making a comeback in the sense that I've said it, that the people destroying Nigeria are the traditional rulers, the politicians, and these so-called religious criminals, religious leaders who call themselves criminals. They are the three problems we have in that country. I can start by one. The traditional rulers, number one. When I mean traditional rulers, I mean both local government, traditional rulers, chiefs of your village, elders of your family. These are traditional rulers to me. You know what I mean? People who when in a meeting, they are the one who you will give kola nut to pray those their prayers they used to pray. When somebody thief in the village, they are the people they will go and meet. Diopa. In my place, they call them Diopa and all those things, Obi and all nonsense. Because that's where impunity starts from. Those people will do anything, nobody can do. You can, if you talk self, they will beat you up. For example, you say, I no go agree. Young boys will beat you up for saying that you no go agree, say Obi talk something or Oba say something. It's an abomination to challenge these people. Then suddenly, these religious people came. We know how they started now. I was in Lagos that time. Sometimes they start by, we call them scripture unions that time. You just see somebody go carry Bible, they do hair like this, they holler, they shout for corner. They no go dress well. Suddenly they changed. They gather from somewhere. Sometime, you know, this palm frond, they build shelters where they use these palm fronds to put as their destiny. That's where they started from. Yeah. Suddenly, some of them went to America. I remember one story. One guy, he just traveled to America. When he came back, my brother, this guy he changed. Whether he went to bring money from their churches, like all these people who used to wear white and white, they changed it. They started wearing shoes into the churches. That's where they started. And from that time, electricity till now, Nigeria, the courage Nigeria used to have to say enough is enough, they took it away from the Nigerian people. Because they control, I told you one time, you agreed with me, is it Paul? Paul agreed with me. They hypnotize Nigerian people. They will tell you, pray, that something will come. They will tell you, suddenly, I never believed in them, to be honest with you. We are the critics. They call us, which name they don't call us that time. You understand me? So suddenly now, they started organizing themselves very well. They started building churches, trying to, give help.
Hold on one second. I'll come to you. I want to highlight something here. AB said something that is important. Sorry, I'll come to you. He said, Leticia, do you remember? Yeah, I remember Oaking Biscuit. They used to run 24/7 hour shift with constant supply of electricity. So, AB, if I take what you said just now and I go back to here, you said we don't need to give the entire country electricity to industrialize. It kind of appears to be contradicting yourself in this regard. So Oaking Biscuit is no longer, I don't think we have Oaking Biscuit again. And I don't think that company is functioning again. And I can guarantee you that if we investigate it very well, why that company went down, if it has gone bankrupt or liquidated, it will be due to what? Either one will be lack of absence of power supply, and
Of course.
probably materials or forex that made the company to go down. So most industrial company today are going down because they use their profits to buy diesel. So what do they gain at the end of the day? This is what I'm saying, that for us to make progress in that country, we don't need to go to school for this
No.
to get this right. Sorry, back to you. If we can, revolution, if we can just stay on this issue of electricity and
Yeah.
not necessarily put it on religious leaders or traditional rulers, or this is government making this possible. Yes, citizens will have responsibility as well too. We cannot shy away from our responsibility by paying. So, are you driving or you're stationary, please?
Yeah, I'm stationary. I'm packed.
All right. Thank you for joining. So, if we can just stay on this topic, on the topic, the importance, the relevance. Now, what P2B said is actually correct.
Yes.
That it will turn night vigil into night shift. That is if he becomes president in 2027. But I gave my opinion that it's more or less becoming a clown, because he started from consumption to production. He couldn't fight for his the mandates the people gave to him. He was a gentleman, and fella say I no be gentleman at all. So he was a gentleman. And in the context of Nigeria, you don't need a gentleman. You can't gentleman, they'll push you aside.
They never win.
I don't win. Let me give the boys good floor to weigh in on this, then I'll come back to you, Revolution, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Electricity. I've been listening to you for the past 30 minutes or so. So I was actually the one that asked you if you ever heard of Sabila.
Okay. No. I said thank you for coming to educate me, please.
So I'm going to explain it to you now. You are right. Actually, without electricity, production, in Nigeria will be a mirage. Yeah, but I was kind of. You got me confused, because at the stage you were kind of contradicting yourself. Yeah, we need electricity. It's paramount. You said it yourself. It's paramount. But then people still create jobs without electricity. That was why I told you the story of Sabmila. Sabmila is that company Obi invested Anambra State money. Till date, I have two cousins that are working there. They started from 325 workers now to 1,800 workers, and they are doing day shift and night shift.
What do they do?
They produce Hero drink, Hero beer. What's it called again? Budweiser. They are the producer of all those things, So, secondly, there's another company called Juhel in Oka.
And it's without electricity. They don't use
electricity. No, they have electricity, but they created, they have their own generator. No, they still power it. No, he's saying without electricity, the way it's in Nigeria, you can't do that. But at the same time, you are the one that acknowledged that the Obi went to Egypt. Because before the election, that tells you that the electricity is his priority. He went there this thing is. I remember his campaign.
Sorry, what I said was, by this statement, if you read the description, by this statement, there is no chance of Obi becoming president in 2027.
Well,
there is no chance. So for him to say he will turn night vigil into night shift, it's playing on our emotions. It's playing on people's emotions.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Now electricity, you are at the same time making me, you are convincing me as again, because that will go back to that guy's question that asked you if you watch that interview to the fullest, because what he said, what brought up this issue was he said we're not a productive nation. That the only two things that thrive in Nigeria is politics and church. And then he went further to explain his first explanation about politics, and he said churches that from his house to, if he's driving from this place to his house, all what he sees is signboards and billboard of churches, and then when he go to east, it's burial. That was where and then he went on and explained that he instead of those night vigils, that he's going to turn them to night shift. As a president, he was talking as a president.
Thank you very much.
So you're right. But even then, he went further to explain that how can somebody come to you and tell you that he's going to do this when he has not managed anything? He said he built his own business from scratch. He was chairman of social banks. So I understand what you are saying. It's not that he was going to make it overnight or whatever. He said, what I understand from what he said was that if he was the president or if he became the president, that he will, instead of he will turn those night vigil to night shifts, and that is
make it disparity.
Exactly. Yeah, and like Arami said,
will you agree with me that for that to happen? Will you agree with me that for that to happen, we have to have constant functional electricity? Do you agree with me?
Not constant. Yeah, you're right. Electricity, is paramount.
Where are you joining me from? Where are you joining us from, please?
I'm from Republic of Ireland.
Okay, good. As you say, you are from Republic of Ireland. I'll put you on the spot now. Because
go ahead.
That's where I'm speaking from.
Yeah.
The industries. The industries that are there.
Yeah.
They are powered by. They use electricity. That those that work night shift. Would that be
correct? I did work. I worked night shift. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. And how many night vigils do you see that takes place? It's not that they don't take place. How many people do you hear they say, "Bros, I'm going for night vigil"?
Our brothers and sisters here, they've created their own. They do go to that. Their nonsense here. I don't know where. I live in Galway. In Galway now, if you go to a business park and in business park, you will see our Nigerian churches. This one close to each other. Sometimes they'll go there and be making noise, But like you rightly said, I don't know where you are going. I did night shift here. I remember when I was working in Boston Scientific. Up till now, they do have day shift and night shift. I worked with Apple and Cork. I did night shift and day shift. I worked in IBM in Dublin those days. Manchester, exactly. Day shift and night shift. But what I'm trying to say, you are 100%. Electricity is paramount. But I'm trying to tell you that there are businesses. Okay, I'll tell you. I've told you about Sam Miller. There's another one called Juhel in Oka. Go and verify what I'm telling you. Oka, Juhel is in behind 5-star. Is beside 5-star restaurant in Oka. Anybody that know by Regina bus stop, they know that for the past 12 years that I know that company, my wife's younger sister works there. They do night shifts and day shifts.
But my brother, sorry to cut in. What electricity is telling you is what you are saying. But you are saying they private they use those, they work in that night shift with generator. Generator and electricity is the same thing.
I understand what you're saying.
Now. It's the same thing now.
Now you are not going to comment to my point now. The only difference that their cost of production might be high, compared to
and it's for those people who have money to buy the generator.
You're right. But people are still striving. They are still, breaking their neck, to set up.
The rich people like P2B, they are the one who can afford generator to run night shift. But if electricity is normal, like in Ireland where you live, poor people like us can also thrive.
Yeah, but we are still saying the same thing. What I'm driving at is that we cannot fold our arms and be waiting for government to provide 24-hour electricity for us and not do and do nothing.
So what of those who don't have the money?
What are we
of the normal people?
Yeah, John Laba, welcome. Justin,
the
please,
normal
if you
people
don't
who don't
mind,
have that money.
Sorry for interjecting. Justin, please, if you don't mind, it's an appeal I'm making. Do you mind to take off your hood, please? It's just an appeal I'm making.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Electricity.
All right.
Morning, all of you. I mean, I say morning.
Justin.
Now UK I did, good evening.
Jonaba is here. Revolution is there. Before I'll now come to you, then go to Black.
Okay.
So let me allow the good to finish. The good. We are now more than.
No.
We have to.
No, he can go ahead because he seems that he's in a hurry. He's eager to say something. Let me. I will be.
Jonaba, you go
let
ahead.
me allow him.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead. You run. Finish.
All right. What we are saying is what I'm driving at is that we cannot wait for government because those people I'm looking at, I'm seeing there. Like I said, if you remember me, I tell you, I used to tell you that I go to Nigeria. I spend 3 months every year in Nigeria. I just came back 3 weeks ago, my brother.
No, there's constant electricity. As you went to Nigeria now.
Which kind of constant electricity? Listen, electricity. My place, they said they gave us band A. Band A that used to cost the electricity that used to cost 279 units. If you buy 10,000 naira, it's now 40 units. 10,000. There was a day rain fell, heavy rain. We didn't see electricity for 5 days. Imagine for 279 units to 40 units. And then anytime the rain falls, they will take it. You will not see it for 4 days, 5 days. So listen, that's what I'm saying.
Where I lived before, I've been without electricity for over 2 months. So
I know. Sometimes your transformer will spoil, and then they will come and take it. For 1 year, I've been in our house in Lagos in Coca. Our transformer spoiled. We contributed money. They came and took the transformer. They didn't bring it until 13 months. We're here and 1 month. They took it. So what I'm driving is that we the private sector at the same time we can still be be creating jobs for people. Like I already told you, Juhel, they are makers of syringe. Ask anybody in Oka, they've been there for 12 years, which I know I've known them for 12 years. My wife's younger sister worked there because it's closer to my house in Oka. So she's been working there for the past 5 years. And that is owned by a private person.
We're not disputing that. We're not disputing that there are not private sector that are functioning there, but they're not functioning to par. They use most of them use their profit to buy diesel to run.
Yeah. 100%. That's why I said it will drive up their cost of production.
Thank you for that.
But at the same time, they are creating jobs and making profits. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
I will leave you for now.
I appreciate you coming in to clarify yourself. Jonathan, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, electricity.
Yeah, thank you. Jonathan, sorry. Revolution needs to round up. Revolution, do you want me to go to Jonathan before I come to you? Then
let Jonathan continue.
Jonathan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, electricity and fellow panelists. Nice to see you. Your headline, can you rephrase it again?
There's a night missing there. Would that correct?
Hmm?
What headline do you want me to rephrase?
The topic what we are treating.
The topic is Obi stated that he will turn night vigil into night shift, and that is not possible because while it's a good intention, he won't become president 2027. So is he playing on our emotions or is turning himself into a clown?
This is not first time he has run for public office. I guess he was governor for 8 years. He run as a running mate with Atiku Abubakar as a vice president, and then he ran on his own. That Nigerian have been struggling with no electricity, and church has been full before he says that. I have respect for him as a citizen of Nigeria, or he also among the elite that put Nigeria where Nigeria is today. He knows how to talk, and he know how to talk to the Nigerian people. But unfortunately for him, church is a business. So he will lose more business because those people, those pastors, will not love to hear that. They want to keep the docile society, focus on empty promises, not taking a physical responsibility for their own life, and hoping that somebody will do it. And so he will lose more votes in 2027 if he runs than even if vote count, by the way. But now he has created an enmity between him and those churches he has been going. Because if he goes to Dunamis right now, and he said that I'm going to turn a night vigil to a night shift. He's taking business from Paul and nature. Paul will not like it. Is even building a new, the biggest auditorium in the world, where the docers will go. So if they hear that, they know this is a business that is not going to be in their favor, because they want the people to focus on their struggles instead of coming out of their shell to confront their situation. So he's just talking as he always does to control the narrative and spinning what he knows for a fact that he's not going to do it. Nigeria is not even ready, and he himself is not ready, by the way. So we continue to see election in America yesterday have told what it takes to be a leader, and it doesn't take all those talk. People want to deal with what they see. In as much as I'm not a Donald Trump supporter, I do not vote for him. I made it clear who I voted for, and uh, uh, I'm proud of who I voted for, which is Kamala, by the way. But then it is what it is in the sense that election is not, it's not going to pour the money. The little money is put in there. That's why he's where he is with the way he conduct his speech, and he sit right with Nigeria. But because Nigerians want to stay in that part of oh, okay, this person talk well to me, this person know how to talk. Donald Trump don't talk anything. He bulls in his speech, but the people wanted him to be the president, and he is the president today. But speaking to that narrative, his chance of even becoming a president, he will have a problem with the elites in the religious cycle right now. They will look at him that, okay, you're going to take our customer from us and give them a job. By the way, he's not going to
Sorry,
get it.
John. Let me ask you this. I mean, how does having a stable electricity spoil business for religious people, for pastors? How
When he says that he's going to turn a night vigil to a night shift, it's a good thing. I mean, if that work, but it's not going to work because the people over the years, the people have been held hostage by not having to do all of those things. They go to church. So you are telling people when they go to church, they give offering. In Nigeria, they have program Monday through Friday. So are you going to tell me that the pastor, those elite pastor who manipulate things, will now say, oh, our people is going to focus? I mean, in the good sense, other world where religions and this manipulation is not order of the day. There is electricity here and there is church in America, and I believe there is church where you are, but not in our place. They give this false hope to the people. So, and the church in America or any other civilized world, it's not the way Nigerian church run. So it's like he has put himself between the church leader who want the people to stay dosa. They want the people to stay with that because that's how they come to church, to boost their own ego.
John, let me add to what you are saying before, just to help what you are saying. Just 1 second. I went to a Winners Chapel church in Gambia. And do you know what the pastor was telling us? That anybody who goes to a job when he's supposed to be in church will be tied that job. Can you imagine? He was telling if you have a night vigil, and because of his night vigil, you went to a job, may God will be tied the job. Continue.
Exactly. So they have played in my summary of my words. It's like this is not how Nigerian people, no matter what you say. I'll give you this as I end my submission. A popular pastor in Nigeria said that he was trying to be reached by one president of Africa, and because the person could not reach him, he gave hold of former president of Nigeria, and the person told him, "Hey, you will not reach this man. That see that a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before king, will not stand before unknown." So the point I'm trying to make, he is busy about his business because this is a calling of God upon his life. His primary calling is to the people, and not to say, "Oh, I'm too busy not to receive a call." And if it's somebody of his caliber cannot receive a call from a president of a country, you can imagine the ego and how he highly places himself. And that is the thing that Nigerian buy. Nigeria is when you still take their self-esteem, strip them of who they are, and turn them to mumu, is what they want to do. So for him to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, they want them to be mumu, to be coming to church, to be coming to their shrine and drop for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Austin. Yeah, Revolution, you made. I'm going to ask you a question based on the Gambian story you just gave.
Yeah.
For the pastor to say, if you go to work when there's night vigil, will be tied the work, correct?
Not only night vigil, anytime.
Who is to be blamed? Who is to be blamed? The pastor
but
or
that is what we are telling you, Mr. Electricity. These guys are criminals. And John Abba have stated it clearly. Anybody who wants to spoil their business, because anytime you go to church, you have to drop. In fact, before the pastor come up to the pulpit, they pass the tray sometimes 2 times. So if you're asking me who is to be blamed, the person to be blamed now is those criminals, pastors. Okay. Not the one going, because most of the people going to church today are hopeless. They don't have nothing, no hope.
I don't want us to go in this. Probably we'll come back to it, because the purpose of religious leader going by the Bible or shepherd is to feed the flock, not to fleece the flock. To feed, not to fleece the flock of Christ. So the issue of it should be an advantage to them if there is constant electricity, because by doing so, people will go to work, everybody will be working, and they will have enough to give tithe and offering, if I'm making sense. So it should be. They should see it as an advantage.
Excuse me, I don't know what you are asking us now. Are you talking about electricity being constant in Nigeria or religious people?
Let's leave that religious people. Justin, the floor is yours. Then I'll go to Blackstone.
Okay, so I don't know where some of you are probably in the UK, right? So how many of you are in the UK?
Sorry if you don't mind me to ask the relevance of that question, please.
That's this kind of. I was going to basically say that. Have you not noticed that in the UK here, like the pastors that you meet, they do this their church of 18 as part-time job. They're not in the church every single day. In Nigeria, the pastors are always in church. That's like their own full-time business. Talking, except if you work for like council, cathedral in like the town center, because obviously your workload will be more. Most of these guys, these pastors, is like they themselves are not even employed. The church is their own employment. It's basically a run business. In the UK, pastors get work.
Justin, we're focusing on the importance of electricity in Nigeria.
That was not the original question you asked. Maybe you changed it just now.
No, Justin, if you look at the topic, Obi said it will turn night vigil into night shift. Did you see the topic?
The electricity, if I can come in, I think you can hear Justin. It's the same line that we are saying that he say, I know where you are coming from, but we are trying to let you see the other side that he's going to spoil business for the church people if that even happens. It's not going to happen, by the way.
But how will it spoil business for the church
because
people?
They want people to come to church, and if they have a constant and they have to be going to work. Okay, in the developed world, do you go to church every day? In Nigeria, from Monday through Friday, they go to church.
But John, I
originally wanted to talk about electricity. I just added what I said first. So the thing John Abba was saying.
Justin, hold on, please. In the developed world, people still give their tithe and offering online. We have online services, and people give their tithe, they give their offering, they give their seed faith. Some have not even been to church for 1 month or 2 months. So how will electricity spoil such a business?
I'm confused. Okay, I don't know what you are trying to get at. The talk of Peter Obi saying that he's going to turn a night veggie to a night shift. It's a good talking point. Trying to say that if there is electricity and there is employment, people instead of going to church, they should go to work. And we are telling you that millions Nigerians rank by even calling the number of their followers. And that is going to be a struggle, even though if it is possible, it is not even possible in Nigerian space for now. And it's a talking point, and they have created enmity between himself and those churches that have been going, because anything, they want to keep the people docile. They want to keep the people. Many Nigerians that travel abroad, when they come, they don't go to church every day. In Nigeria, people go to church Monday through Friday. Now you are saying you're going to create a job for them.
John Abba, they don't like that. To this church this thing. Let me give Justin his knowledge. Justin, do you want to finish your this thing before I go to Blackstone?
So about the electricity, now let's talk about electricity.
Okay, just talk about electricity.
Let's talk about electricity.
To this issue of
drop the whole church thing now. So let me church rest till Sunday. So if you notice, electricity is very important. We all know that one already. And the funny thing is that when it comes to electricity, is a very ironic industry, like electricity and utilities, right? If you really notice, there's some electricity that is more useful than others. And in a country like Nigeria, I don't know why. I don't know whether it's the transmission that is the problem. But generally speaking, it really seems like outside of Lagos, they don't even forget transmission, and they don't even have enough generation of that electricity. When you really look at it, Lagos, I mean, most of it is generated in Niger State, because that's where all those their big dams are. But Lagos, as per gas, because that's where their electricity comes from in the south, mostly gas. They have more electricity, more stable electricity, especially in the most posh areas than the rest of Nigeria. Normal, it shouldn't be like that, right? I don't know. Somebody was saying that it's mostly the industrial parks that need electricity. That it is not, maybe the person was talking as per se, it's not really a super necessity for the average common Nigerian in their household to have electricity. But I disagree with that. It's not just industrial parks. If the electricity was limited, maybe you can now mostly supply it to industrial parks. Fair enough, because it will boost productivity overall. Because those industrial parks will probably be hiring us, right? But when you really look at it, electricity now, if Nigeria was serious about electricity, some things they should have started 30 years ago, because the problem with anything in electricity generation is not one politician's tenure type of thing. It can take 3 regimes to work it out. And you know how Nigeria politics is. It's about what can they use to vote me quick. That's just the thing. If they are building a power plant, it can take 8 years. But how many regimes is 8 years? That could be, well, if you're an APC politician, that's one regime, sha, because most of them run 8 years. But it's not really something that they would focus on. 2 or 3 years ago, there was this hype that Russia was helping them build one of the VVER 100 PWR nuclear reactors. Since Tinubu came in, nobody has spoken about it at all. It has just, they've dropped the whole project, his voicemail. They've picked out a site for it in one in Akwa Ibom, one in Kogi State, which makes sense because Kogi State is where the mines and steel industry is. So it would have worked out if they started it, but no, Tinubu has not mentioned nuclear from his mouth at all since the very day he came in. And when you really look at how electricity works, the whole delusional idea that, oh, our country is a hot country with lots of sunlight, let's use solar panel, solar panel, solar panel. Solar panel is the most overhyped version of electricity I've ever heard of in every way possible. Less than 50% of the actual solar energy gets converted to electricity. When you really look at it, like there's so many stupid misconceptions about solar that doesn't make any sense at all. And we can't use wind because Nigeria is not like UK, where the other day I was walking outside, the wind blew away my umbrella. We don't have that type of wind in Nigeria. Even in the north with their Hamatan wind, it's not like Spain or all these other countries where, generally speaking, the colder northern countries, they have more wind electricity. So wind is not really a super useful option for Nigeria. The best bet for Nigeria is nuclear energy, nuclear electricity. The thing is, and this is what the problem is, a lot of the mistakes of our forefathers were bearing it today. Countries like all these Canada, all these what is it called? Yeah, Canada, US, they started nuclear electricity generation in the 1950s, 1960s. That was when our country was not even that educated. How many graduates did we have in Nigeria in 1950? That was when Canada started generating their own nuclear electricity. They invented their own type of nuclear reactor, the candle reactor, that is even safer than the ones that most of the world use, but it's its own special design. And the thing that I just have in mind is, when we were doing all this our independence, this thing, why did we not think of things like this? Is it that the politicians themselves were not educated enough, or did they not have any say or control? The British, obviously, they left. They didn't think of building such infrastructure because they had no agenda over it. But in South Africa, they did. They did. Because the white people stayed. The white people sought reason to do so. And in South Africa, they are the only Africans that have it. That's the bragging rights they have over us, Nigeria. But you really look at it, every single what is it called? Every single developed country has a nuclear reactor. But not every single developed country has solar energy. That's just the truth about how it works. Nuclear energy is the best, most efficient form of electricity that any country can have.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
just
very
it.
much. Blackstone. The boy Diggles, do you want to ask a question? Blackstone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here with you.
All right. Thanks for joining. Emmy, thanks for joining. What we're gonna do is we're gonna be timing each other because we want to go back to this issue of electricity spoiling, or we want to change the subject and we'll go to electricity, the availability of electricity will spoil business for the churches that John Abba raised, which is very interesting. So we'll make it an open discussion, but I will allow Blackstone and Emmy also weigh in on this issue of P2B statement. I'll give each of you 3 minutes each, please. Emmy, the boy good. I'll come to you. Let me go to Blackstone and Emmy. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Electricity, and I say hello to everybody on the panel and those on the comment section. Yeah, well, if we actually understand where Peter Obi is coming from with that statement, we should understand his passion for Nigeria, for Nigerian development. When he said, I will turn night vigil to night shift, he was not just talking about electricity, he was talking about when Nigeria developed, people will have less time for night vigil. So the churches will not have, if probably about, we have about maybe about 20, 30, 40, 100 industries that are doing, that are working 24/7. And they have employees who are having shift morning or afternoon and evening and night shift. With those who are in the night shift, still have to go, they have to leave their job and go for night vigil. The church cannot more control the people, because why do people also actually go to church in Nigeria? It's lack of poverty. They always get to go and get some emotional medications, just to gather some hope, have hope for tomorrow, things like that. So if the economy is good, Nigeria is good, I tell you, churches will go down. Most churches will close down because people will have no time to go to church. So that's where Peter Obi is coming from. So he understood that when the country is productive, when we have industries that run 24/7, people will not even have so much value for the churches anymore. The pastors will not have that dominating power over them to convince them to go to church. I'd say it is poverty that actually contribute to Nigerians going to church 24/7 every day, morning and evening, night shift, and so on and so forth. Because they believe that they go to pray for provisions, and they forgot to have sympathy, mercy, grace from God, but whereby they're not doing what they're supposed to do. What about countries who doesn't have churches? Are they not progressing? Are they not developed? How about the Arab countries who doesn't have churches in their land? So it is just like lying to the people. So from our point of view, what Peter Obi said, he knows what he's talking about. And it's the right thing, actually. Because when your country develops, when your country is moving forward, it's progressing and everything, the impact of churches will go down, definitely. And we need electricity. Electricity is the oil that oil the economy. I was listening to a program today that we are saying that with the new technologies, IT and everything, we so-called quantum computing, cryptocurrency, and so on and so forth, they need more power. They need more power in the future. In the near future, they are going to need more power to power everything, because most of what are coming out are consuming more power. So electricity is the basics. The main oil that runs the economy. Without electricity in a country, there's no way that country will develop. It will not. Why are the industries leaving Nigeria? Why are the companies leaving Nigeria? It's because of lack of electricity. When Tinubu increased the cost of diesel and everything, most companies left because they have no money to buy diesel to run their production, to run their companies. They have to leave simply because the cost of production, the cost of running the company becomes very high. So we're going to bear those costs, and you can't pass it to the people because the people may not be able to buy those products because the purchasing power has reduced.
Thank you.
So electricity is a key factor in any country development. And before I stop, Justin, you are talking about nuclear power in Nigeria. If Nigeria cannot even handle a common dam, a common hydropower dam, wanted to handle a nuclear plant. I just surprised people are talking about nuclear plant to produce. A country that cannot handle a simple thing, common hydroelectricity dam, cannot even handle, cannot even maintain it. We are talking of a very complex production.
How can they not maintain it?
Why are they not maintaining their idle dam at the moment? Why are they not maintaining it?
No, the Blackstone, let Justin dream now. You can dream.
Let
You're
me
allowed
dream
to dream, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, how are they not maintaining it? What shows that they didn't maintain the dam? I don't understand.
Let's go to Emmy. Then we'll probably, after the second part, then we'll leave the floor open. But we have to maintain.
See, let me tell you something about. Wait, hold on. Let me just say something.
One second, please.
Let me reply Blackstone now. Let me tell you something. Like, there are certain industries where.
Can you please hold on, please? Thank you. Emmy, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Concerning the issue of what Peter Obi made, the statement he made, I think I don't think there's anything wrong in it, and I'll come from two angles here. Firstly, why do we even need vigils? Actually, looking at the core values of Christianity, I think vigils are meant to be, especially the congregational type of vigils, they are meant not to be every time, but to, if there is a particular need that the church wants God to intervene in, then they come together and it is something that it is not something that should be bastardized, let me put it that way. And with that, there should be reference, and even from the scriptures, we know that these things, that if you want to have your own personal vigil, maybe because of your relationship with God, you want to develop yourself with God, those things are meant to be personal and not congregational. So from that angle, I can really pinpoint that a lot of people go to vigils because they think some problems will be solved, which is, of course, they have to hope for that though. But the thing is, when you now solve those problems, naturally you won't have the need for those kind of congregational vigils that we are holding, really, that kind. And in that light, I would say I've never seen all these big churches have vigils every week. I think maybe once a month they can do that, or twice a month, but you can't see them having it every week like that. So if you look at some churches, you realize that they pattern themselves in that way. It is for maybe all the smaller street churches that they just want to try and use it to gain populations, to get congregation and things like that. And I think those are what Obi is really trying to say, that when people are busy, when people begin to see reasons why, maybe when you begin to put hourly rates to their monies, when they start earning in hours and there is a system in place, there's a work in place, naturally people will not go to churches every day like that, or for every week, because human beings are calculative. When you know that in your 7 hours you're going to earn this amount of money, for example, and you know that money you can pay your tithe, and that doesn't mean you are not a spiritual person. It doesn't mean that because you skip vigil you are a sinner. All these things put in place, naturally those things we feel that we wait away. And I think that's where Obi is really coming from, that put a good system in place, utilize this number of people. He was not trying to be denigrating the church in that statement, sincerely speaking. He was only trying to say, we have excesses, but we can capitalize on a good system and utilize our people. So it may sound as if he was coming out to disdain the church, but to me, it didn't come out that way, because I heard him clearly. So I believe that what he said is correct. And for example, I know, because when I came in, I was hearing issues of electricity and things like that. The truth is, if you have electricity and road in Nigeria rightly, I think you've solved virtually, maybe, I don't want to estimate though, but to be on the conservative side, let me say 50% of Nigeria's problem. The average Nigerian.
I estimated it as 80%.
Exactly. I just want to be conservative electricity, so that it will be like, maybe, how are you so sure? But that's just the truth, because once there is electricity, trust me, our creative minds, now there's power to now be creative upon. They will produce 1, 2, 3, 4. You see things, and before you know it, people will have work to do, except the lazy ones. But people will have work to do. In fact, how I wish that he even added that they will also go to the point that They will change the labor system that you pay in per hours, not no more per month again. Then you now come and see maybe people will go to church or to vigils like that. Because now people will know that they're earning in hours, they will go with that. It will be.
I think he mentioned it about, but will be paid per hour. I think
so
it did. Yeah.
When you put those two things in place naturally, come and ask people to go to vigils because of that. Of course, people will go to vigils, but realize that it will now not be because of the purpose of maybe they want work. God must provide work again, or things they want to eat food. No. They will go to vigils for the purpose of vigils themselves, because it's not that people are hungry before you get the point. Unlike this time around, maybe because of hunger, because of visa, or because of one thing or the other, husband or wife. No, it will not be for the real purpose of vigils. And then people will become calculative, because now you know your time is money. So you will not spend necessary hours in unnecessary times anyway. And when you want to go for videos, you go for videos because you want to achieve one particular thing. So that is just the way I see it. I don't blame Obi for doing that. And I think as what Mr. Jonathan says, please, just to finally round up, I don't think this will affect him in any way, sir. No. In fact, he's gaining more popularity with that.
The thing is, I didn't.
So you people are still talking Obi.
No, we finished Obi now. We finished now.
Obi don't finish long time. Don't dream. Obi call Obi.
Well, that is your opinion, though. No problem with that.
His time is gone. He had his chance. He's gone.
Says who?
Okay.
I think if you want to go again, let me have a if you want to go for your.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, John. You see, nobody's saying, I didn't say the statement will be made is wrong. No. This is what we want. To turn night vigil into night shift, I did say that we need constant electricity, or else it's not going to work. I also went further to say, if you look at the heading, that Obi does not have chance of becoming a president in 2027.
No, it's finished.
So that statement, it's. I mean,
please let me round up.
In my opinion,
I wanted to round up before you stop.
Yeah, in my opinion, I felt he's turning himself into a clown. This is my opinion. Okay, so we'll round up. I mean, this next topic, I will start what John Abba raised. You've already weighed in a little bit on it. John, revolution, every one of us here, those of us in diaspora, we go to church.
I don't go.
Offering. Okay, I said revolution. Okay, people give their tithe, their offering, whatever they want to give online. It doesn't affect the pastors or the church for them. So why will the churches in Nigeria think that, based on what John Abba said, thinks that if there is constant electricity, it's spoiling business for them? Why would they, if they are genuinely call and understand the purpose of their calling? So I'll start with you, Revolution. I'll go to John Abba, then I'll go to the very good. You'll be the third person. I know you're driving, so I'll give you concession. Then we'll go to Blackstone, Justin, then Emmy. Revolution, I'm going to time us this time around. 3 minutes. We're not going to exceed that 3 minutes.
Okay, I will use my 3 minutes. I don't like to waste much time. You see, this question you asked, that John Abba tried to explain properly. People will say they go to church because they have problem, they have all these things, go to pay tithe. Of course, I will never give anybody my money. I prefer to give it to blind school or deaf school or things like that. That's how I give my tithe. Or I don't give to lazy people, all these pastors. They are all criminals. I want to make that clear to anybody who is telling me about church is what? Church today is criminality. That's what they do there. Lazy people. People who don't know what to do. They just open one place, gather stupid people, panic them, hypnotize them, put fear into them, come to church. You go to, if you want American visa, you come here and pray. All those are criminal-minded people. It doesn't exist here where I live. So electricity and this, what you say, night vigil or whatever, how you want to mix them together. It has no connection. If we have lights in Nigeria or we don't have light in Nigeria, as far as I know Nigerian people, how they think, at least 85% of Nigeria think one-sided. Yoruba talk say everybody, that is what is wrong with Nigeria. When they come church, everybody church, and look at where we are in Nigeria. Poverty everywhere. That's what P2B is saying. I used to like him, but for me, if he trying to use this religion thing to come back to Vigil and thing to build himself again, his time is gone. Nigeria gave him everything in 2023. He let us down.
He was having an interview. Yeah.
You say what?
He was being interviewed.
Yeah, he's trying to come back. It's a political statement, my brother. We know Nigeria, all this as political statements to come back, to start to say P2B say this again. What is this saying that me and you don't know, or we have not said in Bia Palace or in this platform? All this thing is just a political comeback. He's finished. That's my point, brother. Let me say good night. I'm very
Thank you very much for joining. John Abba, then we'll now go to the boy. The boy is good. The boy is good. Wait for before after John Abba, I'll come to you. I know you want to leave. John Abba, the floor is yours.
Okay, since he's driving, let him go quick. Then he can come back to me. Since he's driving,
the boy is very good. You have 3 minutes to make your argument, please. You are muted. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? You are still muted.
Maybe
you are still muted. I can't unmute him. He's the only one that can unmute himself.
Okay, he unmuted himself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Okay. Let me respond to the guy that said something about nuclear. Whether a nuclear weapon, I've been a nuclear. But, some time ago, I asked. I came into this discourse and I asked people when was the last time they went to Nigeria. Some people felt offended. Some people, they were offended about it. I believe the guy that was saying that thing has never been to Nigeria in a long time. Because if you have been there, you won't say anything bad about solar energy. I use it in my home. I use solar energy. Solar panel, It's
good
actually
point. Your home is not powering 2,000 megawatt robots now. So your home can't replace.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When was the last time you went to Nigeria? When was the last time you did that? Because you were just making an argument, I just came back 3 weeks ago. So don't even go there because you don't know what I'm saying.
So is it solar energy that wants to power an entire country's grid?
Justin,
how many homes will it power at once? Solar energy for your individual use.
That will take off at least the load on the national grid. People are actually the only thing. If you have told me that because of the cost of it, that people won't be I will. But trust me, people they have improved a lot. They've improved. When things come out, first, maybe they were, but as time goes on, they'll be improving. I recommend it to anybody now that is, if you can afford it, it's expensive. It's expensive now due to the cost of the devaluation of naira, exchange rate.
It's not just the devaluation of naira. Let me tell you what it is. And this is the argument. I spoke to.
Which one do you make in Nigeria? They have to still import them. The battery, the panel, everything is imported. So you still
that's my point. Thank you very much for you see the way he just see. I spoke to
I told you. I said if you have told me that because of the cost of it, but
so why is it expensive? Because the cost of it. Why is the cost of it?
I can't be making. It is you don't understand. You're just making.
Allow him to finish. Then you have your time, please.
Now, secondly, before I forget that, let me come back to this. The issue of that Obi's timer is gone and everything. I think I will still ask people, have you been to Nigeria? When was the last time you went to Nigeria? Obi, if Obi had, okay, let me say, even start from 2019, I went to register in August 2019 to participate in the election. I've been going to that country to participate in the election. The last election, I was agent of Labour Party in my area, I registered up till now. They disenfranchised me. They told me my PVC is not ready. But every eve of the election, they will send me a text message that election is tomorrow. You go and exercise your franchise. And I said, mad people. But if I go there, you will tell me my. So, coming to what I'm saying about Obi and people saying that his time is gone. What do you want Obi to do then? They set a trap for the man to do you mean. So you want him to fall to call for revolution, and people no. Let me conclude.
What do you mean they set a trap for him?
Wow, the people there, they are just hungry lions. You see, exactly what Obi said. He said the only two things that thrive in Nigeria is politics and church. And I'll give you an example. Electricity. I'm glad you live in Ireland. I don't know what city you live, but I live in Galway. There is a lady here. She's a counselor now. Her name is Helen Obu. Do you know that the husband left here about 14 years ago? Very nice man. He wanted to go and change Nigeria. Change his people after living here. He went there to go and contest under, for House of Rep, I think. When we first got there, they asked him, what did you bring now? He told them, I just brought, let me, give you, show you people how to. Do you know they murdered this guy? They fire him just because he came back from. He want to come and take off their feeding bottle. But the wife continued that lane. Today she's a counselor. Now she's going for the TD now. She's representing us, and we are doing everything to know. Just to tell you how desperate how those people are. So if Obi had called for any protest, any revolution, man, we just all of us remember. I don't know. Some of us might not remember.
Electricity, like you really like this guy, you don't like me. You guy don't talk 4 minutes, 5 minutes safe, not
because you keep interjecting him. If you have stopped,
exactly.
Interjecting,
you interjected him more. You kept talking into what is
right.
So many of us must have forgotten 1993.
Very good.
When people are pushing Abiola to go claim his mandate, on his mandate, they stand. One day, Abiola was incarcerated, and eventually, all of them started singing another song. If Obi had done anything that time, because I was in Nigeria, I was there. These people, they build up their mind.
Very good, boy. Your time is up. Thank you, John.
All right.
The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Have a lovely night.
Electricity. I do not say that what Obi said is wrong. I always said that other side of it. And I don't really care the view of the obedient, how they spin things to whatever concern Obi. I don't have apology. I will not vote for Obi. Even if you come to my next neighbor, I'll not look outside. I've said that over and over. I have no apology. Those that love him and they want to follow him is okay. The only thing I said that even him, it's a good thing if you have a stable electricity and people can be employed and all the good thing. But what I said is that is the same people that bring him to the pulpit. That in Nigeria, we have the largest church in the world, the largest congregation building in the world. So those deplorable gullible Nigerians that think church will solve their problem, I don't think they will be fine with to be have the people empowered and all of that, because they have used weaponized poverty to control the people over the years, and that is a good statement if it would be like that. But it's a created talking point, because this is not the first time he knows that there is no light in Nigeria. When he ran in 2022 or 23, thereabout, he never talked about turning church or night vigil into night shift. So it's not new to this. It's a created talking point, and he can reach out to his people and go, oh, it's a good talk. Of course, it's a good talk. But where was he all this while? Why did he campaign on that before? He's just sizing the people and know what to sit with them. But it's not going to sit to the top, because there is no reason of having the biggest auditorium in the world in Nigeria, building it in 21st century, which is a slavery camp, instead of people to go for their own destiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blackstone, the floor is yours, then we'll go to Remy.
Yeah, thank you, Electricity. Anyway, I don't understand why people are so. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. But what I will use about the churches in Nigeria. If you want to be a pastor, be a pastor. Do what you want to do. Nobody's holding you. So whatever a pastor does, let him do it and let him wait for his own judgment. We say that there's in fact, the word says there's consequence for everything you do. There's a reward for everything you do. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be here, it might be after year. So I don't know why people just like take the pastors, just begin to talk about them, or maybe try to rubbish them and things like that. So if you want to be a pastor, be a pastor. If you want to be a pastor, leave them alone. Let them do what they want to do.
But Blackstone, here's the question. How will electricity, how will the having a functional electricity disturb their preaching or disturb people from giving tithe and offering, and they consider it?
It will not disturb them in any way. That will not be anything it smarts to them. One, there are today many churches that have online services. Their members, some join the online and they give offering online. We are in the modern world of technology, and Nigeria's churches are keying into those technologies for them to function very well. People are there. We know this. We know the churches. Every big churches, major churches have online services, and most members join them. They stream their services live. So what's the big deal about it? So even the electricity will even help them more. If members cannot go to church, they can join, can do their online services.
They can watch online service and give their tithe and offering.
I can do that and do everything. So I don't see any
because
reason
some are even collecting their tithe and offering via they have ATM machine. I mean, is it no POS?
I know in the first place. Okay, a very good example is Jerry Eze. So don't we see what is in fact
people donate online?
Is the highest person that get donations online, and they get donations all over the world, not only in Nigeria, all over the world with different currencies. So is it not running from Nigeria? Is it not doing his preachings from Nigeria? Is it not doing so-called NLSPD from Nigeria? So how will that not disturb them? So it doesn't disturb them. It only reduce the number of people who come to service. That's what it is. But the money they are getting, they will still be getting it. That does not make them reduce the amount they are getting as start an offering or gifts and they receive. So that's my point. I don't see any way to actually reduce it or affect
Thank you very much. I mean, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Electricity. And well, based on the question you asked, how will electricity impact the church, the church itself? Yeah, the thing is, and I think the logic is just there. electricity impacts everything. If people have electricity, a lot of people will go to work. Now, those people will not be physically present at a lot of church programs. But that doesn't mean the church won't function. And thank God we've seen, as Mr. Blackstone also said, that with the advent of the internet now, we have a lot of churches who have more online members than physical presence. And it even pays them more to do that, because you are not limited by the boundaries or the borders of the walls of the auditorium now. You are now limited by the vast internet itself. So you can have members from South Korea, from the US, in all time zones also. So there's no limitation to the church in that regard. And I don't think anybody should I don't think it is right for anybody to think what he has said, or electricity and all those things, will simply affect the church. No. For those church who know what they are doing, though. Because there are going to be a lot of churches that basically thrive on the numbers right now. So, but when you now have those, it's either that they improve or they do what they simply die off. It's just like normal technologies. There was a time it was the typewriter that was in vogue. When these computers came in, gradually the typewriters died. The internet has also come in. You know, that is how technology is all about. And that's how everybody for you to be surviving today is because you've simply survived as the fittest. That is how life is. So the fittest amongst the ministries, the churches who innovate, who continue to utilize the new things that are available in order to do their things again, will continue to survive. And so I don't have any issues with that. Sincerely speaking, I don't know why the outrage was that much on that statement, to be candid. I think we need people who will continue to tell us these things. Fine, Obi may not be president. We may try to. I don't think that is even needed as at this time. And I don't think we should be bothered because we think, it's because he wants to become president. That's why he's saying what he's saying. If I want to be president, if I don't, this is what we are discussing without even having the mind of becoming president right now. On several occasions, Mr. Even your name, electricity, I know one way or the other, you must have a reason for that. So the thing is that we all know
the reason for my name. Let me go ahead. Sorry, when you finish. the reason for my stage name is I'm so. I want electricity. Listen, if we have functional electricity working in Nigeria, most of us will pack our bag and baggages and say, home we go. Most of us will pack our bag and baggages. If we have functional electricity in Nigeria today, we will carry our bag and say, you know what?
No, okay, electricity. Let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
And I am thinking that the issue of electricity in Nigeria is a deliberate.
Of course.
It's a deliberate doing.
It's a deliberate doing.
Yes,
is it really deliberate, or is because we have basically inept people? I don't think it's deliberate. We just have inept people.
Now, listen, the floor is open because we're surrounded, so you can unmute, do but we have to interject with respect. Listen, it is to me, it is a deliberate. Yes, we have inept people. I can agree with that, but this thing is intentional. Are we saying that we don't have the goodwill to turn this thing around to make it work? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Mr. Electricity, if you want to say goodwill, if you look at how much the government has been spending, or let me say has spent over electricity, and okay, well, I think my argument will still finally come down to your point. I think I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
let's see it this way.
Because definitely when somebody embezzles the money and nobody picks anybody up, is that ineptitude?
No, so look, let's see it this way. Let's look at the process. Before Buhari came, before they dismantled the electricity, say the private sectors now agree to the private sectors, right? Most electricity plant that belongs to the private sectors, people like Elumelu and others, they have their power plants, right? I don't know the distribution. I think so that's still not the federal government, right? But Buhari came and said that at that time the states were complaining that they have because the law don't allow them to have their own electricity production. Buhari came and I removed that problem that the states can have their electricity, right? Since Buhari removed that hurdle, now the state can have their own power production and everything. How many states today is going that pathway?
That pathway. Thank you for bringing that one up, Blackstone. How many states there? Go ahead, the boy is good. The boy is good. Thank you, Blackstone, for bringing that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. But Buhari himself didn't do justice to that. He delayed until the very last time he was leaving.
Yeah,
in fact, I don't know.
He signed it now that the state can have it. The state can have it.
Yeah, to be honest with you, he didn't even sign it. He didn't even sign it. It was T-Pain that signed it. No,
Buhari signed it.
I think Buhari signed it.
It will be at the twilight of his, of his regime, of his time.
Yeah, when it was about to leave, but he already signed it. He already signed it.
Okay, now let me come back to that issue of whether the thing is deliberate or not. Electricity, you said my mind, because I packed my bag. It was electricity that chased me out of Nigeria in the year 2000. Then let me tell you the story of my life. Before then, I used to come to Europe for business for 11 years, from 1989 to year 2000. I said no, because I suffered meningitis in Lagos. Meningitis. I didn't know until when I got to Ireland. Do you know what they were telling me in Nigeria then? That it was witches and wizards that this thing just like ratchets all over my back.
It's very obvious that it's witches and wizards.
I'm sorry. Your village people are worrying you. They pursue you to get money.
That was what they're telling me. They took me to prayer places. They told witches and wizards that. Thank God my immune system fought it up. I didn't know until when I got to Ireland, after you go to your distance and then they did test. Now they told me that like 6 months ago you had meningitis. I started thinking, oh, it might be. Then I remember that rashes that covered all my back. I said, that would have how I will buy, and they will say it's witches and wizards after me. So that was the end. But you remember again, I remember that time when a passenger came, he raised our hope. He said by I think January 2021, light will not blink again. I don't know if you all remember that statement. It will all at least by 2021 now. Light will not blink by January 2021. Baba have said it now. Until when he left, we now realize that this man spent $15 billion to achieve darkness.
That's the problem. That's the problem in Nigeria. If you give anything
$15 billion to achieve darkness.
Wait first.
That was I think come back to what Obi did. If you remember in my earlier comments, before the election, Obi made it a priority that electricity must, that was why he went to Egypt to study their electricity, because he said, how can these people improve from 25,000 megawatts to 50,000 in just in 10 years.
It is very
And we Nigeria, instead of improving, we're going backward. So that was why he went there. I give him kudos for that. Whether he would have succeeded, I wouldn't know. But at least he raised our hope. He raised our hope because one thing about this life is hope that keeps us going. He even said it. He said these churches we are going to is because they are preaching paradise. You know, they're raising our hope that there's another word. You know, that's why we are going to that church. If none of them is not preaching prosperity and paradise, we will be going there.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me tell you something. One thing. There's something I realized about Nigerian. There's something I realized about Nigerian companies. Anything you give to Nigerians, only Nigerians to handle, it will never work. Look at, for example, MTN, the mobile communication. Most of them that started coming to Nigeria were foreign companies. You understand me? Look at LNG, partnership with Shell. You understand me? If I wish Obasanjo was able to have a partnership with a foreign company, Nigeria will be having light today. Because they will not like to have their investment wasted. Look at an NAPC, that is 100% Nigerian company. When is it today? So that's why I come to realize that Nigerians, every Nigerian company that is being sponsored or being under the government doesn't work in Nigeria.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
So the best thing for Nigeria to move forward is that every major industry or plant
should be privatized. It should be privatized.
Not privatized. Let them give a partnership to a foreign company. Let the foreign company has.
I mean, what do you have to say to that?
Let them have a major share of that.
Yeah.
A major share.
Under PPP arrangement. Yeah. It could be under PPP arrangements. You know. Yeah.
Look, all these things. This thing is not difficult to achieve.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
And that is why, if it is not difficult to achieve, I don't think we should just continue to complicate the best way to achieve it and complicate matters. Look, we should just have people who are not corrupt and who just fairly want to solve electricity problem and will solve it. For example, churches have electricity.
Let me tell you one story.
Redeem has electricity. I'm sorry, Mr. Blackstone. Redeem has electricity that they generate. Canaan Land have electricity that they generate.
Who handles it? No one handles it.
No, they are the ones that handle it themselves.
Yeah, they are ones that are private. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, my point is this.
Anything government is involved in Nigeria. It never works.
No, wait, and that is the point. Of course, I agree to that 100%, at least so far. I agree to that. But
because they'll bring tribalism and nepotism into it. Just imagine, just look at the person, the Minister of Power. This guy read accountancy or whatever. He's an accountant. And then you because of a political this thing, because he's the son of is it Adelabu or what because of the of his political this thing. You now made him power minister, a whole minister of power. Powerless. You made an accountant.
That is why that is why I said we need someone. Because you see, if you remember the time that Buhari came in the first 3-4 months, there is one thing they call body language at that time. And with body language, he was able to achieve 1 or 2 things until they now understand that Baba don't get anything at this body.
Baba don't get any odor. Now body odor, they said body odor.
They figured him out. But wait, do you think if you have one serious person that just locked his mind on 3 things, that okay, I want to make sure that I want to achieve 3 things personally, and I will make sure I pursue this to the very best of my ability. And he picked electricity, road network, and what can I even call the third thing? Okay, yes, food, agriculture.
I think one would just be okay. If that person picked electricity.
No,
One.
Electricity, please, can I just round up, please? Can I just conclude my statement?
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
At what level that person will be that is going to handle it? What level?
Look, I might be naive in that regard, but I feel like if the president, but now with the look of what Buhari has done, that he has now decentralized the electricity.
How about T-Pain? What is also
doing? That he has not decentralized it in quotes one way or the other. That he has given the privilege to states to now generate themselves. Then I think we should have each of our people, governors, to say, okay, we want to now pursue this thing and electrify our industry in order to bring in industries that can come and work and give work to people, and from there we generate revenue. But if I look at the first person, like the root, it has to be like the president, for example, in Nigeria.
Of course.
If the president just say, okay, I want electricity to be solved in the next 3 years,
you can do it.
We are not going to have 100% solution, but the most important 50%. Places, you get the point, they will have electricity so that you can power industrialization. Sir, we will see the difference. And if we can, if we can put it is because if he's serious about it, then corruption will be reduced in that line. Because you can imagine what you're going to spend with $1 billion, for example. I feel like $1 billion might power virtually half of Nigerians' electricity. I feel so, I might be wrong. But with the look of the corruption we have, even if we spend $100 billion, we will not power 1/3 of Nigerians' electricity because of that corruption. It's just like the way they build roads, and they'll tell you $1 billion naira we build maybe 100 kilometers of road.
But whereas when you look at that, we wash everything away.
And funny thing, that same amount in other countries, they use it to build 500 kilometers of standard good roads.
No, so, let me ask you a question. What happened to OBJ plan of electricity in Nigeria? What happened to it?
Of course, that is where OBJ needs to answer us. I think number one, he was naive, and then he brought in inept people into the system. He was naive. He brought in inept people there. Then he maybe also he was also proud. You know, sometimes when you become president, you want to show that I'm the president. Then you just appoint and you begin to, we don't need people who want to be presidents. We need people who in their presidency work, go to places, begin to monitor, supervise, question, call every day, because this is what you want to see happen. What is happening there? What is it? Go there and see if this thing is working or not. By doing this thing, by being present, not just you just appoint and you close your and you say.
It's not to say it's like that. No. I mean, it's like the point. That is why I put ministers.
The only thing I might say is that maybe there will be risks to his life. But if we want to move forward, these are the kind of people.
Come on, Emmy. Why are we always?
I'm even just trying to think to the farthest, to the worst of worst.
If you make that choice to really have the good of the people at heart, you will be thinking of whether you be buy or whatever.
Electricity. No, I'm not even thinking that way. I'm only just trying to see, because he was asking me why should that person be like that. That he should go to the site. He should continue to supervise.
I didn't say be like that. I said it's not easy, because he has many things.
Of course, Nigeria is not going to be an easy job.
That's why they have ministers. The ministers are supposed to handle many things. That's why they have ministers.
The boy is good. I think you want to say something. Thanks.
Yeah, but my guy said that's why they have ministers. I just told you that our Minister of Power, red accountant, he's the son of Adelabu. They are putting him there. He was the same man that said Nigeria are very careless, that they own their fridge and AC. Imagine he was not that people should off their fridge
I remember that statement.
Imagine it was a rubbish statement.
Excuse me, even fashion that when was appointed as a minister for.
No, I'm not telling you that is your. That's a comment by your Minister of Power. Comment by your Minister of Power.
So,
I don't remember one time.
One thing that stays on. Sorry.
Yeah,
One thing
okay,
that stays
let me come
on
back. Okay.
in this
Go on.
Western world, one thing that stays on, except you are traveling for a long period of time, is fridge and your freezer stays on 247.
7.
You're right. For 13 years,
365 days of the year.
For 13 years, I lived in a house. I moved into that apartment, and I met the fridge there. For 13 years, I didn't off this fridge for that for one day. That was when that man made that comment. I said, "Is this one okay?" You know, and I went to read it properly. This guy actually live in UK and US.
Imagine. He said he lived there before.
Imagine,
that is electricity. Obviously, that's even the height of gaslighting. The guy was just gaslighting, you know. And funny thing is that
not gaslighting, no.
He just stupid. So
it wasn't gaslighting, the guy was serious.
No, he wasn't.
Gaslighting.
It was that's how they value Nigerians. That's what it is.
It was serious.
No, wait, Mr. Electricity, I want to ask you: does that guy switch off his own freezer?
Hey, you can.
Because
yeah.
After all, he knows the value of electricity. Does he switch off his own freezer, or does he say because I have the money, continues to? That is what you call gaslighting.
The guy is just stupid. For me, it's just stupid.
How do you keep your food? How do you keep your food if you don't put on electricity? I mean, in a freezer. How? So you be calculating switch on, switch off, switch on, switch off. Is that what he wants to do?
Do you know? If you cook food in Nigeria now, to preserve it is a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you have to. Yeah. So this is why I keep saying. People say, "Oh, not everywhere needs to have electricity." Everywhere needs electricity. The woman selling ice block needs electricity. The vulcanizer on the road needs electricity. The fish seller needs electricity. Everybody needs me right now. Everybody needs electricity.
Yes, so.
People that are selling it in the country they are living in foreign land. Is there anywhere that there's no electricity?
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. I don't know about you guys, so I'm a any 70 person. At least in the 70s, I used to live we live in Lagos in Ndosemu Street. 70s up to 87. There was a time they don't take light. If they take it, you will see these NEPA people with their pickup.
They'll come, yeah.
So gradually things started get spoiling, and then to the extent that so that's why sometimes if I want to go to Discord,
when Mr. the boy is good. One problem that we had is that we had leaders who couldn't plan for population increase. When the population was growing, if you look at normal civilized places, that they are planning 50 years ahead. What's the meaning of planning 50 years ahead, sirs? The meaning is that as we continue to grow, okay, we will need urban regional planners to go and carve out new deserts so that we can turn them into hospitable place, build roads into those places, build sewage parts into those places, so that when we are getting new people. Wait.
I don't think that's a major problem. I don't think.
Wait, listen to me. Wait, sir, please. Please.
No, add it to it.
Okay.
Is there any Nigerian federal company that is being managed by the federal government that in that 80s that is still existing in Nigeria today?
I don't get that question, Papa.
Is there any federal ministry that maybe NEPA that time, telecom, and then how many of them do still exist in Nigeria today?
Well, they may not be existing. Maybe they've changed names and changed hands, but they are still there. They are still there. They are still there. But what I'm trying to say is that they have, of course. The only one that
still existing is this NEPA. That's the only one I know. No other one.
All right.
NEPA is no more NEPA now.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to thank you for joining this podcast.
Oh my God.
We have there's another one on Friday and the ladies segment. Somebody said something asked here on. Let me see if I can remember. Mention what it will be covered in the ladies segment. Let me see if I can bring it up here. I don't know. I can't find it again. Sorry. But that question will be answered in the ladies segment this Saturday, which is next tomorrow. I think I can find it. It was a question asked by one panel. Somebody in the comment section. Let me see again. Unfortunately, I've lost it. So hopefully, I'll remember next on Friday. But I don't know what to do. So we're coming back here on Friday, God willing. We'll be discussing Godfatherism and its implication on the country Nigeria. So hopefully, I'll see you, gentlemen. I want those of you in the comment section. I would like to thank you as well too for joining. And I found it here. This will be covered on Saturday. It was a total deviation from election coverage. Can you weigh in on Adama's assertion that Nigerian men like a certain sexual activity? That will be covered on. That will be covered. Okay. KJ is here. Maybe KJ, if you're here, I'm going to leave the platform for you. Is that okay with you? So that you continue. I was about rounding up.
Oh, yeah, KJ, carry on, KJ, carry on. All your friends will all your American guys.
So I'm going to leave it for you, KJ. Is that okay?
Oh, okay. I thought.
Thank you.
I was going to rub minds. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you rub minds with them now. I don't have to.
But me and you are the corporates in the system, so. we are the black sheep.
Fine. This is the I think we should be backstage. Me and you should discuss this black sheep of it. Just you and I. I'll give you a call because there's no more backstage. I'll give you a call. We'll talk about this. I heard everything.
I jumped in because I thought you were still broadcasting. But if you guys want to continue, I will continue. I wanted to touch on the winning and the losers of the last election.
Yeah, you can discuss it. I mean, it's open. It's an open thing.
And
you can stay for another 30 minutes, 1 hour.
So. What went wrong? Yeah, so if they are ready, I'm ready to go.
What election are you talking about?
Why? Are you the only stranger in Israel? Hello?
Yeah. I said, what election are you talking about? What election are you talking about?
The American election. Which other election is there that is regular?
I don't know. I live in Ireland. So you guys should be talking about America. I live in Europe. So,
yeah, the platform is a worldwide platform. It's not only for people who live in America. But however, if it's not a topic you're familiar with, you can equally gain one or two things from it. Blackstone don't live in America. So when you say you live in Europe, I don't understand that. Yeah. So, but did you know that there was a Hello?
Hello,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
No.
Okay. Do you guys heard about it? One minute.
What is going on?
Irishman, go away.
I don't know where our host is. So.
bros, the boy, the good boy, please take it easy. The
No.
boy is good. Take it
No,
easy. Calm down.
What?
You too the hot. Make your blood calm down, man.
No, I was telling you that I wasn't hearing you. No, I'm not. I'm calm. Honestly, I'm calm.
Calm down, bros. Calm down. All right. Yes, I celebrating electricity for what holding on and doing that beautiful thing. I wanted to be part of it, but somehow he has decided to run away. So let's go on. Now, today, what filled the city is that people are celebrating those who lost and those who won, and they are also saying what are the lessons that we have learned by just observing what went on. So I wanted to find out from the panelists what they think was the lesson that the Democrats should have learned, and what are the lessons that the Republicans should have learned in this issue that just went down the way it went. Because for me, as a media person, I think that the end of the popular media has come to an end. The popular media has come to an end. The world is seeing, the media houses are going to start, they're going to start segmenting into smaller groups, because the bigger groups have become a conduit for lying and trying to cover the major truth. If you remember, the major media agencies in America kept saying something different, while the smaller medias in America kept saying the right things that was supposed to be said. The question now be, if the major media keep saying what you are saying and this became the turnout, what is the way forward with the popular media in the world? I said earlier on here some time ago that what they call fake news is an information government does not release on its own accord. The way they want to write it, the way they want to pander it, twist it and spin it, if it doesn't come out that way, you are the fake news person. But once they were able to spin it in their medium, the media they want, and put it to the public, and you swallow it, then it's not fake news. So I will want you guys to weigh in on that, starting from the Blackstone, who is Blackstone in living somewhere in Europe also, but following closely what is happening. Yes, living one part of the world, but following closely what is happening in the center of the world, which is America. What do you see that, the Democrats kept telling us they were winning because they were dealing with Hitler. Did you see any sign of Hitlerism in the winning of Donald Trump yesterday?
KJ.
Sir.
One pastor said that one pastor said that they should pray that he said should pray that that God should help you not to settle for the praises of men. Because that's what killed Kamala, and that's what the media, the popular media, the mainstream medias, that was the confidence they were praising her. No, just look at how she started from vibes. You understand me? It was like everywhere she go to campaign, it was like a concert. It was like bubbling. You understand me? From there start going down. But they refused to tell her the truth that all this what you are putting in there, what you are saying is not going, it's not settling down with the major people, with the people. You understand me? They they keep lying to her. That's for example, where every pool was saying that the major thing in the heart of the people is economy and immigration. And she did not take these two things serious, because these are the two things in which she failed. You understand me? So she's not trying to defend herself and our government, say that they are doing well, whereby the people are not feeling the wellness you are talking about. It is the people that decide. You understand me? You can be friends to the elites, the superstars who has the money, does not feel the pains of changes in inflation and everything, like the common people who are salary earners, who could they forgot that 4 years The failures of Donald Trump, they saw it. All the things you were accusing him, what did he do it at that time? Donald Trump said one thing. He said he would have persecuted Hillary Clinton because of the dossier and everything during that campaign of 2016. But he said he refused to do it because it will create problem for the country. At least it will not go well with the people. He allowed her to go. No persecution. But when he left now, the Democrat took it as a major thing. Go after him. Thinking that when they are doing those things, they are winning the heart of the people. But not knowing that there are also, many people also like it because it has never happened in America, to any American presidents. You understand me? So, game the Democrat played was a very wrong game. The tactics they used did not favor them. They thought maybe with all these things, persecuting him, calling him names, and so forth, that go well with most people. But they didn't know that. No, they forgot that Republicans, voters, do not make noise. They forgot that in that 2016 election, as also happened, when they thought that Hillary will win. But when the election came, Donald Trump won. They forgot to see that time. They forgot to go back, to go and read, to go and study what actually took place. The same thing happened now because that momentum was there for Hillary at that time. Hillary, you are going to win, you are this and this and this and this. You know, the same thing happened. And the Republican voters shut up. They didn't talk who they were going to vote for. The Democrats were making noise. They were loud. The same thing happened in that election, yesterday election. Right? The same thing happened. Excuse me, let me finish. Look at how it swept all the swing states. All the swing states. That's never happened in the American election. All the states that even the devil used to win, he won them all. In fact, they should be ashamed anyway. They should be ashamed that this election. Anyway, it's not a problem. Donald Trump handled to Joe Biden. Joe Biden is handling to Donald Trump.
Okay, I've not seen that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for submission. Here, yes. The boy is good. You have been trying to jump in, so now is the time to jump in. Yeah, what do you have to say?
I only tried to jump in once, so it's not that I've been trying to. I only tried to jump in once.
The boy is good. Hit the point.
So,
forget that hit the point. You do like Wahala. You do
no,
like
I don't. I'm a calm person, but if you know, don't. You know. So let me just go straight to the point. I think. Let me put it this way: it's only a foolish man that will still allow the status quo to remain. Just think back in the last 4 years, what the world has turned into. You know, even though I live in Ireland, in Europe here, the policies of Capitol Hill affect the whole world. The world has become very unsafe because of this. Look, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm a Trump man. I mean, because the guy says it's the way it is. I was all this while I was just looking at these people. The policies of the Democrats failed them because, like I said, if you look back 4 years ago, where is the trajectory the world is going to? Where are we going? You know, it's scary. So whoever, I don't pity them. I don't pity the Democrats because they were given an opportunity. COVID gave them an opportunity, and now it's good now that they finally showed what they are. You know, so I mean who they are, and like Randy said, they were playing politics of I don't know. Although I don't support the invasion of Capitol Hill when Trump lost, because when he beat Clinton, despite Clinton having the population vote, he won because of the electoral college or whatever. People didn't fight. Clinton went home. She cried and went home peacefully. But when he lost, they invaded. That's we never heard of that in the history of America. Just because somebody lost election, they invaded Capitol, killed police officers. That's the only dent I saw in. But I'm a Trump man. I will always support Trump. I was just having this argument with somebody today. I asked him, I said, do you think if Trump was the president, Russia would have invaded Ukraine? He said Trump is a friend to Putin. No, the man will tell you, don't do it. Because if you do it, he will send ships to the Mediterranean. He will send soldiers into that place. But this man, do you know them? 2 days to the invasion of Ukraine, Biden sent Harris to Ukraine. She went there, shaking hands, promising them. No, Trump will send soldiers. He will send boots into Ukraine, because that's a sovereign country. You can't just say, and that's
Okay.
Incident now has exacerbated problems in Europe. That Russia invasion. See, I remember it was that because of that invasion, cost of energy, cost of electricity, and everything went up. Inflation went up. That singular act, and up to now we've not recovered from it. It affected the whole world, even my country, Nigeria. It affected everybody. Although some people gain from it, like other oil producing nations like Saudi Arabia, and they declare surplus. It's only Nigeria that they were declaring losses. Even up to now, NFPC has not remitted money in the last 1 year. They've not remitted a dime to the commerce of Nigeria.
Thank you, the boys.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Ehime, this morning there was a discussion going on in that popular democratic media house called MSNBC, saying that it was because of racism. Obama's right-hand man, I don't want to call his name, said it was because of the racism that was in the message of Donald Trump that gave him the victory. So it seems like the Democratic Party, I know, is really still ready to face the truth of the situation on ground. What do you say?
Well, please, all my comments are just from the outsider, so I hope people won't take it to heart too much. But from my own observation, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
From my own observation, I think the Democrats have not been truthful, and even the leadership, the Democrat administration too, has not been truthful. And with the advent of the social media, coupled with the event that happened in 2020, the COVID-19 2020 saga, the vaccination issues, the gagging of media, the gagging of people, experts who could have said a lot of, who had different opinions. The thing is that even if you don't agree to other people's views, don't stifle them the right to make those views, because all still boils down to to the great state. Everybody wants the best for their country. Now, when he claimed, when the second man claimed about racism, that it was racism, and well, I don't know the crux of what happened in the US and what led to those who voted.
Okay, yeah, you're coming in and out. Are
But
you in
the
Nigeria?
thing is that mine no, I guess the I don't know what is happening with my Wi-Fi actually.
Okay.
So, but the thing is that they might have had a point. But to outsiders, to those who know what is happening, I don't think that's the only thing. People listen to, I'm sorry, people listen to people listen to what Kamala said. They saw how events were handled, and everybody just wanted a change. That is it. So if he thought that was the thing that made people vote for Donald Trump, well, that is to him though. But I don't think that's the only thing.
Okay.
That is my point.
Thank you so much. The Blackstone, you followed the campaign and all that, which I did. I followed almost everybody's campaign, including that of Obama. Obama was the one who came outrightly to say to the black voters, men especially, that they should not vote for if they are going to vote for Donald Trump. It means that they are misogynists. In other words, they don't love women. I don't know how to break that word down. So simply means that you are not somebody who want to allow.
You have no regard for women.
Yes, you have no regard for women, which triggered a lot of blowback on the side of the African Americans community. So I did not hear in any of Donald Trump's campaign where he mentioned anything that had to do with racism. So do you think it was a racist campaign that Donald Trump ran?
Donald Trump did not run any racist campaign. Why they call it a racist campaign? Because it was against the immigrants, the illegal immigrants that flooded into America, and that was going to send them back. That is the only thing that Donald Trump was used to campaign. And I tell people that the first major thing of a president is to defend his country. Right? So if they take it that because he was using the issue of immigration, I've never seen a country. Okay, for example, let me give an example. When the former chancellor of Germany, when he allowed about 1 million Arabs from Syria and everything into the country, understand me? She was doing very well. That singular act make her lost her election. Because no country actually want to take in millions of people illegally. You are good to come in legally. Get the visa, come here. You have to come in. Let it be legal. Not that you go to the border and everything, and then now become a problem to the citizens. So the Democrats did not see the atrocities that were being done by these illegal immigrants that were coming in from other countries, going to the border, that were being let go. They did not see it. Do they talk about it? Do you know what's so painful to women? That I lost my child from an illegal person. And through for example, Kamala never called any of these women that lost their children. The children were murdered by these illegal people that came to America. So how do you not expect? How are you going to start to preach to the people that you are going to defend them when you are not even done any single thing to defend them? So this is where the wrong messages, because their messaging was wrong in different ways, because they do not see the pains of the people. Obama said that word. Even the wife also said a similar word. That the men that we vote, that the men I don't know, that the men that we vote for Kamala, I don't know what, whether their wife will leave. I don't know what. I don't know. Their wife should vote for the other party. The men should vote for another party. I don't know. That said that you are going to, like, you are not separating the family. But so at the end of the day, their words, they use a campaign, came back to haunt them. You understand me? Donald Trump was hammering on the issues that were pertinent to the common people in America.
Okay.
We're talking about the inflation, about the immigration, about the issues of transgender, women's sport. We won't allow men to go into women's sport. So these are the things that we actually in the heart of the people you are feeling.
Okay.
But,
what will you say? What will you say about the people, the caliber of people that Donald Trump is bringing into the cabinet with him? People like Elon Musk, people like Tulsi Gabbard, people like Tucker Carlson, people like Robert Kennedy, people, people who are accomplished, people who know their pedigree and who have worked in high places, who have been able to manage the affairs of their, or become experts in their area. And these people are coming in to make sure that the government is run with efficiency and preciseness and conciseness. What do you say about the team that is bringing vis-a-vis what we have the dismal performance we have seen in the last 4 years?
Yes, I think Donald Trump is a businessman, right? And he's trying to run. And in fact, let me also put it like that: running a country, if you run a country as a business entity, you'll be more successful if you run it as a businessman, sorry, as a politician. Because the excesses, the spending and everything that goes on within the federal level is very huge in every country. You understand me?
Yes.
So bringing in these people will help me to manage the American financial sector, maybe trying to build America, trying to put America in a solid financial strength, right? That will help the economy. Because the economy is the major factor that he used to win, and he has to deliver in this area. So these people coming in as an advisor will help him a lot to take decisions that will help the economy of the country.
Thank you so much. Eheme, as we begin to round up, because we're round up by, we're just touching this issue. We'll come back to it tomorrow when we'll properly arrange ourselves up. And I'm a little beaten down. I'm just coming in before the sister jumped on me. So, yes. So, what will you say? What do you okay, as we talk right now, Donald Trump and his team are already meeting. In fact, as we talk right now, they already had their first meeting. That meeting started early morning today, trying to set up the government because they want to hit the ground running, but not running like Tinubu. Oh no! But this time hit the ground running. Now, what do you see as this sign? Because he seemed to be almost like somebody who is already on the track, moving already, because he seemed to have what he wants to do. What do you think that is a good way forward that can deliver the needed dividends of this victory that the American people have spoken? Secondly, why you said that, remember that Donald Trump also won the popular vote. This has not been done since the days of the last person who won popular vote was George Bush. And
is it George Bush or Reagan?
No, George Bush, one of the Bushes. Now, after this thing, George Bush, very sure, one of the Bushes. Now, before now they said even if it was going to be a victory, it was going to be a very marginal victory. I'm still surprised. People are still saying that the people who voted do not know anything. Do you think that assessment of the American people is right? Since more than half of the country voted for this man, and he won the popular vote.
KJ, they won the Senate. They won the Senate.
Yes.
They almost won the House.
Yes.
He won the electoral vote. 312. He won the popular vote. In fact, every area they won. So I can.
Okay.
So if is there any way we can know the the education level of those who voted, because I don't know if they have any
Yes, of
data
course.
to.
Of course,
That
all that was taken into commission.
Okay.
Already,
So-
they
all
are
well
everything
educated.
out.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you see, so that's another false narrative in that regard, and that is always what we are used to with this current administration. A lot of false narrative or hiding of the truth so that they can gag the media and all those things like that. I'm not even bothered about those things. The thing is that who won? Donald Trump won. That is all that bothers me. So they can go ahead with any other form of narrative. And I know that after a while, that won't be an issue to discuss again. It will now be what is Trump doing. And I think that leads to the first question itself. Because he has to start doing something. And I appreciate the fact that if truly his group is already meeting now, I think that's really nice. Especially when you have people who know what it takes to develop a society. You have a Robert Kennedy Jr. I really love that man. In fact, it was one of the Robert Kennedy Jr. and there was this other MIT doctor that also stood like an independent candidate. I've forgotten his name again now.
Ryan Paul.
No. This is of Indian descent.
Okay. Vivek.
No, not Vivek. Not Vivek Ramaswamy.
Okay,
no, not Vivek.
I don't know. I can't remember his name. I know the one you're talking about. Who?
Yes.
Who was cheated out of the election last year.
So these are people that I love because on their particular issue they pursue, like Robert Kennedy Jr. I know he's really passionate about health and vaccination. You can know that, and you've known his stand even up to this point. That no, this person is against certain things, and that is what we want. I love that. So I believe that they can work on healthcare and really open up what happened prior 2019, and so that such a thing doesn't happen again. Then when you have someone like Elon Musk, someone might say, well, he's a businessman, he wants to put money into his pocket and this and that. Well, the thing is that I don't see Elon Musk as somebody who is just particular about money, because actually if he wants it, he already has it. He has no business with anybody. He could play along with anybody, and if they win, he will still be the one who wins. But there's still a level of, let me put it that way, though. That's my observation as of now. There's still a level of humanity in him. And that is what he's driving at. So we can see that whatever form of decision this set of people continue to make, one way or the other will benefit the people more.
All right.
And that is what I want to see. So for you ask the question, if it is nice to start now, yes, because that is what people will start talking about, and that is what we keep the other half quiet, and also bring those people in. That yes, after all, we have somebody that is also thinking and working well for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. The Blackstone, thank you for staying with us. Your last word in 1 minute, please.
Yeah. One thing I would like to see in the Donald Trump administration, if he should be successful and fulfill his promise, right? That I guess that probably having in his mind that he wants to leave a legacy, right? He wants to leave a legacy as one of the best presidents they had in America. That is why I guess he's gathering these people who knows what they are doing, who knows what they want, and who knows what is good for the American people, for the country. So I guess that since they have just started and he's already meeting, bringing up his team and everything, I think it's the best thing to do. And so he has 3 months to get ready, to prepare himself. And this time, like I don't think he's going to make the same mistake he made last time, that when he left all the Democrats, he came to meet and left them in power. They became like the bottleneck to him in the office, So I think, I wish you the best, and I wish at least you become with a good program that will benefit every American people. Ify, baby, how are you? Good evening.
Thank you so much. Madam Ify, you're welcome. And you just came right on time to make your submission.
How are you?
Go ahead and make your submission, Ify. Unmute yourself now.
He can't hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Oh, good evening, guys.
Good evening.
How are you?
Hi, everybody. KJ, Mr. Blackstone. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Good.
So, KJ, what's the topic?
You are looking so beautiful today. Oh. Wow. Look at
Absolutely.
As
Blackstone.
always.
Absolutely.
Okay.
See, you have to let this year go. Everybody is here.
Please. I don't mind. Okay. We were actually trying to round up before you came in.
Oh, really? You have been on since 3 hours?
Yeah, 3 hours, yes. But we'll give you the 5 minutes to make all your submissions. What we were saying was that, before now, the media had told us that it was a dead hit contest. And they have, people were calling all kinds of names and saying all kinds of things. Me, I'm concerned with my constituency, which is the media. It seems to me that the media in America was driving the people to a place of which was not the right place the Americans wanted to be. The media helped in leading the American people away from the truth. Do you think that is true of what happened in the mainstream media in America?
To be honest with you, I wasn't shocked. Even when they are predicting, saying that the election was close, I'm like, that's what they told us during Hillary Clinton. I don't think so, honestly speaking. I think a lot of people didn't even care about what the media was saying. I think a lot of people just know that this is who they're going to vote for. Especially when I talked to a lot of my patients, they were like, oh, we're voting for Trump. A lot of people I know did not vote. In fact, one of my friends I called this morning was like, I told you I was not going to vote that Trump is going to win, that my vote will not matter. You understand? So a lot of people believed in Trump. And again, let me make it clear. Even though I voted for Kamala Harris, right? Do I believe in everything about Democrats? No. Do I believe in everything about Republicans? No. I don't. I'm independent voter, to be honest. I don't, typically choose. Again, the only reason I voted for Kamala Harris is one, based on immigration. Being an immigrant, that's number one. Number two, I don't have anything. Trump already said, I'm just deviating a lot from what she asked, but, I want to, pour my heart.
Please go ahead.
Trump already said that not first day in the office, it's going to be mass deportation. Trump said it during the last tenure. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Are you going to go to people's house to house and get them and deport them? Deport them to where? We have to look, Trump is the best person that knows how to play Americans' game. And that's what he did, and people fell for it. The issue of what is it called? The issue of gender, transgender, and all that stuff. It's not going to change anything. People, Trump cannot go to states and make laws for them. Trump is going to be in the Oval Office. Let's get it right. People already started panicking. I said, I'm not going to panic for what? Why should I panic? The last during his first tenure, Trump really didn't tension anybody. And just like we always say in our own election, if you favor this person, it's going to favor all of us. If he's hurting you, it's going to hurt me. KJ will not gain more because he supported Trump, and me here will be suffering. It's a lie. If KJ is gaining, all of us will enjoy. If he's going to hurt, all of us will be in pain. So, the way people make it look as if you don't vote for Trump, nothing is going to happen. Watch. We will still be here and talk about it. I don't even listen to American media, to be honest with you.
But so why did you now hate Trump? Because from everything, it looks like there's nothing you guys could. What's the crux with Trump there?
About what?
As in, what is it that you don't like about him then? That's because I know you really didn't support him in any way. I
did not. But if you had listened to me clearly, I've always said immigration is number one thing because I am immigrant. The agenda, transgender thing, it's none of my business. I know it's not anything near my family or anybody. So that's their business. It doesn't concern me. They have a lot of Republicans that are, I'm telling you, I work in a healthcare. A lot of Republicans that are gay and, trans and all that stuff. Yes, even in the Senate. I'm not calling anybody's name, but we know of one senator that we know, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to call anybody's name, but that's not my business. I know another thing that, that I'm afraid of is the tax. Do you understand? It's the tax. But thank God I classify myself as a middle class in America. So that is the only thing. Do I hate Trump? Why should I hate him? For what? If another person is coming out, but he's saying what I'm going to listen to, I might switch my vote to the person. But why should I don't think people hate Trump. I want people to understand that. We don't. But it's just that his beliefs and our belief might not be the same. You know who woke me up this morning? My cousin back home. That I haven't talked. I think the last time I spoke to him was in February. Finally, I called him when I woke up. I'm glad you people are happy that Trump won. We're celebrating in Nigeria. And I'm like, I asked him, I said, what is your business in American election? Is that why you started calling me at 4 a.m.? I said, what is you people's business? You did not vote? Trump is not going to help you. Trump is going to help us get Biafra. I said, really? He didn't help in the first tenor. Honestly, you see, that is the myopic mind of our people.
When Trump never fought a breakup of the finish.
Thank you. I said, hey. Number two thing, he talked to me, he said was, this gay thing. I said, don't you people have gay people in Nigeria? Legalize gay and you will see the number of people that are gay. What is you people's problem about this gay thing? I said, I don't have no problem with whatever you want to do. The only problem I have with them, please don't do that thing and come near me. Or try to tell me that I must accept you. That is the only place I disagree with a lot of them. But people have rights. So
thank you so much. And I agree with all your submission. The truth of the matter is that, I'll come to you, Blackstone. You heard what if he said, especially the Nigerians. I was trying to get the song that was written for Donald Trump, sang by some Northerners.
Did you see that? I said, these people are mad. Let me say this, right? We are complaining about foreign interventions in our country. And look at what we are doing. I hate when people call America that they are influencing Nigerian politics. No, they are not. You know why? Because you people are not mumu. If they tell you to put your head for fire, you're going to put your head for fire. Why you people keep always calling a foreign intervention? That's the reason why this and that. No, it's just because you want to do it. If you say you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it.
Okay. If I want to fire a question to all of you on the panel, and if you were in the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Nigeria, and constantly America and Europe have always sent election observers to Nigeria and Africa to come and observe the election, and before the election goes on, they issue a statement that if there should be any form of rigging and all that, they will impose visa ban on the people, the culprits. Will it be right if our ministers of foreign affairs also do the same thing? See, in other words, creating a level playing ground so that we don't see one as a big factor, another one. If you were the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what would you have done to tell America you are watching them? My eyes are on you.
Let me tell you something, KJ. It's just because we have allowed them. Yes, if I become the foreign minister, whatever, to Tinubu, I will tell them, I don't want to see you in our election no more because we don't go to your election. Don't come and interfere. Leave us alone. Let us figure this country called Nigeria, or let us figure this continent called Africa. Why are you people intervening, telling us you are what is your business with that? I will tell them pump and plain. If there is any aid they are giving us, let them stop giving it to us, because even when they give it to us, we don't see the effect. The people in the government will steal the money. So Tinubu, if you're hearing me, bring me on. I will tell you this. I will stand Gidigba. You see this country.
I will inform you that you're interested in the minister.
I'm telling you, if you get the people, honestly speaking, to fix Nigeria is very easy, just that you don't have the right people. This thing, you must hear by force. But just because our government, we are so corrupt.
Okay, thank you, Ife. Yes, the black state. We have made you Minister of External Affairs. Yes. What will you be telling the American government during this course of the election? Will you have done the same thing they do to African countries?
Mr. KJ, the Bible says that who you use yourself to as a slave become your master. So okay. Africa are yield themselves to America. The Americans have become African masters of Africa. We're talking about slavery. They are still enslaving us today because we have given them that opportunity. You understand me? Why is it that, okay, for example, you know that most Nigerians, they prefer everything foreign than things from Nigeria. Yeah. Why do we have that mindset? So that is the mindset of slavery. Because if you cannot value what you have, then how can you then work to better what you have? So because we do not value our election, we allow them to come in and be observers. Observing what? Mm-hmm. If they ring the election, then they want to go court, go tell judges saying they ring the election. So okay. This is where we are all making the country is giving that we have sold our right to foreign countries to rule us in one or the other. But maybe we are still we are not actually independent. We are but we are not yet a sovereign country. Because election is a paramount something right of a country, not to be influenced by a foreign party. Why are the Americans crying influence? Well, they're also influencing us now. And don't also influence other countries' election. So because we are giving that to them, okay, you can come and observe, and they come and bring their money, come and give to people. We say, so it's like we enslave ourselves because we are beggars now. And just Africans are beggars. They are begging the foreign countries, come and help us. So why would they come and enslave us with their rules and regulations?
All right.
Anyway.
Anyway for inside.
Okay. Although I don't know if I should say I disagree with the views of our two panelists that have just spoken, but I can't disagree. I know I'm but I see where they are also coming from. But the thing is that right now we are not at par with these people. We are not on the same level with them. If you think we're on the same level with them, I will ask you a question. Why are you where you are today? Because obviously you're not in Nigeria. You would say that you went there for your own personal whatever. But that is how it is. If that is just on the micro level, you have gone to somewhere you think is better. So did you think that Nigeria is better than America? That is why you went there to fix America's problem? It's because America is better than Nigeria. That's why you are there. Their country is better. I mean, their currency is better than our currency. The system is one way better than Nigerian system. You do like to have your children in America and those places or in Nigeria? I don't know what your answer will be. But virtually an average person will say, wait, would you like to, if I, please, Mr. Blackstone, let me even, before you give answer, if you have children, would you want them to be American citizens or Nigerian citizens as of now?
To be honest, you see, the point is that you don't even know me. There are people that have American passport in Nigeria and they still have their kids in Nigeria.
Well, you said they have American passports.
Yeah, but they choose not to have their kids.
They should just go and renounce their citizenship in America and use Nigerian passports.
Let me tell you something.
I disagree with you, Manny. I disagree with you very much.
Wait, but anyway, let me conclude. Let me conclude. The thing is that, except if you are just trying to be hypocritical, from ancient times till now, people who are skillful or who want better lives, they always migrate to the more civilized place where they think they have opportunities, far better opportunities. And after they've gone there to make the opportunities and make their hands properly well, they may now fall back to their country and take advantage of the simpler systems in their country, and begin to develop. And that is how we've seen it. Look at the what do you call the owner of Glow? What's his name again? We have a lot of people who have gone abroad, made good living for themselves, get better expertise there, and then you can now come back and develop and grow their own places. For example, now, if you say you don't value our things, question is, which one would you value? Somebody who studied abroad, where the research is par, and someone who studied in Nigeria. You can say yes, an average Nigerian. Wait, sorry, sir. You can say an average Nigerian is dedicated, but the truth is that we all want something better.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. KJ. Sorry, please. All right. So my point is that as of now, there's nothing wrong in when you know somebody, senior somebody. The only problem will be that in the next 10 years, what are you doing to meet up and to overtake? Because overtaking is allowed.
Yes, sir.
But if you just say they should just accept that, we are equal. No, we are the one receiving their monies. Our leaders are the one receiving their monies. So they, one way or the other, they will want to impose themselves, which is normal thing. As you are where you are now, you impose your decision on other families right now in Nigeria by telling them to do the right thing. And they will listen to you. Do you know why? Because now, if you be that she go out, they help our children. Now, Mr. Blaston be that he help me. So, and you can use that to say they should do wrong, but because of your good mind, you say they should do the right thing. Is that not so?
All right. So
let me ask some questions.
Hold on, guys. Where I was going to really is that friends of mine sent a very strong warning, and I'll read it out to you guys. Warning to the electoral rigors in the United States of America as the presidential election approaches. Nigeria strongly warns and condemns the shifting of ballot boxes, setting of ballot boxes on fire in Boston, in the U.S. Let it be known to all the U.S. government that Nigeria government is keenly watching the development of the United States electoral process. And Nigeria will not tolerate any subversion of the people's will in the United States.
Yeah, they're just making fun. KJ, they're just having fun. Let me say something.
Hold on. This is what I'm serious about. You see, if we, the African nations, are doing this kind of thing, with time, they will stop that nonsense. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Now, if you
absolutely
constantly bully you and you keep quiet, after a while you become the punching bag around the community. Yes, that's the song written for our
Jesus Christ for Trump.
Yes.
Jesus Christ for Trump. Okay.
He may see your people.
You can just imagine. But trust me, this thing now one geek. Now somebody will just want hammer make all of them, they give them money.
So okay.
Who give that money? That's what we want to know.
Mr. KJ, I wanted to ask an email. Let me ask you a question. Don't American citizens migrate?
You said?
Don't Americans migrate? They
migrate, of course.
So because they not migrate now, it's a bad thing.
No.
Excuse me. Wait, let me finish my question. They were about to enslave, not because enslave Americans. Say because we are migrating, they were not going back, or maybe for the reason we are migrating, that got like what you said, that because we are migrating, we go to learn. Every country, every person migrate. We decide to migrate to where they want to stay. Americans migrate. There are some. Do you know how many Americans are living in Nigeria? Go to Abuja. Americans living and making their living, making millions of money in Nigeria. There are many.
Ahime, you said something, and let me ask you this. My question is this: with the foreign observers that come, anytime we have an election, tell me the impact of. Tell me what they have done differently, other than to just tell us the same thing every year or every 4 years. The election was successful, but there is a snatching of buses. Tell me how that the observers, what impact they have played in our election?
No, obviously it doesn't make sense. It's quite stupid. Truly, you get the point. But the thing is that it is to massage their egos. So, and what do you do to that? And do they have right to their egos? The moment you continue to open hand, not you now, please. The moment you have leaders who continue to open hands to receive, you've already thrown your degree of freedom.
Yeah.
So that's what we are saying.
No, and that is my point. And the thing is that, do they have the right to that ego? The answer is yes. Until we will now tell them that, hey, this is not a system where we rig election. Look, they say something. You dress the way you want to be addressed. When we get to that level that we run elections free and fair, they won't come and tell us this straight again, because it's not going to be a selling point any longer. Imagine.
If you never allow them, they will not come. Simple.
No, wait. Okay. The thing is, the moment you have your candidates going to Chatham House, going to Washington, wherever, even as at this year, for example, China organized a
African summit.
African summit
is frozen. Yeah, China organized it.
Okay, sorry. I think my internet just went off. Yes. China organized a China-African meet, and China did not come to meet Africa. All the African leaders went to meet China.
Yeah, puppet theater.
So that's what we are saying, that they should be reversed. They should start on their ground.
You don't get the point. You don't have the power to say, China, come and meet me.
No,
China is building.
Wait.
China is building your railway system.
Why are they building it?
Please wait. Please, Mr. Blackstone. Mr. Blackstone. No, wait. Even if it is a contract, you want to borrow money from the bank.
Who's paying for it?
All right. Hold on, gentlemen.
If you don't have somebody that will borrow you, will you do the things?
We need to close now. We'll resume this discussion tomorrow. I can't hear you if you are muted.
KJ, there is something I want you to address.
Okay.
This issue of Nigerians spraying dollar in Nigeria, how do you see that? It's so disgusting to me.
You are also coming to that same point again. You see, that's where the superiority comes in.
No. Don't worship you. This is the only place I see that happen. Kuwait is the strongest currency in the whole world, to the best of my knowledge. Nobody's talking about it.
Because you don't even get access to the Kuwaitan money. You don't get access to it.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that we have so much devalue our money to the extent that we're going to bring another country's currency in our country and now trying to make it as our legal tender.
What you just raised is a program of its own. We can't discuss it because it's not today. In fact, one of the things that we have been trying to deal with since for a long time now in Nigeria is why allow Naira? But we lost control when government started quoting its own budget in Naira. I'm sorry, in dollars.
Not in dollars. Yeah.
Not in Naira any longer.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know how long? Panama have taken the government to court over this issue. The case is still in court. They're not been judged for years.
Yeah. They quote their national budget in dollars. They don't put it in naira. Government when they go to Abuja, before now, they divide the money in dollars. The governors carry their own and go in dollars. If you go to, it's divided in dollars. So since the dollar, in fact, let me tell you something, it was as bad as you go and do a contract with somebody in Abuja. At least that's what happened to me. The lady went into her room and counted dollars. Okay? Dollars, and gave me brand new, cryptic dollars, and gave me, okay, because. And
will you blame her?
I can't blame her because I gave her the cost in naira. She said, how much is that in dollars? I said, I don't know. She brought out a calculator. Oh, okay, I'm coming. Chick. Got into her room. Small girl. I think she's about 30 something, 32 or 33. Counted dollars and handed yours beloved. I carry him. I said, thank you. It was a good job. Well done. See you next time. Au revoir.
Yeah? Somebody traveled to one of South Africa. That's one of South Africa country with dollars. Want to buy something. You want to pay in dollars. I think Cameroon self. The person said, no, we don't accept dollars here. Go and change it to our currency and come and pay.
So it happened to me. Blackstone.
This is our mentality.
You are going too far, South Africa. It happened to me in Burkina.
I said Cameroon. That's Cameroon.
Okay, yes, in Burkina Faso, it happened to me. I went to check into a hotel. Me and my colleague we want to do a job there. When we got there, we were carrying naira and dollars. Before if we go, dollars here, they accept it. So in this hotel, we have gone. The reservation was there, so we wanted to pay. We brought out dollars. They were looking at me and my colleagues. They're like, "Are you guys for real?" I said, "Sorry." He said, "No, they don't accept dollars here." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yes." Burkina Faso.
And Mr. KJ, you see, that is why you will know that we are not serious.
It's our mindset.
No, Mr. Black. You see, it is not mindset, Mr. Blackstone. Wait. I'm sorry, Brian. The problem here is this: an average Nigerian. It's not maybe we don't want. In fact, virtually the larger portion of Nigerians, they spend in naira, and they don't know how to even cope again because their life is going down by the drain every day. But for example, please, sir, let me just
pause. Forefather has come to rescue me. Like I said, I just came in from there. But now I'm going to hand over to Forefather.
What kind of attitude is this?
In some minutes. All right, Forefather, thank you so much. Take over.
I came to talk about what you are talking about. Go ahead.
Well, now let me try.
Yeah. So as I was saying something, please. So the thing is that when you have leaders who have ulterior motives to their decisions, they are not difficult to recognize. Now look at the issue of the crude oil sales between the Nigerian government and Dangote. Why should even dollar be in that discussion normally? You get the point. But until noise and I still believe you should go to check, it is still dollars they are still working with. How do you now want people to live their lives on not dollar but naira? In the last 6 years now, how has the dollar trended against the naira? And looking at that projection, it shows that as we continue to go, because we don't have people that will continue to make good decisions, it shows that $1 will still get to 3,000, 4,000 eventually. So if you're going to look at yourself, will you say it is not even wise to start buying dollar and keep now? Because you know that your government is not going to be there for you any day, any time in the next 100 years. So you see, all of these things put together is why we can't just blame the average Nigerian right now.
Okay, let me tell you something. Japanese yen is 0.006 to $1.
Sir, Japanese people, they have good government. They love themselves.
No, wait, let me finish now. That's why I said, you are right. I'm not arguing with you. You understand me? Right. When we talk about Nigerian currency, I would say that it's not because Nigerian currency is devalued or doesn't have value. You understand me? Because of the government interest. Because it is easier for them to steal the country money in dollars than in naira.
Well, that is also part of it.
Yes, that's why that's because I can't imagine even declaring the customs put their clearing rate in dollars and convert to naira.
That is it now.
So this is a country whereby dollars are already taken. In fact, Nigeria is dollarized. Only that we are not. Everybody's not using it.
That is it. And I'm sorry to say, I don't think we are going to get well from that except we change this trajectory we are going. But if we continue to still vote this level of guys,
spending dollars in your country is that not like an open, example of how we are self-harming our country?
It is, Mr. Fofaras. It is.
That's what they are saying now, of course. And it's against the law. In Nigerian constitution, it said that no, that currency should be used as a legal tender in Nigeria from naira.
In fact, we don't even supposed to have burudo change on the street like all these abokis. No, in Sena climes, we don't see those kind of people. So that the monies can be. Sir,
we have them. We have them. Sorry, we're good afternoon. We have them, but they have an office. They have
that is the point.
Office.
How many of them? How many of them? How many of them?
Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson.
Even in the US, they're everywhere. Even in Canada.
Go and see. Mr.
There are bureau de change. Which there are bureau de change. Like here now, how many do we have? About 3 or 4 bureau de change. We have Western Union, MoneyGram, Real Money. These are about 3 or 4. Like that finish. You can't see people changing money on the
streets. You're having rice and beans bureau de change. Bangari. Have you seen those names?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Bangari bureau de change.
That one is open day money laundering.
7 raised to power 7 bureau de change. Names like that. How serious does that make us look like? And how do you begin to account for such monies? You get the point. Look, we have a lot of avenues that they just intentionally want to drain the system.
Who is that you are referring to?
I mean the elites, because you see, once you have a group of people who don't see Nigeria for a nation that will grow, but if you look at that deepest of mind, they just saw that this thing will crumble eventually one day. Let me take my own. This is the kind of result you get,
and that is quite a kind of, I don't know. It's like a terrible way to look at it, because if you act like that and everybody act the same way, especially if you're an elite, then you're going to have a cumulative effect that is going to destroy your own country. As an elite, you have a level of responsibility. I think maybe that's where our elites don't understand stuff.
Don't say they don't understand, sir. They are intentional about it.
It's intentional. They after the money, but forget that story.
One video that I saw about Zeke in the 70s, 60s or so, just before independence, or maybe a little bit after, when they were doing the first elections. They said because they found out that he was doing some shenanigans with some of his business. Obviously, the British are monitoring everything, according to what the official was saying, that they were monitoring every single thing. So they found out that he was doing some shenanigans. So they said, okay, if you do what we want, we are not going to be vindictive and come after you and put you in jail for all these activities. And then he considered and said, okay, fine. Tafawa Balewa can be what he wants to be, or the Northerners can hold power. But presidency, I want to hold presidency. They offered him presidency. It's going to make it look good. That's why they wanted to be a president. Then he said, one of the things he requested that I found peculiar was, I said they should give him all those kind of medals that military people have. I was like, wow, is that that is what is occupying your mind at a time like this? At a situation like that's what is occupying your mind. It tells you what our people is like. Sometimes we act almost childlike.
Something like that. That is our culture, though. That is
and the funny thing is that culture. I don't know what our people are organizing doing this, because the man that was testifying to it was an Igbo man. He was present when that stuff was happening in the 60s. He was part of it. He was against it when that stuff was happening, and he's testifying to it now. So, but the funny thing enough is that almost 100 years before that, or 60 years before that, Lugard said the same thing, that we like the trappings of power, but don't understand the responsibility.
Well, because actually that is how it has been even in our ethnic settings as well.
That is
That's
scary.
always been like that. And that is, the thing is, funny thing is that is what the average child looks up to become. We love to become wealthy, and when you question what does that even mean, it means that we are less responsible, we can do anything we like, and we can control and own people. You get the point? It is just that it is gradually changing now. Before, that is the height of all the prayers of your parents.
Yeah, but okay. Before now, like in the ancient times, do we have like a honor? Do we have like a honor system?
Better. Yes.
Better in one sense. I don't know.
Can I ask now? Like, do we have like an honor system in the ancient times? Like, like I know about the Yoruba culture where they talk. Some of them where they talk about the Oba or this thing having to do something with the calabash or something like that. But that is the only one that I've heard of. Do you have any honor system that uphold integrity? Is there anything that we remember? Because most cultures you see that, but I don't know. Maybe is that where we are failing? Does anyone remember anything like somebody from the south? Do they have any honor system that we know of?
It depends on the people in the tribe anyway. Like Edo people, they will banish people. They do to banish people from their community if you do something that is done like, No,
can the Edo people banish their Oba? Can the Edo people banish their Oba?
But the Oba can't even do anything even without the council of chiefs approving it.
But that is the point. That's also the point you are trying to make. Can they banish the Oba? Because usually it is those Obas.
They do rebel against the Oba those days. How many Obas that we push out of the palace?
Yeah, because I feel like our culture maybe was a little bit loose, where we don't
fight with the Obas and everything, but the council of the chiefs have to approve and most of the things that the Oba is doing.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. Let me give you an example. Like the Japanese culture, that they have what they call the harakiri, this in honor, where the slightest thing you do wrong that is like not in line with honorable behavior, they will commit to taking their own lives. Like seriously, this is what crazy. Like there was a case where I know maybe that was a little bit dramatized, where this man was, like he was there when his chief was having a meeting, and something was said to his chief that was offensive. Then he replied, but because he replied and it wasn't in his place to reply, he elected to have his first son, this child, gotten rid of so that his name doesn't remain. Can you imagine that level of accountability? That is crazy. And you hear in the Roman culture, you have this thing where they talk about falling on your sword, and other cultures, they have some accountability. I'm sure we must have something like that. It's just I don't hear a lot about it. The only one I know about is the calabash one. If they don't like
the standpoint, their own culture.
Pardon?
Everybody has what they stand for in their own culture. They have all these value systems. It's still there.
Yeah, but we don't know them though. Maybe that's why we don't behave properly, because we've completely disconnected from it.
Go and find out about it. I know you like following.
You keep saying go and find out and read about it. Share it with us now.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. What I know already.
Forefathers, the truth of the word is that disconnection you said is just the thing. We are totally disconnected to those roots. But the thing is that there's a reason why those things too were there, in order to checkmate the excesses of the leaders, usually.
Yeah.
Because the leaders can checkmate their own citizens and subjects, but who will checkmate them? And that's why those things are there. But right now, since we've disconnected from those things, and it's just because of the same greed in that system, when you can bribe the institution, because the institution, after a while, they begin to generate all these things into nothingness. And you can see why we have it now. And coupled with the fact that the God of Christianity that we now serve is a very gentle God. Doesn't really.
Gentle God,
No.
eh? It's
But
okay.
that's the truth. That's the truth. You know, we are now bent on we hand it over to him. Let him be the judge.
But Emilokundo, is it not a bit sad that none of us really knew about our way of accountability? I remember one of that one. It was in a drama. I don't know whether it's real.
In forefathers, look, you see, if you go to the occult group, for example, in the occult world, there is what they call for example, in the Yoruba settings, for example, they call it something, you know, you take oaths. Yes, that is the word I wanted to say. And by taking oath, there are things that are put in place that if you go against this thing, this is the judgment that person sees, and it is almost an instant thing. It happens in their circle because they want loyalty.
Yes, exactly. So people adhere to rules where there is a serious process of accountability. I don't know whether because Jagun looks like he's been around for 500 years. I don't know whether he has any idea. So let's find out.
He's an ancestor. He's one of those ancestors. On this page.
You know, with that years that he has, you know, we don't know how long.
Yes, help us.
Do you have any idea of,
guys? If I can quickly come in, I was listening, and you know, I think what you said about honor is very important, especially amongst our people. I think we take a lot away from our parents, my parents anyway, and I when I look at my parents and I look at Nigerians in the main, it's almost like they were trained in the same place. My parents gave us a lot of honor, and it was something that we used in negotiating our route into this life. Somebody like Kemi Badenoch, for instance, when you look at her, you can just see her parents, her upbringing in her, which is why she's been able to do so much in one clean swoop. You know, she was 16 here, and now she is the head of the Conservative Party in the UK. This is a deep Nigerian something that she throws away, which is all to our pain. Now, when you speak about sacrifice, in Yoruba land, I don't know about anywhere else necessarily, but in Yoruba land, the king would kill himself with a knife. He would fall on a blade or drink poison. One or the other. It'd be up to him. But that was part of our culture. And it was the Akakanfo and the way that things were, the Jagun class, the warrior class, it will be set up in such a way that there are checks and balances within our culture. It fell apart by the time slavery came and the 100 Years' War, or how many years we were killing ourselves in Yoruba land there, instead of bringing ourselves together to fight the oppressor. I'm saying that there is honor within what we do, even though the childish aspect of the way we behave, the immoral aspect in the way we behave, you've hurt me because I'm so fickle, I'm so weak, I can't handle communication. You've hurt me, so I'm going to hurt you back. This is the way, unfortunately, Nigeria behaves. And Nigerians, sometimes, you know, on this platform, that's how people behave. Can't take what somebody's saying, so you begin to banish them and ban them and all that rubbish. However, we need to look deep. We need to look deep, and many of us don't look deep enough. We just want things to happen overnight. Things aren't going to happen overnight. We've got to fight for this thing. We've got to fight for this thing that we really want as a society, because we don't have a good society at the moment across the brain in Nigeria, because our societies have been corrupted. Imagine that we had in the first 5 years, in the first 3 years of Nigeria, we had capable leaders, capable leadership. And then all of a sudden, some youths in the army messed the whole thing up. Youths. Those youths should have been told to step aside, really and truly. Respect your elders, respect what's going on. But no, the youths in the army took the whole thing over for an awfully long time, till those same youths are still around today, messing us up. We haven't grown as a people. We haven't grown within. You know, I'm telling you no lie. When I come across certain Nigerians, when I say certain Nigerians grown in Niger and they come here, bruh, to me, they're easy. They're easy to just put aside. And what I mean by that is, and it's not all of them all. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that they're easy because they don't come with understanding. They don't come with a shared collectivism. They come with this individual aspect, is that I'm great, I'm the man. It's like, get away, you idiot. Get away with your rubbish. That's how it is. I keep saying that I'm long in the tooth in this thing that they call the diaspora. I've been here longer than all of you in terms of being in the West. I've understood the West. I understand my community here in the West. My community here in the West is black. It's black. I mix with Jamaicans, Bajans, all the Caribbean people. This is my home, if you like. And we have been able to establish communal understanding amongst ourselves. But anytime Nigerians come into that space, they mess it up. They mess it up because they don't have understanding. They don't know what it is. They have no idea what it is. They have none. None. And these are things that we need to appreciate. There have been people here before you. We've been here before you. You should be taking lessons from us, not the other way around. Not the other way. I say that with serious conviction.
Yeah, a lot of the new arrivals, that's probably a different debate where some of the new arrivals feels like the older ones wants to tell them what to do, and they shouldn't. Often they live and learn later. However, the initial point was about us spending dollars, then it's spilled over into a level of, why we do these things. We don't seem to care for ourselves, because I think Milokun said something about people just want to get their own. And I think it's because everything, all the structures that maintains moral behavior and integrity started falling apart. I remember, like in the 80s or so, there was still an element of traditional belief influencing behavior, where if you see somebody doing something wrong, they will say the chiefs or people will come out and do certain things, or an old woman will threaten to naked herself and threaten you, or all kinds of costs. There's a little bit of that, but all those things are falling away, and I'm sure a lot had fallen away before then, and further they are falling away. So the only remnant there now is the church and whatever you consider the law, this is right now in the country, and those things are not the bedrocks of this in accountability. In the West, it's not just a simple law that is the bedrock of accountability; it's the elites that enforce it. They make sure that structure remains in place. What's her name? Harris just lost. She could have decided to act in discipline and say, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to carry the ballot buzzer, whatever. Let me be selfish about it. But they understand that if they do that, they all lose. So they enforce that stability, a level of accountability. And that's what they are going to try to force on Trump. I'm not sure they're going to succeed. They're going to try to force Trump to be accountable too. So, and I think that is where we lack. We, the elites, or I don't want to call myself elite. That is Ojoro. But the elites have to understand that they have a responsibility. That's one of the things I was saying. And they have a responsibility to make sure certain standards are upheld. It's not for the sake of just the poorer people. It's also for their own sake. If you do that, you are better off for it. You are wealthier for it. Your children are going to do better. But they don't seem to understand it in Nigeria. They've completely lost track of what that means. So that's, at least from where I see, that's what I see.
It's a deep indictment. It's a deep indictment, brother, what you just said. And it's very, very sad. Very sad. And it's true in that what we are left with is the elite class and their corruptive mindset, and the church. That is what Nigerian society is functioning upon. But as you rightly say, there are depths and depths that we had that have fallen away, sadly. And we haven't been able to bring a lot of our cultural practices up to date, because everything always needs renewing and updating for the present classes that we have, the present peoples that we have. But it's so unfortunate that there are so many mindsets that aren't allowing communication. You know, to me, my brother, I must say, in my life, what I've recognized is that communication is key to everything. If you're not able to pronounce things in levels of precision that tell us what your thoughts are, and you are bringing that into a public space where it can be challenged, if we're not able to do that, we're not going, we can't establish anything that would enter the ground as a what do they call it, a structure. We can't establish if we're not thinking and speaking to the hearts and minds of our people. And a lot of the times when I look at how we're discussing it, it frustrates the hell out of me, man. It really, really, really does. Because, you know, whatever anybody thinks about me, I've been here, I haven't been around 500 years, but I've been around a long time. I've been around a long time. And I've seen things, decade after decade, I've seen things and how they develop. And from the age of 20 to the age of 30, I saw so many changes. From the age of 30 to 40, my goodness, changes. Right now, it's like, mate, I'm in a panic. Whilst I'm not panicking, I'm in a panic. I don't know where we're going to situate over the next 10 years. And when I was younger, I felt I knew. But I'm now older. I don't know if I'm any wiser, but I'm older. And I'm come to the point where I'm thinking, man, do we know what we're doing? Do we know what's happening around us? Do we know how we need to protect ourselves? Do we know why? Do we know why we need to be fighting from our land space? Because fighting here is only giving more power to the structure that oppresses us, basically.
Let me ask electricity.
All right, let me say goodbye.
Hey, Jack, the Blackstone, why are you going there with me? I wanted to find out what Benin people used to do, how they do these things, because it's a very interesting question. But if you can't stay, it's fine.
No, Russian forefathers. Go and ask my forefathers.
Oh God, you got me on that one. Electricity, though, like, do you know of any kind of way traditionally that the community you came from, like in your Nigerian community, enforces rules and a level of integrity?
Father, thank you very much. Actually, I came into KJ texted me earlier if I was coming back to take over the moderating. So, do you mind if I take over the moderating, please?
No, I don't mind, as long as you answer the question first.
So the rules are, whatever the rules are, it's okay. I don't really do all those community of things.
No, it's not community. It's like where you are from, like the town you came from in Nigeria. Do you know of any traditional ways that they use to enforce integrity?
No, I don't.
Wow, that's massive.
I don't.
Okay, you can take over.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have anything to say, please?
Yeah, I have a lot to say. Let me just, so just to clarify some things that Jago said. You see, within the sphere of knowledge, everyone has their own domain, I'll put it that way. And that's what we have discovered, It has been assumed that, but it can always be vetted. But I'll speak in the African context. There's assumed that within the spheres of knowledge, that knowledge transcends from the eldest to the youngest. And that has always been our problem. And what do I mean by that? When the elder speaks, of course, the subjects are people who are not up to their age listen. It is always that way. And that's always how we have been operating. But over the years, that has been abused within our community, and most times, even when the young people have some knowledge, they are not even listened to. But it is there's some pattern of wisdom that even when the young one knows, there's a way he can also pass the message down to the elderly ones, and he can be able to understand. And the elders who are equally wise too will also learn from the young ones. You know, this is just the major problem I've noticed that we are noticing among the African community, and that is why we are not growing. That is the reason, one of the reasons why we are not growing. That's number one. Number two is there will never, and we even discussed yesterday, there will never be a time when everybody will ascribe to that holistic knowledge that you possess. The least we can do is to tell people, communicate to people and say, okay, this is what I feel we can learn from. This is what we can at least try to understand what, try to understand what this knowledge part, it could help. Because I know whether I would like it or not, the minds of people will always be different. I don't know if you guys are actually understanding.
Yes, sorry for interjecting, Jeff. I sent you a message in the private section, Fofather. Can you take a read at it?
Yeah, I can.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a shame though. We are not getting more nuggets. Go ahead, Jefferson.
So anyway, so basically, that is where we are currently. And that's why we're always having back and forth. And that's why even within the political sphere, it is very, very difficult. Even for the so-called political elderly elites to even take insights from us. And even if they are doing it now, they are kind of learning, they are kind of slow learners. Because other societies that know the importance of learning within the 360 sphere, they are exploiting it and they are going places. So you know how, I don't know how to explain it. If you're in organizations, you know how in an organization where you have a pyramid, right? The chief stays at the top. Okay, just like the pyramid behind me now. The Olorogu stays at the apex, and then all the subject stays down. But now, within the organizational, in the modern organizational sphere, it has now become a 360 affair where you have, so what I mean 360, children, teenagers, adolescents, adults, youths, elders, everybody takes a center sphere. We have a center sphere and everybody is being listened to and we share collective ideas. You know, and with that, we can be able to know where we are going from, which direction we are going, or where we are going and where we are coming from. Now, this is not to say that I will support the callousness of youths that are not patient to adhere to new knowledge. Because truth be told, yes, we have technology in our grasp. Right now, anything you want to learn now, you can learn it within 30 minutes with the advent of AI or whatever. But people are still impatient, especially our youngsters. Even elders, even we are also impatient in a way. We know we have some old knowledge, but at the end of the day, things are evolving. But the young ones will never understand, except those who are wise, that will actually realize that, look, without those previous knowledge, we won't arrive to where we are today. I don't know if you guys are actually getting what I'm saying here.
I'm not sure I fully follow that. I'm just trying to find out maybe, you know, whether there's something we can learn from the past to bring back, you know, so a level of integrity in public space. Because right now we are just using dollars. That's where this whole thing came from. And that is openly self-harming behavior, but we are just doing it anyway.
The reason why I even brought it up, you see, what I'm saying is not out of place. Because when you see elders doing whatever they like, not being questioned, they are setting a precedence. And then the young ones who are wiser than, look, whether we like it or not, I'll give you.
Do you take that as a strict rule that the elders are less wise than the young? Is that strict ruling for you?
It's not entirely a strict rule. It's on it. We can do a probability. We can do a statistics on that. We have foolish elders amongst us. Truth be told, elders who are not in. Look at it. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Most of whatever some of us learn today, it's not as if some elders were not. They didn't really inspire some of us. No. Some of us, we learned the hard way. No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that some elders did not. It's the gospel truth.
I hear what you're saying, but if I can
understand, when you see somebody that's supposed to impact on you, they are not to be found. What are they really impacting? What do they really have to offer? You understand? You understand? So
I think I get what you are saying.
All those fathers you are talking, all those values you are talking about, they are supposed to be like a custodian. Like now, if you look at other societies, other countries, we are not saying that we have our own particular issues. You can actually see some inspirational leaders and businessmen that you can take knowledge from. On the average, majority of them, you see majority of them that you can actually ascribe some values and learn that can be an inspiration to us. But if you compare to a Nigerian context, you can't really see that much. And even if you want to count, they are very, very few. Don't you understand?
Can I say this? You see,
yeah, go ahead.
In many societies in the world, the father-son relationship is almost like teacher-trainee, or the apprentice and the master. That is the relationship. So there's a lot being given to the next generation. And what happens is that at stages, further and more respect is given to that child as he establishes himself growing. The problem with Nigeria is that our respect values is one way. It only goes from top to bottom. It doesn't go
that's why I said we are operating the pyramid. We are operating the pyramid mode of leadership. Just in my back here, that's what we are operating. And then we were saying something about it too. You know, we want to be seen as the one in charge.
In fact, just to also buttress your point, both of you, there is a saying, they used to say it in the Yoruba that meaning that the meaning is that and usually it's like your father telling the sons that, hey, before I hand over my belongings to you guys, I would have first of all, literally it means before I give you 30, I would have first eaten 20. Meaning that it is me first, I enjoy myself to the fullest until I'm satisfied before I hand over to
you. You see the problem?
Oh God! Where did that one start? Where did that kind of attitude start?
And guess what? That's not a good succession plan.
But actually, the funny thing is that is, although when they hand over to you, they'll make you feel like after you didn't work for what I handed over to you. So you should count it all joy that you were given that.
Wow.
You get the point.
Yes.
That's a recipe for not building something stronger for the future.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about consuming it now.
And that is it. And virtually that is how it has traveled down generations to generation. That it has become a culture.
The fact that you remember that one.
That is how the king sees his subjects. That he should be the one to enjoy all the best of the yam, then now give you the riffraffs. That is why the father is the one, even if there's a single meat in the pot, he will be the one to eat it, rather than the children to have it. That is the same mind.
Sorry, Jagun. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you guys. Do you see what the problem is? And that's the methodology. That is the leadership model that is being exploited in the national scenery currently in Nigeria.
That is why Tinubu believe that he should buy himself a jet.
Exactly. He sees
than to
himself
build roads
as
for
a
every other
subject.
person.
He sees himself as he sees himself as a supreme leader. He has all the ideas. I
You
tell
get the
you
point.
what to
That is
do.
why he
You
feels
don't
that he
tell
should
me
buy
what to do.
180
It's a
million
problem.
vehicles to each of the lawmakers than to convert that money and build roads so that they can, even in their small rickety vehicles, come and do.
But there is one other area though. Like elders have experience. They have experience in terms of knowledge. It doesn't mean they have relevant intelligence to deal with challenges that are facing the society and into the future. And if you look at like in our own history in Nigeria, there were times where young people took over. They took reins of power. And as a matter of fact, many of them were quite young. The ones that ruled from the 66, 70 to I think till even Babangida was relatively young when he took over. So there were times when the young really stepped out of their shadow and took the reins, not listening to the elders.
Forefathers, no. As at that time when you're talking about the young, who were the elders then? The elders were not. They were no.
No, you're right. You're right, Emmett. You're correct. In that, as I made mention of it earlier, that these youngsters took over the whole country. The thing is, I remember my grandparents and their generation and who they were. They weren't jokes in terms of education and in terms of artisanry. On my father's side, all of them were educated in terms of that generation. The people, my grandparents' generation, they were all educated. They were all in Lagos back in the 1900s and the 20s. You understand? And then there was my mother's side that were less educated, but they owned the land. These were landowners, and they were artisans, carpenters, all kinds of artisanry, all kinds. And when I look at what that generation, I don't know how they allowed their children to run roughshod over the whole country. I really don't know. The only thing I could say is that the training, military training, was of that kind of generation. So they were militarily trained. They had the arms differently from our grandparents, my grandparents' generation. So these things worked in a really strange way. And a lot of that, that level of things kind of corrupted our whole society till this day, really corrupted it. During that
I think you have a point though. How about at the area where they were doing things that even the people before them didn't do? They dared.
Yes.
They dared to do things that nobody.
But why wouldn't you dare when you've been trained and you got a gun? Why wouldn't you dare?
What's wrong with the ones that are not trained? The ones that are there now.
When you don't have a gun, you know what I mean, check somebody like Ojukwu, masterly educated to the hilt. His dad was a multi-millionaire.
He was a bastard billionaire.
And all of a sudden, he's got a gun.
Of England borrowed his.
Of course, he's going to be daring. Of course, he's going to be daring. Let's be honest.
Oh, God.
It's a bit of a shame, though, when you think about it.
And
this generation, we have to fight for ourselves. We can't just let all these old people take over everything forever.
Let me also say something.
I don't want to digress a bit. Assuming that war did not happen, right? I mean, that was a legacy over there. Maybe he will be competing with the likes of Elon Musk and all these other guys. Who knows?
Well,
I'm talking in terms of wealth. All these other guys.
Nigeria at its beginning, if we didn't have all these issues that we have been, we would have been through the ratosphere. All this Elon Musk and all these guys, there will be nothing to us. Nothing. Exactly, and it doesn't mean that you need to be the richest individual in the world. What it is that we would have been the strongest collective ever in that place called Nigeria.
Exactly. Because at the time, you had the you had the Akintolas, right? If I can remember, you had the Oparas, the Oparas, then they had the Amadou Bello and the other guys operating within those regions, doing what they knew. And
you see something.
And then in the north, they had the agricultural arm, We were industrial, the industrial arm. You guys had the educational and the financial arm too, Jacob. You had the agricultural arm as well.
That is why I believe we should have not come together.
No,
please,
Let's wait for him.
I'm not against the coming together, but on what terms did we come together? Wait, when the people do not have a sense of integration within themselves, this is what normally happens, because there will be lack of trust and there will be lack of nationality. What do you call it now? There will be that lack of nationhood.
Yeah.
In the spirit of nationhood in the people. Because if you look at that period, realize that a lot of us thrived on our regions more than on the nation.
Yes.
Can I say this though?
Yes.
Sorry, bro. You know, this is why history is important, and really understanding how things move from one point to the next. Before the British came, the Yorubas were at war with themselves. And those Yorubas were mainly of the Oyo Empire and what they were beginning to lose. All kinds of trade and all kinds of trade that they were losing. So the society was breaking down. Now, by the time the British came and watched us continue to war, and then they were the ones who actually brought the wars to an end. So that was a level of a respectability that we as Black people, we as Yorubas gave them. From that point now, we have somebody like Ajayi, the person who supposedly wrote the Bible into Christianity, into Yoruba, and he also brought a sense of unity across the Yoruba states and the different peoples of the Yorubas. Now, this sense of unity, that's when we were really coined Yoruba. I mean, they used to call us Yoruba before, but we had so many other names, as you well know. Now, this unity that he created had its issues, but it was a way of unity just amongst the Yorubas in terms of what he was giving. Now, by the time somebody like Awolowo came, that Yoruba mindset was even further entrenched in structure. Now, unfortunately, Awolowo was not our first premier. If he was our first premier, I believe that whole country would have been unified. That's my honest belief. They like to call him as supremacist or Yorubaist or all these names that they give him. But everyone in that country, including the Oyimbos who disliked him, there was no one that they disliked more than Awolowo, because Awolowo knew what they were doing. He knew their game more than any other person. The rest of them were licking Oyinbo ass anyhow. You understand? And I'm telling you my red understanding of this. So given this position, we look at why wasn't Awolowo the first premier of that country? We have to really look at it. And it's not just about votes. If you look at some of these Oyimbos who wrote about that period of time, and they wrote truthfully, they all said it, that no one liked him. He was very brash. He was, even though he had skills, he sometimes when people are very intelligent, people are very jealous of them around. Yeah, it just happens like that. They blocked him, and it was easy to block him. Easy for the Hausa and the rest of the people in the East to look at Awolowo as this guy. They knew him, they respected him, no doubt. But it's like, who does he think he is? And there's many that if we look at ourselves, that's how we think. Let's be honest. We are the people who cut ourselves down. The unity doesn't come by osmosis. It comes through serious discussion, negotiation, real talk. A lot of people don't like real talk. By the time you put reality in front of certain people, they are afraid. They are insulted. These are the human faculties that are divorcing us from our greater good. Is the only way I can put it.
Should I share the video of that British man talking about what happened in that early days? He actually said those guys, in short, you hear it anyway. Let me do that now so you can see.
Yeah, further you can share that. Just as I think that I will say this. Jagun, you're right. You see, that's the problem with most of us. We want things to happen, but we don't want to do the job.
We don't want to do the job.
People refuse to think, and it's an issue. And that is, I'm so sorry I had to come late. And that is why we're running into crisis. Until we develop our critical thinking, I know everybody will not be able to do that. But until we start doing the basics within our own domain, it's not going to change overnight.
But
it's more or less like it's more or less like a reorientation.
But with that,
for instance, in your household, maybe your children or your spouse or anybody, they do things haphazard within your own household. But then you now create a system where there can be some level of order. Everybody can be able to not just order way they arrange their household, arrange their household things, arrange, be orderly, be organized, and also develop some thinking their thinking capacity. By the time all those things are done within that domain, imagine if multiple households adopt that ideology, and those multiple households now come together and have a unified discourse. Then we can definitely go somewhere, because that is what is lacking. A situation where we cannot come and have a unified discourse. We cannot accept. We cannot. There's no way we can be able to achieve anything. Most societies who are growing, they do these things, and that's why they are achieving greatness today.
Let me just play this so that you can hear what he's got to say. We have to always guard against some of their own way of looking at things, and what he said then is not always what is it's not clear that
it read between the lines.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me play that.
Didn't vote, didn't count for that. He didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British are counting the votes, and the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British, and we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Inaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days. I mean, who opposed to this submission?
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know. And I knew that the Governor General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation.
Hear what he said there. The proper thing to do, he resigned. Would you say how people do that today? Never.
When I did,
because he was asked to do.
Hold.
I thought it was a bit low after I'd resigned and was prepared to leave the country. This was not very nice behaviour. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state, and actually commended me for what I had done, and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned. And I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said, it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, you know, Oxford chap. And they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away.
I would like us to start today.
And we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okotebo, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous. Is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos. But without which they cannot
do this
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe, from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who had formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north, did as he was told, and what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. The Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win?
So, man, I really wish that went on and on. I really wish the entire interview, I saw it, because it was quite compelling, as you can see. I've never seen an audience, a panelist sit quietly and watch a 10 minutes video.
So what year was that video done?
I don't know. I think it's probably years after the event. It's probably more than
many years. That was deep. That was deep. I mean, the breakdown, the quick summary of what took place, who these people were, what was their antecedents, and what was the feeling of the West to each region. I mean, it's there. It's everything that was said by the panel. Really,
you can see it. You can still see it today in Nigeria. It's still there right now. Most of those things haven't changed. I told you now that, was it not in Kaduna, the government house? They have the governors there who goes back to the colonial white people. They didn't remove it. They kept the Europeans on the board, just like they have a governor right now. They will say, oh, this is a governor, this is a governor. Oh, the other one is British, the other one is British. They don't see any difference. They don't see any difference between them and the British. Man, this is a problem. This is a problem. Our elites, we need to really do something about our elites. They are crazy.
And you see why I said it would have been best that we didn't come together. Look, when I say it would have been best that we didn't come together, it's not because maybe we don't have positivities together right now. But the thing is that
what the other thing you are missing.
You are right.
Even Zeke had a problem. Can't you see what he said about Zeke too? They all have problems.
Wait. Zeke, look.
Regardless of what he said, we were honestly, I agree with you, him.
We are not
The Biafrans, they should have stayed separate. Look, everybody go your separate way.
If you don't want to come,
have been in this mess we are today.
Because forefather, wait, let me explain something to you. You can't run faster than the slowest part of your body. As they say it in chemistry, that the speed of a reaction is determined by the slowest rate determining step, kind of. Look,
that applies to every nation. I don't know what they
wait. And that is the thing. Now, if you want to grow fast, then every person at least must try to run commensurably enough so that we can go. It won't be a burden. We shouldn't be unequally yoked together. Look, the North, they have their way of doing things, which they love. And you can even see that the British government, they loved their way. It would have been nice that they handle themselves the way they grow in their own unique pace. Because now look at the way the South, the West handled themselves. We went boom. Look at the way the East wanted to go. They would have gone boom. But you see, when you all come together, nobody is going to go boom vim again. You have to go chuku 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 by the one that is going to go the slowest.
But why? I thought you were a man of science, though.
Of course. What am I trying to say here?
Well, evidence doesn't support what you are saying.
What do you mean
In
evidence
terms of what?
If you look at Cameroon, you say zoom. Where is it? Where are they zooming to? Central African Republic. Where are they zooming to? Where is?
No, you're not. No. It's going
on.
according to
I'm making a
pace
point.
of development.
Let him answer. You don't get involved because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because you can't just say just because we didn't yoke ourselves with the North, we would have just zoomed because the others didn't zoom. Ghana didn't zoom anywhere. Liberia didn't zoom anywhere. They're all still at the same level. If anything, maybe we are even a little bit better than them. So where is the zoom coming from?
All right, now let me tell you something.
Look, bro. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Sorry, no offense.
No. Let Emma defend. No, let Emma defend himself. You will speak still. Let Emma head your please, because that's where it is.
Look, you see something. If we had gone in our own different pace, we would have encountered our own unique problems and solved them. And if we don't solve them, we die by them. But at least you know that it is that you are surviving or you are dying.
You mean like Somalia?
I don't care. And it could also mean you mean like Slovakia. You could also mean you mean like Latvia or other places that have worked well based on their homogeneity and they are one. Look, when there is no sense of unity, you can't force things to work because virtually all the people
the only thing against what you're saying,
yes,
is that we had that system. We had regionality. Regionality was taken away by within the first regime of Nigeria's governance. It was taken away within the first regime. So it's not that regionality failed. It was taken away, which is why I'm always trying to tell forefather, regionality didn't fail. Because as is rightly being said, and I'm sorry, Jefferson, for taking over. I'm sorry. But regionality, the West of that country called Nigeria was flying. It wasn't only flying, it was welcoming. That's why the whole of the West now still has everybody in there, differently from the rest of the country. Differently from the rest of the country. These things, they need to be recognized. We always want to go walk around blind. We were the ones who beat Lagos. All that kind of rhetoric talk is the kind of talk that brings us into the rubbish where we are, confusing ourselves. We're confused. If you go to the East, you can see, it's clear that nothing has been done here. After the war, even less has been done. Go to the North. There are only a few capitals. The rest is just barren. It's quite different in the West. But nobody wants to appreciate that. Nobody wants to say who was doing things correctly, because that was too much for us. We can't say these things. It's too much.
So what you are saying is that when we come together, why are you doing me? No. I just want to ask Mr. Regwe, are you saying that in the West, where the people come together, they build better? Is that what you mean? Or
no, what I'm saying is backing what Emma is saying, which is that the West as a region was developing faster than any other region. The East they had so much that they knew that they can develop at a fast or even faster pace. And that was where there's competition between the West and the East, because they could do it. The North, on the other hand, was just feudalistic. They were staying in that feudal mindset.
Absolutely.
That's not going to lift you anywhere in this modern age. That's what the makeup of Nigeria. So instead of this is what Nigeria did. They brought down the level of education and educating ourselves in order to wait for the Northerners to catch up. Now, what kind of a stupid law is that?
And they are not even ready to catch up.
It's not even that. It's just what it is. What it is, my brothers and sister, my brothers and sisters, it has brought our level of education down
all the time. All this that we do, it brings us down because we are not ready to elevate ourselves. I've never seen I've never seen Emilokun.
I want to clarify on something. During that Nigerian Biafran war, with due respect, within the Biafran side, there was a lot of innovation that took place, even under intensive attack. We did an airport within 3 years. We developed all manner of technology, crude technology that even if Nigeria was wise, if we as a nation was wise, we could have developed or tapped into that technology and taken it further. But just because of course, around that period, we were not unified. We will still see ourselves as enemy even after the war. So that's why all those suspicion dropped. That suspicion was heightened, and we could not go further. We could not develop at that pace. You understand? So when you are saying that we could have gone Zoom, yes. If we had look, and that's why in the Southeast we are looking out for regional system of government. Because we have it and we don't have any loophole. The reasonable people within our region who knows what to do and
why not just fight for?
We will go further than where we are today. Facts. Because
why not?
As I speak to you,
hold on, Jeremy. Why not just fight
as I speak to you, there's a lot of people who are highly innovative. But not
our people love this, man. This is our music. You see, I don't know how to help people that can't help themselves.
No, Fofa,
hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. I'm basing it on evidence. I'm basing it on evidence. Everything we do is never based on evidence. We just talk.
There are a lot of evidence. No. You can't say that.
Let me say my I just gave my evidence. Jeremy, Jefferson, hold on. I just gave my evidence that all the other African nations, we have almost 40-something of them, Black African nations, that have chased all kinds of systems. They've not emerged. And you think just because there are African nations out there that speak the same language, the same religion, the same everything, they didn't emerge.
Which Africa? It's not the same. That's what
Somalia.
It's not the same.
Somalia.
Yes.
Somalia are speaking the same language?
Same religion.
All of them. They're the most homogenized country in Africa.
And they fought the longest war.
Okay.
And
so the question is, what did they have? Do they have what it takes to be innovative? You cannot see once you are that's why once you are people with a very good good imagination and initiative.
Jefferson.
Once you have the opportunity, you will move.
They just insist on keeping their
head. Wait. Calm down. If you can. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Jefferson, I really want to understand what you're saying. Yes? So please, are you giving reference to Nigeria as a whole and what maybe the East could have done within that Nigerian space? Or are you what are you saying? I'm not clear.
Emilokun stated that if we had gone our pace, we could have developed faster. Emilokun, is that not what you said?
Yeah, that is what I said.
I'm telling you that within that 3 years of the Nigerian Civil War, even under intensive attacks, we developed technologies, as crude as they are, technologies that even the scientists that did those things, you can go and watch their documentaries. They were heavily interviewed about what they were able to achieve within that period. Within 3 years. 3 years. Imagine if they had more than 3 years and there was no war. What they could have done.
That is what war does.
But isn't that the purpose?
It's not even about war. No. It's not even
Wait. I'm going to put it to you. Let's have a
mindset that it takes to build a nation. Once the people don't have innovative mindset, you cannot go far. With due respect, I'm not going to say this because I'm Igbo. I can tell you
wait. Let's have a conversation, bro. Let's have a conversation. Oh God, Jefferson, man.
Sorry, Jagun. With due respect, even within the space that we're operating, there's still some amount of innovation. I'm not boasting about it. I am telling you with experience. Like for instance, look at Abba. Before OT became governor, we have been hearing Abba as the Japan of Africa. Even in its field, they were doing a lot of innovative technologies over there, unknown to us, and they were justicing it. But guess what?
Do you know the same thing can be
wait, please. I'm waiting for him so I can come back.
No, Jago, let me finish. If this guy finishes his tenure and is consistent with what he's doing and does another 4 years, I swear to God, people will not know about it. I'm just saying, it's just.
Okay, let me put this to you, Jefferson, because I understand everything you're saying in terms of what was going on throughout the war, and we must understand that the mother of invention is necessity. That's what took place. Having said that, it takes nothing away from the innovation that I understand from the people of the East. And it's not just that as an example. I know many Easterners, you understand, many. And I know what they're capable of and what they do in their behavior and their tenets. Now, in a country called Nigeria, there is not one region. I will put it to you, and again, this is not a boast, but it's a thing that we prefer because of tribalism and all this ism and schism. We prefer not to glean to it. In the West, I will put it to you that largely they would employ anybody who can do the job. And we had people from across the board employed in our region. If you tell yourself the truth, is that the ilk of the East? Because it's not only you people that are innovative. There's innovation everywhere. But wait, understand me.
With due respect, sorry,
understand me, my friend.
I'm not saying we are the only ones that can innovate. I'm only telling you the space at which we were able to operate and achieve something within the time.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware. But I still put it to you, my brother. Wait. I still put it to you that regardless of the war, you know, well, maybe not regardless of the war took place. Many of the Easterners left, and they left for real reasons. It's not to say that anyone else can blame them. Yes, they left for real reasons, and they left to other parts of Nigeria, other parts of Africa, other parts of the world. We are very aware of what took place. However, I went to the East for the first time in real terms, and, you know, as a grown-up person. There we go. As a
this thing he said, he's just being sarcastic. If they want to best come,
it's true. Just
wait.
Not being sarcastic. Can you guys just try to make your points concise?
Yes.
So that others can speak. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh yes, I've missed my head now. What I'm saying. Yes, when I went to the East, my brother. When I went last to the East, it was so different from the West. And I'm not a fan of the West because I'm very critical. And in the West, I was thinking, look at this town. Look at this. Look at the state of this. Look at the state of this road. Look at the. Bruh, by the time I went to the East, though, I was grateful for the West. I couldn't believe how undeveloped it was with so many strong people. And it's because everyone left there. Nobody was putting into that part of the world.
For information, Jagun, are you aware that Samu Mbakwe airport we had was we contributed money to build it?
Meaning?
Are you aware of that? In the 80s,
what does it mean to what I've just said?
Our people literally contributed money to build the airport. That Samu Mbakwe airport you're seeing.
Yeah.
At the time, yeah.
But hear this, brother. Hear this, that's more than that. Hear this, that's more than that. Wait. I hear what you're saying. You know, in the East, they used to have to bring money together to go to school in the East. Yes. Or what do? They put money together to send people to the West in order to get free education. So there's a difference in mentality of governing as a state. And this is not what you're not reading this. You're not understanding it. There's a whole West that is welcoming, that is showing us governance, that is showing us that together we can do this. Meanwhile, in the East, they're saying we'll do it by ourselves. We're going to do it by ourselves. So everybody in the East who is educated, they are educated under their own family auspices, as opposed to the whole nation.
But there was no need for the comparative analysis, if you ask me. So many factors actually played. And don't forget, too, that after the Civil War, we have to do a level of rebuilding, and people obviously left our hometowns. They were living in hometowns. They even came to Lagos. I mean, look, you're all aware of this. They came to Lagos to have a livelihood, and when they go there, do business, they take part of their savings, go back home, and start building back. It's because, in fact, it's because of all these antics that even Ojukwu was inspired us, and we took it to ourselves to build up. And our people are still building up, even as crazy as things were. And don't forget, too, a lot of politics played in that. The Southeast was kind of sidelined, and within that sidelining, we're still able to build, and we're still building.
I don't even think we need to even compare.
There's no need, and don't forget, you just understand that Lagos was the federal capital of Nigeria.
It doesn't
look. Getting all my support.
Look, this is something I
compare that.
This is something I know, that you see, even if we had not had crude oil, for example, maybe, and the monies that came from crude oil to virtually every state in Nigeria, I believe some regions would have done extremely well without that money. In fact, that money is what brought a lot of people, a lot of regions down. And why did I say what I'm saying is that, you see, in our own regions, there's a unique way we want to grow and become the way we want to become. In the North, they enjoyed they accepted that feudalistic ideology, and they wanted it that way, and that is for them. In the Southwest, for example, we treasure more in agriculture. In fact, virtually everything that Awolowo did, he did from the monies that came from agriculture. Cocoa Research Institute, the NTA, the sponsoring of education freely for every children. This came from agriculture, and trust me, we were satisfied with that.
Yes, sir.
Even if it was going to take 20 years to get into the top of the nations, we don't care. We had that contentment, and we were moving forward steady. And if you had gone through that path, trust me, look, someone might say there about Yorubas before the coming together, they fought us. Look, yes, maybe that also helped us in order to have that good integration eventually. Not even maybe it's hard, because one way or the other, for you to integrate, you must first of all fight. It's a normal thing. You and your siblings, before you would respect you as the elder, and before you respect your elder as the elder, you must have fought, so that everybody will know themselves. And from there, you have an unspoken rule that everybody abides by, and that unites everybody. So if you look at the way we are going, we had settled our battles, and we are moving forward. And if you look at it, we were moving forward. It might not be at your pace, the way you wanted it.
You haven't emerged.
Well, but the truth is that
no wonder you haven't emerged. You will never emerge if you keep thinking like that.
When you mean no wonder we didn't emerge, you can see the result.
Because you are worse than your parents. Even you should know better by now. You have ChatGPT, you have access to information, and you are still thinking like this. What hope have you got?
Thinking like what? What do you mean thinking like what? What?
Like you're not even thinking based on evidence anymore.
What do you mean? Do you even listen to what I'm saying at all?
Based on evidence.
What evidence are you talking about?
You know what evidence means? Truths that actually helps you solve real problems in the real world, not in your head, in the real world. You have to,
and that's what I'm telling you.
Based on evidence.
See, forefathers, what you need to understand is that
look,
within the Nigerian space, there's a lot of stifling of talents across the 6 geopolitical zones, and is a problem.
Who is
you know
doing
what
it?
We are striping
Who
ourselves.
is doing it? We are the ones doing it ourselves.
A situation whereby you have some
hold on,
political
Jefferson.
leaders who are not ready to do anything. But
Jefferson, hold on. You need to learn to hold on when they ask you to hold on. I don't know whether you hear us. See, we are the ones doing it ourselves. Let's not try to blame any people, because sometimes I hear us elevating our discourse here, but the moment we get down to this area, when it comes to tribal stuff, especially the groups that are from the major groups, they stick into this mentality. Something they turn like Voltron to something else.
With due respect, I am not trading that lane. You are not understanding what I'm saying. That's fact. You are not. Because I'm saying I'm not going.
The reason why you don't see it, when I ask you, no, hold on. When I ask you a question,
you felt you're a minority. That is
no,
obviously.
You see that?
No.
Because can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying?
You are just afraid that you're a minority and your group might have been consumed in that rigor. I don't, and sincerely speaking, I don't give.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
To be candid.
That is not the point. They are calling you out, and this is the first time I've seen you react. And it's good that you are reacting that way. Hold on. It's good that you are reacting that way because I'm touching something.
Okay.
Because you are not arguing based on evidence. And I see people that are from the other groups in Nigeria, when they come here, they tend to stick consistently. But when you guys start talking about this tribal stuff, it's like, oh my God, there's something that has been activated. And I see this when I have conversation with Somalis, Ethiopians, Kenyans. There was one day we were having a conversation, they all admitted they all had a greater version of their nation, just like Israel has a greater version of Israel in their mind. They want to conquer other people, they want to expand. And they said, if we don't stop these things, we are not going anywhere. We're just going to be paralyzing each other over and over again.
What about this, forefather? I hear what you're saying, even though I don't fully agree with it. I do understand where you're coming from. What about this? Do you not think it is a bigger error when we do not give credit where credit is due? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Please, if you can.
Do you see that? Or that white?
They understand.
Okay. Do you see the white man who was telling us about the different regions, how the British felt about each region, and who these people were as far as he was concerned?
Yes.
He was able to analyze the differences between these people, who they were in terms of their own personal character and what they wanted. That's what he was able to do. So he was able to give credit where it was due, and he made minuses where it wasn't. But you just lump everyone together and make a mess of it.
I think that information, let me put it this way, that information, I was aware of it to an extent. That's the idea behind it. The idea behind it is that the North didn't want to join Nigeria. This is not a hidden secret. Everybody knows it. That's why we didn't get independence with the Ghanaians.
Continue.
They didn't want to join Nigeria, and the reason why was because the southern part of Nigeria was a lot more educated. They had a lot more access to resource, and everything. They feared that they were going to be subjugated, and so that was their reasoning. And because of that, the British didn't want to have Nigeria for whatever reason broken up. This in Anglo countries broken up next to.
No, he didn't say that. That's not what they said.
No,
and that wasn't the reason either.
He wasn't talking about that aspect. He wasn't talking about that aspect. But he did confirm
that. Do you know that wouldn't have happened? That wouldn't have happened at the time because both Zeke and Awolowo, they wanted Nigeria as a federation.
Yeah, but wait.
The difference between Zeke and Awolowo is Awolowo was quite comfortable running the West, but Zeke wanted to make sure that he presided over the whole of Nigeria because he had a Pan-Africanist outlook. You understand? So because that Pan-African outlook,
I will got the West now, so that is not even an issue. I will got the West easy.
Pardon?
So I will probably has a nationalistic agenda too, but he did.
No, he does. I'm just saying he was, because of what he did in the West. He'd already proven his worth. To be frank, he'd proven it. What it was now was for him to do what he did in the West.
Yeah, but the direction I was going was different. I was saying
but the direction that you're going is to incite tribal.
No. What am I saying? I was saying that the North didn't want to join Nigeria. How am I inciting anything?
No. You are going against both Emir and Jefferson. feeling
Okay,
that they were.
no. That's a different thing altogether. That one is not talking about.
That's not just the issue. You
I'm
were
talking
saying that
about
we're
the.
speaking without evidence. So I wanted
No. Let's see. I like to have.
Hold
I
on
don't
now.
want conversation that is broken up all over the place. It's just broken up all over the place. The point I was making was addressing the reasoning behind why the North didn't want to join Nigeria and their reluctance to join Nigeria, because Jack said something about them being different. But you have to understand the context, because somehow we just make it look like because they're just backwards. That's the reason why. Or the British, or the British just chose to give them power because the British wants to be nice to them.
No, that's why I made the note. No, you have to be accurate when you're.
Then what is the point then? Why are you raising that point?
Okay, calm down, please. Everyone, please calm down. We have to try and be accurate when we're quoting people. We can't just blurt.
Okay, then help me understand.
Wait, please, because that your voice is very rough and it comes across in my ear. I'm saying to
hear information instead of.
Let me talk. I'm saying that the Oyinbo man told us that the North were reluctant. They liked the British. They were friends of the British. They were reluctant for that, and they wanted to make sure that the British stayed. The British, on the other hand, knew that the North were more
feudalistic.
Well, not just feudalistic. They were more appealing to the British because they would listen to the British, unlike the South. That was the accuracy of what the guy was saying. They had an ear for the British. So the British knew that they can leave power with them and still have an inroad into whatever goes on in Nigeria. That is it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That is it. So let's try and be accurate.
And that makes sense. Because of the dynamics
for the British, it makes sense, not for us.
Yes.
No, exactly. For the British and the Northerners, it makes sense.
It doesn't even make sense for the Northerners. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the Northerners, for the North to be kept as children.
I think
that's what it amounts to.
Maybe the problem is that, okay, let me try to explain it the best way I can. The dynamics
before you
in
explain, are you not the one that was pointing the picture that you had northern white pictures in Kaduna State Government House?
Yes.
That's the buttress the point that Jabu
was
making.
Yeah. I'm not saying that is not. I'm saying the reason why it's like that.
Okay, what's the reason?
The reason is that they see themselves as allies to the North, as the British, as a way of containing the South.
That is the point, okay, which is fair,
because they are afraid of the South.
No,
they didn't want to join Nigeria for that reason, so they allied themselves with the British to keep the South at bay. Just like you see smaller nations ally themselves with stronger nations to keep another closer neighbor at bay. Just like not Taiwan and the same thing with Japan. They allied themselves with America to keep China at bay.
Okay, so you see why I said we shouldn't have been together now again.
No, but that is not the point. We are together. See, if you say we shouldn't have been together, like that would have solved the problem. It wouldn't have solved the problem. The original problem is that we are weak compared to the British or the Americans to the rest of the world.
Forefathers, we may not have solved our problem as the common problem now. And funny thing is that this common problem is going to kill everybody. Whereas it's going to kill everybody. This common problem we have in Nigeria is not going to. I don't see us getting out of it.
Maybe before people like you, if I had many of them like me, I'm not going to have that problem will go away fast. If you have this thinking, you're taking yourself backward. When you do that, you are dragging yourself backward. And you're already considering that it's going to kill us.
Can you just try and listen, please?
You are saying it's going to kill us.
Can you just try and listen? Look, do I sound like somebody who is a fanatic to you?
You don't sound like a fanatic. You sound like somebody that just you allow your feelings to your beliefs to a kind of overrule the data that is and reason that is available.
That's fine. If you say data, I don't know what data you are pointing to. But wait,
all the data they are now something. That's why you don't know because you're missing them.
Please wait. That's
I will show you proof of what I'm saying. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes.
And please, even if what I'm saying doesn't make sense to you, just in your magnanimous art of gentleness,
I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Look, what I'm trying to say is this. If you had gone our way, Everybody will have their own problem and try to solve it their way, but it's going to be their unique problems. And if that problem consumes them, that is fine and good. We have seen a lot of groups who had gone extinct because of that, and the world never ended. It's part of life. Let the fittest survive. Let those who want to, who sees their problem and challenge and grow with it, improvise on that. But how do they grow as a group? There must be a sense of oneness first. But the way the Nigerian system has been brought up, there is no sense of unity in it, even from the beginning. And that means that whatever problem or challenge we continue to have, even till now, we continue to weigh us down. And what am I trying to say? When I said regional spaces, you were pointing that there was no evidence that we were growing. Look, I said something. Contentment itself is a form of growth. The average farmer never envied the other person. He believed that if he wants to become like you, he should do and make the same land and have the same output the same way you have it. Then he will contend with you. He never thought that, oh, you have it, I can rob you. No. They went to school. It was free for their children. Do you think if we had gone that way over time, do you think we wouldn't have catch up with the Western education or whatever? The answer is we would definitely catch up, because that is what education is all about. Even the other spaces in Nigeria, they did what? They benefited from that system. You talk about agriculture. We enjoyed agriculture and we were not looking at the money from crude oil. Agriculture was our crude oil. We had cocoa. We were growing with it. Leave us to that. Let us handle it ourselves. And if it's going to take 20 years, who knows, we could have had chocolate factories all around and then started exporting our chocolate to the rest of the world. That could be an ideology. Maybe why are others not doing it now? Well, no problem. But who knows? So This is our own problem that we should have fought. And look, I don't want to fight the problem of the North. I don't want that the North are now holding us back, that they are children, because they can't go to school, they must score two. We should let them score 2 and then still come to unity schools. And then you are telling my own children that if they don't have 100, they can't get into that school. So they should score their 100. If they can't score, then they should go and do something else. And that is the same thing that's going on virtually in every space in Nigeria. So how do you want to now support merits? How do you want to put honor in labor? How do you want to put dignity in people's work? How?
Yeah, Muloka, let me quickly add something. Let me add something. No offense. Speaking of, say, the North are not that most of them are not learning. I can even show you the information that, if I remember very well, 2001, the best in JAMB, and I think maybe the guy was good in WAEC too. I don't know much of his WAEC result. The best in JAMB was from Maiduguri. It was from Borno State at the time. He got the highest score. And that's just one example, which is to say they cannot keep on saying that, oh, their people are not educated, put a lower score. They should be encouraged. If someone could get a score high in that magnitude at the time, their people should continue to be encouraged and let the standards be the same for everyone.
They are not even trying to encourage themselves. That's the point. This thing should even have timeline. If it is 10 years, we are going to give you this, what do you call it, affirmative action. And after 10 years, we want you to come up and this is it. That's it. You have to do things. It's not maybe it has to be perpetual. And then, No.
Do you know that what you are displaying is a form of discrimination that all nations have this level of differences. Like if you look at the Bible Belt or Mississippi, the lifestyle there is not the same thing as what you get in California or New York. It's different. They sometimes they resent each other. That's the truth. They see themselves as totally different entities. But it doesn't mean the nation is not functional. In the UK, you have the Northern Ireland Troubles, as they call it. It's a form of civil war that was happening in the UK. Yeah, they remain functional. Most nations are actually, by Nigerian standard, quite dysfunctional. If you are looking at how they interact with each other, they can be quite aggressive with each other, but they still maintain the bigger picture. You know what they do? The ones that believe in the bigger picture are the ones that win. But the ones that believe in what you believe in is the one that is winning in Nigeria. And why should you be the one to decide for the future that they should fail? You people have led us to where we got to. People that think like you are the ones that fought each other, that fought, like the Yoruba people fighting each other until the British came and put them out of their misery. Let me finish my point now. Okay. Let me finish my point, because you argue that we should let us go even if we fade into the wilderness, into the winter, as long as we are content with ourselves. Why should the population cede that their survival to somebody that wants them to disadvantage their chances of actually surviving? Why should they cede it to you? If every British people were behaving like that, they will not be here today. The ones that won the argument in the British and all the other countries that are surviving today are the ones that believe that they need to be bigger. They can't be fighting the Irish. They can't be fighting the Scottish or the Welsh constantly. If they keep doing that and thinking that we have to get them to catch up to us, then there would be no British empire. It will not exist. So the point I'm making is that you are seeing it from your own point of view, and if you win the argument, so be it. The people that used to think like you had the opportunity to do that before, and it got us here. We lost and lost and lost.
Wait, does the Yoruba tribe, does the Yoruba race look like we're thinking like that? We are the most accommodative.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm not really talking about Yoruba. You.
I am a Yoruba person. What am I talking about?
No, I'm not talking about Yoruba. You don't represent Yoruba. You're talking about your belief on what you should do with your Yoruba.
Do you think what I'm talking about? Do you think I'm talking to put money in my own personal pockets?
Of course not. You're not talking. You're talking about it, but it doesn't still mean the opinion is not still as devastating as if you say it's not confirmed. But based on the evidence that is available, it shows that if you went in that direction, it is going to disadvantage your people. You're going to lead your people into the wilderness. Given the challenge that we are facing now, that is even worse than what we had before. How can you think that?
That's where you're making the mistake. Now, what is the mistake you're making is that even though I said we should go our separate ways, doesn't mean that we are going to live in isolation. No. It's just that now we are going to have self-respect for ourselves. And whenever we come together, we will have a term to agree upon that everybody will be contented with. And then we move on from there. Right now, we don't have that. And going to the fundamental of that content of agreement is the Constitution itself. Who wrote the Constitution we are working on right now? Is it something that everybody, every stakeholder agreed upon?
Every Nigerian is available. We're part of it. Good or bad, Nigerians did it.
One or two persons wrote the Constitution. One military man or two
military men wrote
the
Constitution. Not 1 or 2. Nigerians wrote it.
Which Nigerians? What are you talking about, forefather?
They are Nigerians. Are they British that wrote the Constitution now?
No, but it's who? It's who? Who? Let's be accurate.
From what I gather, they brought people from all over the country. They have their names out there. The names are available. I can pull them out now. You want me to pull them out? So we read the name.
What it is, my friend.
Wait.
Are you saying that we can't communicate? Are you another one of those? You're talking about Emmett. How about you? Are you the person who's going to run Nigeria for us? Be quiet and share the information.
I'm not even talking.
Share the information, my friend. I'm putting to you that an army constitution, which is the constitution that we are presently running by, is not given by the Nigerians. It's not. That is an army constitution. I don't know what you're talking about sometimes when you make mention as though it's logic. It's not logic. You come across all this information and you want to load it flat. It's as if the information that you receive, you really don't understand it. Because when it comes out of your mouth, it makes no sense. It becomes so flim-flam. My friend, when you read, you have to understand. You don't just read information. Nah. That's what you're doing. It doesn't work like that, my friend. Honestly.
This will come now.
I know. You see what is wrong with you. I can at least.
I will start reading the names. The names are here.
And you know what is wrong with you?
Guys don't like to go with evidence. You just go with your feelings.
Not that you guys put the evidence out. We will listen. I will not be listening.
Let me read the names now. Let me see which of the names here are British or soldiers.
Do you have them now?
Now, the 1999 Constitution. Yeah, I'm reading it now. Okay. Let me read it now. The 1999 Constitution, number 1 person, Chief Rotimi Williams. He chaired the Constitutional. Rotimi Williams sounds like a well-known name. Rotimi Williams clearly a civilian. Then another one, Dr. S.O. Way. I don't know who he is. Professor Ben Nwabweze. Oh, shocker. I don't know who let him in there. They shouldn't have let him in there. He should be Benson Smith or something. Justice Udo Udoma. These don't sound like British names. Justice Akinola Aguda. Chief Bola Ige, even Bola Ige. How did Bola Ige sneak in there? That is unacceptable behavior. That was not meant to be a Nigerian constitution. How did you allow Bola Ige to get in there? Okay, now let me get another one. In 1991, Justice Nikki.
No, wait, hold on. What do you mean the 1999 one?
The one I was reading just now was 1979. No, now I'm going to the 1999 ones. Justice Nikki Toby.
No, wait, before you go to wait, sir. Sorry, sir. Before you go to the 1999 one, which constitution were we referring to when we started that constitution debate itself?
The 1999 one.
So why did you go ahead and wait?
No. You mean
I don't know, bro.
I don't know. I'm talking about who wrote the 1999. I'm reading both of them. I'm about to read the second one now.
How are we using the 1979 constitution?
No, I'm saying what I said was.
But you know, you already painted the picture as if those people you mentioned were those who wrote 1999.
No, what I know the one that told you I'm about to read the 1999 ones.
Well, you fucked up yourself in that regard.
No, I'm trying to read all of them. Come on, man. You are getting a little bit flustered. Take it easy.
No,
this is take it easy, okay? Okay, let's try to be factual here. We are trying to learn something. So the 1999 constitution, Justice Nikki Toby, General Abubakar Abusalami Abubakar, Professor Owalu Yadudu, Professor Ben Nwabweze, Alaji Abdul Rahim A. Bashir Wali, Professor Itse Saga. So I could pull out more names. These are not the only ones. There are probably many of them. The point I was making was that the fault you see in the constitution is the fault in Nigerians. It's not that different from, there are Nigerians that wrote it, and I agree the constitution may not be perfect, but it is Nigerians that did it. Is it not Nigerians that recommended that we should bring back the British women's national anthem? Did the British come here and do that for us? Is it not Nigerians that are still advocating, thinking that if we scattered and run in one direction, it's going to make us any better? We should be looking to Colombia, West Africa, and join with us so that we be bigger. The reason why we are big, we are even respected in Africa is because we are big.
So are you
Nobody cares about us if we're 30 million or 40 million.
Are you saying that those people, they represented the entire system, the entire stakeholder in this country?
I'm sorry to say that almost all countries, that's how it is done. I don't know what.
So are you saying also that those people who wrote the constitution, they wrote it for the betterment of the country or for the betterment of some persons?
Oh, there is for the betterment of elites. Now, what else do you expect elites to do? That's what they do in all countries.
And now we are now saying that that is false and we should have rewritten it. And you are saying no. We shouldn't say it that way because Nigerians are those who wrote it.
No, because the term we use was that the people should write it as if the people that wrote it are not Nigerians. And if you are saying it should be reformed so that the masses can contribute to it, then you have to have a formula where the masses contribute to it. I don't know what formula you are going to have. And personally, when I look at the constitution, you know, if you look at Black African constitutions, we have at least 90-something of them that has happened since 1960 or so, and versus the rest of the world that has had similar. Some of them don't even have constitution. Yeah, they are all functional. That why I bring that up is because if constitution was so important, it would have helped some African countries emerge. It didn't. So why do we keep blaming it as if that's the core of the reason why we are dysfunctional?
We are talking about sense of unity. We are talking about sense of fairness, sense of equity. A lot of people believed to today that they were cheated in that what do you call it now? In that agreement, and that is not addressed. These are the things that look. Even that was what warranted the 2014 National Conference.
Okay, let me ask
And
you specifically.
then,
Where did the cheating come from? Where would you say one big cheat came from in the constitution? Give me one, please.
In a constitution where the elites are now ruling, and then they go back to the constitution and find a way to make sure that they were not napped. They can't be. There's no sense of justice, or there's no sense of purpose to make sure that things are done. That is cheating.
The constitution is not the reason why things are done. The constitution has all those ingredients. The people are not the rich people. When they get to court, they don't enforce it. When they tell them carry out death penalty, they won't carry it out. When they tell them don't steal money, they steal money. Is the constitution telling them to steal? The constitution doesn't say go and steal. They do it anyway.
Well, I believe, although I will still go and look, but I still believe that there are a lot of things that is wrong with that constitution. The impunities, the cheatings, the way the revenues must be shared, the way the powers are taken away from groups of people into one central space, and all those things. Look, all these things are not making us. Can
I just ask the panel a question, so that we don't get stuck in this place where nobody would win necessarily? Two questions. Why do we agree that there is an issue with bringing forward a president from the East? That there are certain powers that would fix it, that would never happen in that Nigeria, to bring an Igbo president under some misguided level of mistrust. One. Two, for all of the minorities, of which we've had an Ijaw leader before, the Ijaws can't necessarily be seen as a minority. They're quite a big group. Why do we also suppose that a leader cannot come from one of these minorities? Those two things, please.
Most leaders in Nigeria come from minority groups. It's only the Yorubas have actually ruled more from one of the big groups. Most of our leaders, Fulani, this in Central, Middle Belt, Nupe, Kanuri, they are all technically smaller groups that they are all from.
They're not minorities. Those ones.
Kanuri is not minority.
Kanuri is not a minority. Not by terms that they've always been on the northern side, and they're quite a big group. They're not small. They're powerful. They are powerful.
But compared to the three major groups, that's what we are talking about.
Okay, I mean, I'll accept that. I know that's what it is. However, I will constitute those people as northerners, not necessarily Hausa, Fulani, or anything else, but as northerners. And I do understand what you're saying, but they are northerners. You understand? And they sit like northerners. And it's not to say that they can't be separated, but right now, and from Nigeria's inception, they have sat like northerners as a collective, as a big collective, sat largely under Islamic grouping. Whereas when we look at the South, one of the largest groups in the country has been squeezed out of that office for one reason or the other. This is what I'm saying. Why do you think there's that?
I get your point, but if the case that was not the case for Hausa too, one would argue that it's unique to this thing only Southeast. The Hausas have had only one leader, and it's only a military leader that ruled for about a year or so, which is Abu Salam Abubakar. They've not had any leader in Nigeria, and the reason why they don't complain too much, because they just see that the Fulanis are fine. I don't care. They don't seem to care about the way we care about these things in the South. So a major group in the North hasn't ruled. A major group in the South hasn't ruled. But we saw Buhari lose 3 straight elections as a Fulani man. He lost 3 straight elections, and a lot of Northerners, Hausa people voted for him. I think they said that once they actually went out and burnt properties, and they did a bit of riot because they felt like the South was, Jonathan was rigging the election against them. They feel the same way sometimes the way we do too. But when I see Nigeria, I see a country that is just not functioning, not necessarily because the effects that are causing it is bigger than something that is just happening within the country. That is my point. And when we keep saying that it's just us in the because of the tribal dynamics, that's why we are dysfunctional. If that was the case, you will not have 40 African countries be so desperate, be in such a desperate state. There is something, a bigger force that we need to confront that is out there. And if we don't deal with that force, we are just going to put ourselves back in a box. And that scares the living daylight out of me. That's one of the primary reasons why I come out, because I feel like if I put myself in the shoes of Oyibo people, like I go to studies here, I do things here in the UK, and I see how they act. If I put myself in the shoes of Oyibo people, I will put us out of our misery. Because I even tell the English sometimes, what happened to the Welsh? How come they still exist? They even speak out their weird language. Is it because when you tried to get rid of them, you got there, you saw that they were already dead or something? You could have just sent them to go extinct or something. Because there's something about the British that have gotten into me that I feel like if you don't earn your stripe in this world, you are going to pay for it. And history has suggested that is true. All the countries that decide that they are going to be fighting among themselves, they suffer. We suffered before. Why do we want to repeat it again? For me, we have to go with evidence. If evidence says that if you break up to smaller pieces, you suffer, don't do that. Simple. It's very simple. To me, it's not even complicated. Don't do that. That is an easy solution. If you cannot even do that easy solution, then how can you even go and do the hard things? I don't know. If you cannot see based on
No. Calm down. I just asked a question. If you have been very quiet, I haven't heard you speak today. My sister, which one?
Now she's just. Let me just play this quickly. So I will just play this the preamble so that you just get what it is, the gist behind this.
For years, it shows.
Let me go back a bit.
There is.
Okay, now play it again.
There is this research paper that has been on my mind for years. It shows that there is a particular type of problem where the smarter you are, the more likely you are to get it wrong. So
I just wanted to share that as a header because it's a bit long, as you can see. It's 14 minutes long. And I don't know whether they are going to even flag it because this guy is quite big as a channel. So if I'm to break it down, it says in the end, it turns out that if you are intelligent and they give you evidence, instead of you to observe the evidence objectively, you use your knowledge to counter it and reinforce your wrong information. And that is something that he proved during the process. And that's something this effect may be happening to a lot of our Nigerians. This effect may be happening to a lot of our Nigerians because this is why we are so educated. But you wonder, I've always wondered that when I was sitting here, I was like, why is it that sometimes we have all these degrees and yet look at the common mistakes we make? Because we double down, we find the excuse to double down, even when the evidence is showing the opposite. We use our knowledge to double down. And I fear that I sometimes do that, and I have to be careful. Because you don't want to lose an argument, you just double down.
What do you think is the population of South Africa?
I think around 50-something million or so.
What do you think is the population of the Yorubas alone?
From what I gather, globally, it's around 51 million.
No, not global. That's just Nigeria alone, bro.
Let me check again. Let me check. I think I checked it the other day.
Globally,
I checked it the other day. No, I checked it the other day.
No, let me put it to you this way. Globally, the way that the President Oni of Ife takes the population of the Yoruba race, it includes those Caribbean countries that and Brazil that we flung out a long time ago, full of our people. So the numbers are closer to
even Togo and Benin Republic. Also,
I know. I'm saying outside of Africa.
I'm looking at the global population that that is posted on the Yoruba people's page itself.
Yeah.
No other people. They said 51.379 million people.
Okay,
that's what they.
If you rank that even amongst population of countries in Africa, where do you think that will rank?
It will rank among in terms of top countries, you'll be looking at about 10th, 4th, 15th position, because there's Ethiopia.
In Nigeria alone, the big areas, the Igbos, the Hausa, and the Yorubas are the biggest of the black populations. Simple. That's in one country. Imagine, in one country, we are bigger than anything else.
But hold on, but India is 1.4 billion.
No, I'm not talking.
Why do we allow this?
I said of the black people. I didn't say of the Indians and Chinese. Listen, bro. Those headphones should be doing some good.
I'm talking about. You see this guy? Don't worry, that's your baby. One day you're not going to find it there. Keep going on. I was talking about AB. That because he was talking about 50-something this million that is massive in Africa, but one country of India is 1.4 billion. This is the world you are dealing with. That is scary, staggering.
But what is that? How does that add to the conversation, sir?
It adds to the conversation, because if you are fighting to get smaller in a world where you are challenging people of billion in size, we have about 3 major groups that are billions in size. That's India, China, and NATO.
Do you know that? Let me put this to you. Do you know that Genghis Khan, the first place he took over were the Chinese, and they were like 15 times bigger than the Mongolians. He ran them down. This is
your baby. I'm beginning to worry, because you know what Genghis Khan had? He had the highest technology of the time, very fast. This is the horsemen and all the rest of it.
That's not technology. That's skill. That's skill. Okay, there's a difference.
Yeah. But we have the aircrafts that do outpace their hypersonic missiles.
No. What it is is that we here are only under discussion, and in our discussion, obviously, we come from different angles. What we are trying to establish is the prowess of our nation, and we have to do nation building in order to get to that level of prowess. If we were to get to the level of prowess, if you can look at a lot of European examples of how existence work, but there are different levels of how to look at ourselves. And when you look at America, as I've said this many times before, without the African Americans, there is no fabulous place called America. It's just another Europe. You understand? America becomes fabulous because of the Black American intellect and skill and prowess in that country. Same too with Brazil. First time most of us ever heard of Brazil was because of a single individual by the name of Pele, who is obviously a Yoruba. You understand? So, that's how the thing goes. We as black people, we have so much prowess, but we like throwing it away because the white people one is more shiny. Ridiculous is the way I put it. Ridiculous. We got to grow up.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that we have to be okay. Go ahead.
The reason I quoted that is to poke hole to the argument that we are a small nation. No, you see, we have nations. We have nations. If South Africa, even at 15, is not a small nation, a Yoruba is not a small nation, an Igbo is not a small nation. So, and all our groups in their sizes, they are not small nations if they want to go there. Right. You might say there is a benefit of coming together, like the NATO that you quoted, but you realize that NATO had an agreement amongst themselves that everybody agreed upon, and everybody was satisfied.
It looks like an agreement, but in reality, America drew the rules. It's clear. America runs NATO. See, the thing is, if you have a group of people. Okay, let's not go into that debate. I don't want to change. I don't want to change the direction of the discussion.
Everybody fine with themselves.
No, America runs NATO. But the point is, if you have a group that is like by the standard of Yoruba today, like if during the time when the British came, they were not operating together. But by the standard of Yoruba today, if the Yoruba that we have today was united when the British came, maybe they wouldn't have been able to take over. They were 50-something. If they had a common group where they were strong, the way they are today now, the British wouldn't have taken over them. But then they were fragmented already. So now the challenge has gotten bigger, and we want to fragment back to where we were before. It's not going to get us anywhere.
It's not easy, man. It's not easy. Do you know the population of Nigeria by the time the British left?
I'm not sure. I can't be sure.
It was about 41 million, the whole country.
Okay.
Now, the reason why was because of slavery. Our country was emptied of our people. Emptied. Remember, 12 million died. It's probably a lot more. 12 million died just in the Middle Passage, as they call it. And then about, I don't know, they shipped about, I don't know, 13, 14 million that existed. And they kept doing it until they began breeding them like cattle in order to stop having to go all the way to West Africa to pick us up. So when we see the proliferation of growth, it's not just because we haven't had electricity and television, so we just amuse ourselves with sex. It's because we're replenishing what was lost. We need to really, I mean, there's so much data out there, like you'd like to look at. And when you analyze it, sometimes it brings you a lot of real understanding. You can see a picture emerge over the fact that history has actually taken place. Things have actually happened. Now, they're talking about reparations in the world. Keir Starmer went all the way to Fiji or somewhere, Samoa, somewhere out there. And he said before he left, I'm not going to talk about reparations. It's off the table. The thing is, when he got there, 52 of the delegates there wanted to talk about reparations. So what did he have to do? He had to sit down there and listen to 52 nations that were speaking about the bedevilment of Europe across the whole world and how they owe them reparations.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
You know, these arguments, we have to be careful what side we're on. And I know it's difficult for us to be on our own side. It is difficult. I don't take that away from anybody. But we have to be clear. And clarity comes from serious listening, serious negotiation, a serious level of intel from everybody. Nobody is an island. Nobody has all the information. We have to share. We really have to be in love with ourselves, even though we dislike ourselves. We have to be. We're not going anywhere. The world is against us, and it's been against us since they came across us. Why? Because we're excellent. That's why. We are lovely. We are brilliant. We are beautiful. That's why. We have to really regain our sense of pride within ourselves. We can't just be looking at all the bad news about us and then jumping in with the bad news tellers. That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with that. Paul, thank you for joining us. I don't know, should I be commensurating with you or celebrating with you? I'm not sure which one.
That's for you. Already know. You already know that I said I'm not voting for. I didn't vote for Kabbalah. In good conscience, I just can't stand the killing in. I think I formed my voting by foreign policy, and so the killing was just way too much for me to vote for her. Not because of I want Trump to win. You understand? I vote for Green Party, not because I want Trump to win, but I just form my policy based on that aspect. You know, different people form. So many people, Americans form their policy more on bread and butter. You understand? So some of us know that in 4 years ago, some of us are paying rent like $1,300. Then today we are paying rent like $2,500. I don't understand how you want to convince people with that. I think that's where people form their decision from. It's just their bread and butter. Things are very, very expensive. So you just have to tell us that.
Sorry, repeat that thing you said about rent again. How much change again?
It's moved, but I know it moved all over the world, but it was crazy in America. And why it was so much crazy? Because the big companies started buying single properties. You understand? Not like buying estates. They started buying single home and started renting it. So the price of rent start going up. Now you are dealing with organization, you leave, they seize your security deposit, they form this, they form.
Sorry, you gave a number. What was that number you gave?
I said 1,300, 1,300 to all the way to 2,500.
Oh my! That is this. You can't win an election in that kind of condition, can you?
Yes. So there are so many things that work against Democrats. You know, I'm sorry that I'm changing the topic now. Why I say so many things work against Democrats? Democrats is doing well. America bounced back first around the world after the pandemic. But you know the funny part of it is it's less than 10% of America invest in that capital market that they are using as benchmark that the economy is doing well. When you and I know that very many American citizens don't invest there. People are talking that day-to-day life. Did my salary increase to the level of the way prices of groceries, gas, rent, you understand, and the likes gone up? That is what is affecting the day-to-day, the ordinary American. That is what is affecting the senior citizens, you understand, who is getting the social security like $1,200 and is paying rent of $800. And between then and now, in social security, they increased it to just $250. But rent has gone far. So when some of them lost their wife, you understand, as senior citizens, they're just going to die because they can't even pay bills. Some of them will go back. Some of them that have retired for years will go back to job again because they can't even pay bills. So that's why you see senior citizens and every other thing. There's nothing you can explain. There's something that you are talking about, smart, that Jago is talking about. I just think he explained these elections very well. See, let's tell ourselves the truth. America may be the greatest nation in the world. America may be what, as they pride themselves, a first world nation. Remember that the people who think for this country still are less than 7%. We still have very ignorant people. So they don't want to understand anything. Don't think we from where we are coming from, we have those type of people a lot in our part of the world. It's also here too. They might just be speaking English, but they don't understand anything. All they understand is that put food on my table. So if I can't get that, then I hate you. You understand? So they vote with that passion.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so but about what we're discussing, you know, we went back to a situation where we are trying to rationalize whether, because I played a video and some people were saying, oh, we should go our separate ways, and I'm arguing that evidence doesn't back it up, and I'm trying to like force them to believe that evidence doesn't back it up. But it's not force. I'm just trying to suggest that evidence doesn't back it up. And is it not important that we follow evidence, because evidence is a form of truth?
But for father, I'll use Taiwan and China. Every day, China keeps standing tall and say Taiwan is part of us. But Taiwan still run their thing in their own way. You understand? So when you see the United Kingdom, you understand, to some extent, you even see where they go for competition. You still see Scotland will represent. You still see UK will represent. Sorry, I say UK, England will represent. You still see certain things that they do and every other thing. If we can manage it to that level, to some extent, it still will be better. But we are talking where the president run the whole economy and every other thing. I think that has gone too far. If the Igbo people are managing that thing and they pay tax to the center, if the Yorubas can manage their economy and pay tax to the center, what you are saying may make sense. But a situation the way it is right now, and you want it to be like that, you just believe that let us just use our large population, that it will become strength. I don't think some people really want it, because our ideology are far different. Our understanding from one another is getting far. You understand? The division keep increasing by the day. You understand? If the Ikwere man cannot resonate very well with the Igbo, you understand? So you can also say these questions very well. You know, so there are so many things that you put together. I think if all the so-called tribe, if they can manage that thing like states and everything, I think it makes sense. I will want to agree with you. But the way that the president just become God over the old people, this argument, this fight will continue to happen.
But is it not to argue for a restructuring? Like there is the concept of.
It's like what's been said.
Let me finish my point now.
Sorry, but I just want to push this in real quick. I beg your pardon, forefather.
Quick.
If the regions were kept till today, Nigeria would have been closer to being that one Nigeria that we would have loved.
That is true.
Yes, that's all.
There are countries that operate. I don't believe that. I just feel like it will be easier to even wreck us even more. The idea behind it is that like you can have a presidential council, Part of the problem with Nigerians is that they feel like, oh, they are not represented in the center in terms of, like you said, the president is God. If you have a presidential council, that goes away. So there are solutions to every single problem we have, but instead of us to just do it based on where we are right now, we focus on, oh, let's break up, let's go our separate way, or let's find a way to do something that we've done in the past. And that one, that is the one that really scares me most. When we've done something in the past that failed, we want to go back to it again.
It didn't fail.
So the one that we are now, is it working? The one that we are now, is it working?
See, the one
Can you compare the one we have now to the previous one?
You can't.
Which one is? Yeah, exactly.
Let me explain. The reason why they were able to compromise Zeke was because there was still corruption during that time. What we are seeing, from what I can see, the decline was happening right from the beginning. It didn't. The only reason why we are seeing it clearly now is because it's so blatant. It's so clear. Our leaders had been compromised from the very beginning. The decline was always happening. We just didn't see it enough. And even now, many people don't still see it. They just think that it's just normal behavior our leaders are portraying. It's not normal behavior in terms of corruption, but it's more than corruption. Other leaders, other countries have corrupt people. But yet, they even elected a convict into office. But yet, America is still functional. Why? Because there's something deeper. And I keep saying that we are not looking at the deeper aspects of what is causing our problem. And that is how you base things based on evidence. Because you can see clearly that other nations have corrupt people. Why are they not dysfunctional? You can see the other nations have different groups. Why are they not dysfunctional? All the teachers we have in Nigeria.
Do you see the excuse that the Northerners give over these tax issues? And to some extent, I subscribe with them to some extent.
Exactly.
You understand? So when they give their excuse, Dangote cannot be making all his money from cement in Obajana, taking all the limestones, whatever, from Obajana, Kogi State. You understand? And paying nearly all the taxes in Lagos. You understand? Then they themselves say, okay, now we want to go sell tomato. You want to tax us, tax this, tax that, and every other thing. If we still do regional is what America is still doing. Every state still run their show.
I don't know what Forefathers isn't seen in this. You said you don't agree with what I said. Fair enough. Just as Paul said,
we can do
is it now that you're in agreement?
I'm not fundamentally against regional system.
Okay.
I'm saying that the system we had before had already failed. And what we have now is a form of that system. It's just that the only areas that have not been encoded into the current system is the revenue, this in owning everything that collecting. I think resource, where you own everything that comes from your area, then you share some of them with the center. That is the only formula that has not been put in place. If not, the states have. Some of the states in Nigeria probably have more power.
That was put in place in terms of the 3 regions.
Jago, do you know that the states in Nigeria, in some ways, have more power than the Scottish First Minister?
Yeah, that's because. Sorry, no offense. Let me try.
That's why it's good I put it like that to you, so you understand what we are dealing with.
That's because
for regional system.
No, that's because they made the system work that way, and they are willing to sustain it to make sure it serves them. Unlike in our own case, where you have the federal,
they are just rich. That's why they are not complaining. We are poor. That's why we are complaining. The system we have is not necessarily the issue. I just told Jaco now, if he wants to dispute it, this First Minister of Scotland's power is less than what the state governor, This is
what I know. It's not that I agreed or disagreed. I was just thinking about what you're saying. It's not that what I know is that is in that on those state of mind that under the ground there is so much different levels of wealth, and I know that for any other state in Nigeria, and I know that unless I'm a big man and I'm willing to bully up the place, that those resources under the ground aren't mine. They don't belong to me. They belong to the federal government. And that for me is just that. Well, that's rubbish. As I said, where I live in our village, there's one big stream that falls into a water. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful. That stream can give the whole of that Ondo State electricity. So I was telling my mum, let me set this thing up. I will bring people and we'll set up a dam that can give electricity to the area. She sent me to the regional government. I put it to them. They said, I know we can't do that too. That. It's government talking shit. I just left the office. Office.
No, it's not talking shit. That's how he understands how things runs. You understand? You can imagine. Then you know the funny part of it. The federal government just have all these things and they abandon it. Then when you're so creative to want to bring light into those things again, they say just leave it, let it be. You understand?
God bless you. Thank you very much.
We can't run a nation like that.
I pity for
Exactly. That is the problem.
Please repeat that again. Please repeat that again. Let me get what he's saying.
The 6 political zones. You will see
talented
people left alone with no direction. And it has been happening for years. And the people that have been left alone.
But is that a consequence of this thing in the Nigerian state or just the people?
It's the Nigerian state. It's a Nigerian state.
The Nigerian constitution doesn't say don't employ brainy people.
You don't get it, forefathers. You will see someone who is very, very talented. They are willing to help and contribute to add their quota to the Nigerian project. But unfortunately, they will still the same Nigerian government will still fight against it. The enemy within will still fight them.
But that happens in every nation, though. That happens in every nation.
No, I disagree.
It is too much in Nigeria.
Watch this Trump cabinet now. The people he's going to appoint in every position, most of them is just because he knows them. They have zero qualification for their roles.
I live in America. I understand that America work. The federal government don't really have power. The federal government just prints currency, make monetary policy and foreign policy. The federal government can't touch what is going on in state more. You understand? It is just the monetary policy, whatever. It's even private sector to some extent and every other thing. Then printing of currency and the likes. Then foreign policy. You understand? That's why it can easy for you to lose election if you don't manage your foreign policy very well and every other thing. But we're talking Nigeria. Like as Jack was telling you, when I was working in the maritime sector, when we follow ship, when a vessel land in Lagos first, if we are following this ship from Warri to Port Harcourt, you understand? Our next signal that will take signal is in the Mokoda in Ondo State. Only that if state run their show very well, for you to take signal from there, that state is making money because they are guiding you. They don't even need you to bat. Just take signal from us for we to give you directions and everything. We are making money. You understand? It's just like passing through some place. You do your connecting flight. You buy gas. You pay for airspace and the likes. You understand? ATC. You understand? They make money. So these are the things. You understand? But in this situation and everything, the federal government is just there. They don't invest in those things. They can't let you invest in those things. If you talk too much, they shut you down. You understand? Why you having this interest?
Is that a feature that is only in Nigeria or is a feature that is in many African countries?
Because everybody, the way many of us run that part of the world, everybody wants to be Lord of the Ring.
There is
no system in place.
That is my point. It has nothing to do with, I want to separate that. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's an issue that needs to be dealt with head on. If you have a president that is too powerful, find a way to dilute the power. If you say that you want to share resources, you own the resources in your state, find a way to get that stuff to the state. To be fair, Nigerians have done quite a bit to do those things already. Power supply they can control now.
I hope you know that LNG today, Nigeria have more gas than crude. I hope you know that the LNG today that is doing a little bit more, much better than any other sector that you can think in Nigeria. It's almost run by private sector. That's why LNG is doing much well. Just imagine that LNG, if NNPC run LNG, like the way they are doing with this other crude, whatever, and refinery. Nothing is coming out of it. Do you get my point now? So all we are saying is that federal government will not lose one penny. This one that an Hausa man will train cattle and sell cattle, don't pay 1 naira tax, will bring tomato from south to west, from north to west to south, whichever place, will sell tomato, don't pay 1 naira tax and everything. If state run their show, the regions run their show, federal government will open their eye to collect all their money. Federal government will even make more money on tax. If I cut my hair, you are still paying tax to the center. You understand? Because
we
the whole system in place, the way it will go from city to state to federal, or whether state to federal. You understand? Look like the way.
Let's argue for that. I think we can win that argument if you argue for what you're talking about. I actually think Nigeria is headed in that direction in terms of the states being able to control more of their tax revenues. We are heading in that direction already. So this is my point. And you talked about this system, whether it is working. The system itself, on paper, appears to be the most stable one for Nigeria in terms of whether you government fall or rise. However, in terms of outcomes for Nigeria, we have not reversed the greater issue that has been plaguing us since we lost the colonization wars, not just from 1960. That bigger issue.
Any president that anybody that become president in Nigeria, the kind of numbers that they hear, you see Akpabio the other day, an educated man who is a lawyer, who say, I can't even, this number is too much for me. What do I mean by that? When they fill their personal pockets, to them, they felt, I don't know, say Nigeria is this rich. They don't even know that Nigeria is broke. There are so many ways you can make more money. If Apple, one company, can make more revenue than Nigeria with all these resources that we have, it's a slap in our face.
Who controls like mineral this thing like iron ore? If you want to extract iron ore from states, who controls it in Nigeria?
Everything is federal government.
Federal government.
So if you want to get private institutions to come and get oil from your state, that iron ore, you have to go through the federal government.
Everything is federal government.
I thought it's the mining rights that you get.
Call an OML or a special license like
license. That's what you get. Yeah, no, I think to be fair, that's before.
So everything is federal government. State will not enjoy because of state-owned land, and you are doing business in that land. But you are talking about the resources that they found in that land or that sea is federal government. So states just benefit this small thing. That's how it runs.
Everything. Forefather, let me tell you, in the 90s, I was doing a lot of business in Nigeria. And a lot of my friends were as well. A friend of mine, he brought one technology from China. He went there, he spent 4 years in China before returning and bringing this special technology. He brought it to Obasanjo, of all people. Obasanjo just stole that whole business for him. He's not a tramp. He's still very affable, a person, my guy. But that was the making of him. That was supposed to make him a multi-million. It was taken from him. Bruh, as you enter Nigeria, if you think that it's easy road to do business in that place, bruh, as you're bringing something that is good for the nation, there will be 10 people in your way of developing that thing.
I agree with you on that. Okay. I've seen it happen before. So I asked the question about what Scottish government control in terms of their natural resources. The oil and gas, the Nigerian, that's the UK government controls it. The coal resources is governed by UK-wide authority. But they also went on to say that other minerals like iron ore, sand and gravel, is controlled by Scottish government. You want to control sand again, Jesus? So the sand, gravel, and iron ore is what the Scottish government control. This in the UK. So the reason why I'm reading this is because the structure we have in Nigeria, we fail to understand that the states are somehow they are mini regions right now. When we keep adding for regional this thing, the states are mini regions. The governors are stupid powerful. The Scottish
they are not regions. They are not regions. They are not region. Forefather, they are union. They are say they are union based on tribe, not region.
The Scottish First Minister doesn't have immunity. Scottish First Minister that has their own country technically doesn't have immunity, but the state governors in Nigeria have it.
Sorry, Papa, don't be offended. Those countries you are talking about, if you look very well, you realize that they have sovereign funds that they don't just go and tamper with anyhow. There is some level of discipline. They might have their corruption, but there's some level of discipline. Once resources are being assigned for developmental projects and sustainability of the economy, they don't joke with it. They are very, very strict on that. Do we have such a discipline within our system? And because come and think of it, when the leaders and the government officials, when they say, oh, they are making some revenue, maybe from the oil and gas, from the maritime.
Scotland doesn't have a sovereign fund, from what I gather.
No, not in the literal sense of foreign. So try to understand me, not in the literal sense of foreign sovereign funds, but whatever resources they have, it will be set out and apportioned for developmental projects and other aspects of the sector to sustain their economy. At least there are sustainable developmental plans and policies in place that are strictly adhered to.
You know why I like.
We don't adhere to anything.
You know why I like.
Anything goes in Nigeria.
Let me give you my reason for liking states. I like states because it's not a blunt instrument.
Because your group is small.
Exactly. I'm trying to give you the reason that there's some argument for that. Because remember, the reason why Adaka Borough decided that he was going to try to secede from Nigeria, because they felt like being in the eastern region, their wealth was going to Enugu. You don't want that kind of tension to start again. So the states that are formed now, it tends to cater to the needs of smaller groups of people within the Nigerian this entity. So why widen the problem when you can just limit it to those smaller entities that are technically quite powerful right now? They have a lot of power.
They don't. Father, I don't understand. What power do they have?
The state governors are the ones stopping this tax bill right now. The state governors are the ones that are threatening, that told the federal government that
the reason why they are behaving like that is because there's too much rascality in the system.
Father, I just told you they are not as strong like you think they are union. They are not as strong as region. They are just union. Say united we stand over this issue. And like I said, they are making points. So Father, they are making points in the sense that they believe that the way the things are arranged, things is well done. If you can take all these limestones, all this cement from Kogi State, because the corporate office headquarters is in Lagos, and you pay the tax to Lagos, well, we just also get our own VAT from there, because our VAT indirectly is also going to Lagos. Yeah. You understand? So these are the things. So these are the things that they are fighting, that now you want to charge us again. If you charge us this one, then let anything that you want to take from our soil bring the business back to our states. Do you get my point now? So they are not just saying no, they are using it to ask question. And that question is very, very good, because all the multinationals, in terms of all the oil companies, they are all in Lagos.
I played a video of the man yesterday now. Because the man even said, even in the south where they have all the oil companies, the headquarters are all in Lagos. They are paying all the money to Lagos. You wonder why
that's why you might think that Lagos is so creative. You understand? But they are just food done, con chop. Do you get my point now? So this is the thing.
It's not the same thing. Paul, you see, one thing I observed, was it yesterday we were having this conversation? I observed that just after democracy started, the South and Southeast became more devastated. And all these headquarter moves happened during the democratic period. During the previous military period, those areas were doing quite well. That's when Aba was functional. That's when Port Harcourt was one of the best cities, garden city in Nigeria. And all this. Yeah. But when I came back to Nigeria during democratic period, Lagos, I saw a lot of progress in Lagos. I even saw a progress in Onitsha. But the other areas, Edo, Port Harcourt, nothing.
Father, you must remember that garden city that you are talking about. You must remember all these things that you are talking about. The military put that same structures, put all these things in place. We just obey. Not that we just obey. Do you get my point? We are not using our thinking cap. We just obey. Okay, now I'll tell you this funny thing now. If federal government want to sell any of their oil wells and whatever, they even say state cannot buy it. You understand? Delta State, Bayelsa State, had to even go to court to fight these things. How do you sell for private people? One woman just come for Lorunjo Alakija will buy this thing. But states that own some of these things can't buy it.
She didn't buy it.
It's funny.
That gift now.
Yeah,
no. Let's just say at the end of the day, just imagine that state cannot even invest in an investment in that.
Sorry, bros.
Is it not funny?
Sorry, Paul. Do you see that thing that Olakija has? it is so far off the shore. It's nearer to Gabon than it is to Nigeria, but it's Nigerian waters. And that is the biggest gas and oil field in Nigeria. The biggest, single one. The biggest. It's like, my God, how can you give that in someone's hand? You know, when they gave it to her, they didn't know what it was contained there. Just now, it's the biggest. Nigeria is fantastic.
So you can imagine that type of thing where you say states can invest. The states, ordinary MTN, when the MTN and EcoNet were coming and everything, they run to the South region and everything because the South region really, really frustrates them. The telecommunication companies started complaining that they think everything is oil. You know, the way you want to dig anything in River State, Delta State, they tell you go bring this million. This is how they frustrate the telecommunication. The telecommunication just understand that the way we can survive is to also ask Delta State to buy its shares, to ask. Obasanjo just saying no, it will not happen. You understand? Because they understand that if the state invests into this business, then the youth will not take advantage anyhow because their investment is there. Obasanjo just say it will not happen. You understand? That is when these South guys even fight before they even bought. They argue it before they bought some shares from EcoNet. You can imagine. So those type of things is just funny. So you just make them just do this, you know, this type of thing that some of us where what we call agents in Lagos. It's not like here in the West, where agents will come house, come collect rents. Even tenants they fear. You will say, no, be you get house. She just can't help Baba landlord come collect rent. You start controlling everybody. That is what our governors are. That's why the only business in Abuja is hotel and banking. Mountain, everybody go there, go collect money and bring back to their states. How much are they making in the internal generated revenue? You understand? There's virtually no business there. You understand? When you look at other states, if you see any big thing, there is bank. You don't see any business.
Paul, don't be offended. You know, basically, this thing you are saying, you have a point because we talk about all those what they call insecurity, kidnapping, and all those mayhem. I can remember I grew up in Warri within the 90s and early 2000s. I literally saw the decline of Warri before my eyes.
That is what the Southeast is suffering right now. Do you know that crisis? The military stayed here for almost 20 years. They refused to go.
Right now, Shell was opening my secondary school. You see Shell office then. In fact, we went to secondary school, sir. That place was like more or less like an inspiration. Now just more to make principal organize what they call an excursion. Make we they go there, they do the whole thing.
You don't know how to explain that where. You don't even know how to explain. You don't even know how to explain that where. Yoruba people explain that where. They say kosi wala, ile kosi wala. See, Shell, in Shell, parents force their girl child to become prostitute. Because if the girl go there, she's coming out with a lot of souvenirs. Will come with a lot of milk, this. Will come with money. Parents force their girl child to go prostitute. You understand? At a time, Shell that we're talking about, at a time when the youth started fighting, government will say, we'll give on a transformer, we'll give on a this. Share lights be like God, like dozen off. Yes, so the people say, don't give us transformer. Let us use the same light so that if Winch want to offer, let Winch off everything so that it will turn off back immediately. Why you segregate? You are in my town, you are in my village. Then you are using 24 hours electricity. Then you say you give me transformer. Then every day they will say, oh, this Winch off transformer. Just don't make no sense. You understand? It just don't make no sense. Then they started flying chopper up and down.
The culture in that area. Sorry, let me just ask because since you know a bit more about those areas, I think the conversation is drifting to different areas. But I think it's good for us to learn about this because I don't know too. So, what do you think is happening with those like Bielsa now and? Like Delta 2, the riverine, like Warri and all those areas that are not developing as fast as they are supposed to. What do you think?
Ondo as well. It's all the same riverine area.
Where Ondo, Ondo is affecting Ondo too. So what is affecting them? Why is it that development is really stalled in those areas?
Because nothing is going on there. Nothing is going on there.
More. There is devastation from pollution and erosion of territory. One, all this land is swamp territory. Having said that, the land there is very beautiful, fertile, and water driven. So fish is a mass there. On those side, the pollution hasn't reached to that, but there is a lot of erosion going on. Our fish are still our fish. Delta, which is our neighbor, know very well, their part is not so polluted like Baeza and Rivers. These two areas, you can see the gorgeousness, the green, the depth of green is blinding. And you go there, you will begin entering into such lush territory. And then all of a sudden, you start seeing water blackening, dead fish, people with polio. You start seeing all kind of sickness. This is the first level of maltreatment of the peoples living in that area. Paul, go on from there.
Soot, again, and every other thing. All the things that you breathe and every other thing, you understand? They destroy the ozone layer. They do everything. There is no job. There is no nothing. Go and look places like Petroleum Trading Institute, and every other thing. You go there. There is no equipment there. For father, how do you go where you are talking about, where you want to teach people trade, craft, the work, like as the Bible says, I will bless you with the work of your hand. There is literally no equipment there. You just see people like the conventional civil servant just come there, collect salary and go. You understand? It's just horrible. It is horrible. For father, when you look at DSC, Delta Steel Company, the way Delta Steel Company was planned, Delta Steel Company was designed all the way to Ajaokuta Steel. You understand? There's a rail that connects all the way from Kogi to Alaja. You understand? Because this thing is meant to carry heavy duty, iron steel. You understand? The back of Delta Steel Company, they drain those places. Heavy duty ship can come and lift steel and every other thing for export purposes and the likes, and to also bring materials, some type of materials that they also need. Everything was well planned. But those things just close. And you know the funny part, those things just happen because of surplus money, like go on say we have a lot of money, we don't know what to do with it.
That's right.
Not because of they were thinking, but the money was just too much. Maybe because the population was not that over big like now and everything. So they just did it. Or maybe some contractor just designed these things and it sounds good, it looks good. You understand? They just do it. But sustaining it, it becomes another different ball game. You understand?
In a way, they are not. If you look at the Gowons, they are not. He was young when he took over power. He probably never saw that coming, before 1966. And then he took over power, found himself with billions upon billions of naira. He was like, I never saw this one coming. He never planned for it. So,
Papa, I will tell you one thing that happened. You know the way our American election is being divided. This problem that they are having with this chief thing that the America so much depend on Taiwan over these semiconductors and the likes. The former governor negotiated with Taiwan and brought this big, massive investment, over 100 billion investment in terms of semiconductor to Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix, Arizona is the fourth largest city in America. Very big city. But the mayor of Phoenix is Democrat and the governor is Republican. But as far as you are bringing investment, they work hand in hand because the mayor don't want this thing to go to another city. You understand? Probably, maybe the Taiwan people also understand that, no, don't take me to another place. I think I like this place because everybody want to be in a big city where you can have everything. And they strategically put these things. As they put the thing, they also give Arizona State University a lot of grants. They give Northern Arizona State, 2 state universities. They give them a lot of money to start training students in this direction because they don't want to go spend money to go bring what Nigeria will call expatriates, to go beg the man who live in New York, who enjoys cold weather, to come to my desert. You understand? So that the money will remain in the states. They even invest in state-owned universities. They give them a lot of money. How many businesses do you see in Nigeria where you say Unilag want to partner with Lagos State want to partner with Unilag? How can we solve electricity problem? How can we solve this problem? How can we solve this problem? MTN will partner with University of Ibadan. How can we solve this problem? We don't get things like that.
Paul, do you know that Tezaco that used to be in Nigeria in those days that left, need to see them here. When I see them here, I almost shed tears. I'm like, wow, these people are consistent. Companies, though it's not as if companies do not evolve, but they know how to keep these corporate companies to their advantage and use it to sustain themselves. In our case, any company that just boom, 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 everything goes.
Those companies,
of lately, look at the fight that Macron and Benjamin Netanyahu is having. Because immediately Benjamin Netanyahu started hitting Lebanon. Macron said, no, it will not happen. Remember that France colonized Lebanon.
Yeah.
And Total have very big investment there because it's affecting them. Yeah. France said, no, it will not happen. France felt, even though if it will take us to have issues with America, we don't care because now it's affecting them. But in our own case, you understand, the governors are so weak. As far as the governor can do well, if they make mess of his state, he's not doing anything. He can go to Abuja and just get his money. You understand? Then they build road for 50 million and pay 300 million to call Arise, Channels, and AIT to commission the road.
From what you said just now, and from what I'm observing in Nigerian space, I know governors have, and especially when they come together, they do have sway. So you would think, okay, their states, they are suffering, and maybe they don't have the ability to, let's say they meant well for their states. So why are they not coming together and say, you know what, let's make this president do the right things by us?
No,
you know,
there's a bigger plan. They live in a different area of Nigeria, which is called the heavens. They live in the heavens. They don't live on the ground with us all.
But if they want more money now, let's say they want more money for their, so that their state generate more money so that they can have more money. Why are they not fighting for their states to develop?
Father, you are a man with data. Go look the data as at 1980. What is the population of Lagos State? Even when it was it was federal capital as at 1980. Go and look the population and see what Jakonde did with Lagos. You understand? Do you know it was Jakonde time they built Bagada Teaching Hospital? It was Jakonde time they built Lagos State Lagos State University lawsuit. Go look what is the population of Lagos State then and what is the population of Lagos State now. What I'm telling you, between then and now, we have General Hospital. You understand? The Lagos Island General Hospital. We have Idiaraba in Idiaraba Teaching Hospital. We have Bagada Teaching Hospital. Since that time till now, we've not expanded. We don't have no new hospital.
Imagine.
Do you know why? These are the things that affect the commoner. They don't care. For Father, I keep saying these things. Look at what Nigeria went through in the last Olympic. For Father, do you know how your primary school is? Those days when you were going to primary school, can you remember when they say, snake don't bite one person, every parent, every one of our schools have thick bush. Now, Ministry of Education will approve school in one plot of land to build private school in Nigeria. Where will you learn extracurricular activity to play football, to play ping pong, to play baseball, to play volleyball, when the school itself is one plot? And from that time till now, I'm talking Lagos State, I did not see one new public school that any of these states built. It is private schools, and this private school will get one plot of land, two plot of land. No space for kids to learn sports. That's why whenever they want to go to Olympic, they start looking for my son, look for your son, look for this one daughter, to pack all of them together and say, go represent us. We will fail because at the end of the day, sports is all about teamwork. You understand? But you and I know back in the days, we know people that will make it to the national team from your early stage in your neighborhood. You see the dedicated in your schools where we do all this inter-house sport, people run, people do all those things. Go and look at the schools, interstate and everything. Go and look at the schools today. Government did not invest in public schools. Government did not invest in public health. What type of people? If not because of there's no money, we are just breeding all those kids and everything. Do you know the numbers of Nigerians that are dying every day because we don't keep data in all those things? You understand? One of my cousins is telling me, say, why are they having all these kids with disability everywhere in the West? We don't used to have all those things in Nigeria. They will tell you so. They don't live long. They die. That's why you don't see them. People do have them. You understand? And they don't have technology to oversee some of those things. So when they have, remember, once you have the baby, you can't take the baby. But Nigeria, doctor will not even see it while you are still conceived. So after you have the baby, the doctor will advise you, they just take the baby. Some people will just lie, say, now winch, now landlord, now landlady, now join this. But you know, these are just the thing. You understand?
But also there is objective proof that some of all those occurrences, that's frequency or rate of like autism is higher in the West, either because they are having children at a later period. You know, I think it's associated with people that have children at a later age. So there's evidence pushing in that direction. If that is the case,
if you talk about high risk, the Nigerian woman, 40 years woman, don't even understand. They say they get pregnant. 45 years old woman get pregnant in Nigeria. It happened in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
No,
you understand? But because of the way we just do our thing,
at the younger age,
you know, in this part of the world, sometimes drugs may affect some. Yes, we understand the high risk when you're so old and having babies and everything. But I'm talking Nigerians, why we don't see many of them, not because of we don't have all those things to some extent, but because of after the baby comes, the doctor can just advise you, you just keep it secret to yourself, because we keep nasty things that we don't need to keep secret, we keep it secret. So they just let the baby go. Probably lies in a landlady, way first see me, and I make the baby go.
Wow. One of the areas we were discussing was accountability. Maybe you will know about this in terms of how did our ancestors, how did they enforce accountability? An example of the type I gave was what used to have, like the Japanese have the harakiri, and the British, you know, when we're watching this video about the British man, he talked about when something happened, he just resigned his position. You don't have that culture in Nigeria where they disagree with something, they just offer their resignation and walk away. So many cultures have ways of accountability, you know, falling on your sword, different things. But I'm sure we had it before. Do you remember anyone that, you know, within your own area, you know, in Delta, where something that they used to enforce integrity before?
Father, I think we do have it. In my culture, if I'm not making mistake, maybe in your culture, when people do very bad things, they leave the community, they go exile. You understand? They go exile. That's just the same thing. They go exile because of that family name bent forever. They will leave, they will travel far. So, for example, now, all this type of story that you hear, oh, King Jaja of Opobo was born in this place and moved. Maybe when you dig deep, you just discover maybe the father slept with somebody's wife. One thing is a sacrilege. They will move out of the community completely. So it's a form of also resignation. They will just leave. So we do have it.
So if they commit a major crime or
they leave.
Found to have, so they just leave. That doesn't sound like a very serious punishment.
Is that not the same resignation? If you can suffer and leave your farm, leave your everything, then and go move to another place where you want to come with the best character for the people to welcome you, that you don't have anything. That is a big price.
But he didn't pay now. Okay, yeah, you pay to an extent, but he just okay. Those are for like menial lower offenses, like somebody that does something in a society, like broke the public trust in some way. So the ultimate punishment for them is they leave the society.
The punishment is very, very big. The punishment is very, very big. Some people, you see these things that we talk about the Chinese, some people will even go hang themselves. Some people just enter the bush, they go kill themselves, because you also don't want the family to know that you kill themselves, but they will enter the deep forest, but then they'll kill themselves so that no trace. Because if you do it in public, it's like me now, I have life insurance. If I commit suicide, do you think my kids will have the money? No, my kids won't have the money. That's how it is.
Do they have any specific name for these things?
The name that they use for the Yoruba.
They call me different this thing. That's the thing that the Igbo people will call Aaron, taboo, and every other thing. You just commit something that's a very big sacrilege. These are things you don't do. Like there's this religion in my place. You know, I know whether you've seen it in River State, the Igbe people that serve the god of water. The Yoruba people also have their own and every other thing. Back then, the biggest business in places like Delta, it's sailor work and every other thing. These are people when they go sail, you understand, when they come back, they have a lot of money. You just go to the Igbe shrine. You don't even serve them. You just go there, you greet them, you put your money there. You go 3 months, come back. The way you keep your money in the altar, that's how you see the money. Can you go to any church, go leave your money in the altar and come back and say you see your money? You understand? That is how they understand that this is an holy temple. Nobody in his right thinking will ever do things like that. You understand? So these are the kind of religion that we have before Christianity help us demonize everything. Then we become slaves to the pastors and the imam.
And the pastors don't have any way for accountability. What do they have? Did they send it to another church? How does that even work in churches?
The pastors come like Democrat now. Tell you what you want to hear, but never give you what they want, what they promise.
That's simply unfair. That's a low blow. Revolution, you want to say something? Welcome.
Yeah, I didn't know you guys were still on. I came first, but I think I just woke up because I have to work very early today. I woke up, and luckily, you guys, I was dreaming when I just woke up like that.
Oh, good.
I'm trying to sit. You know, Peter B said something. You know, he's a good talker. He talks very well. I see it as he's trying to make a political comeback, something like that. But it's over for him. Let me make this point. It's good to make this point. Trump, last election, when he knew he won it, those of us who follow American election till the last moment, they declare a winner. If you guys remembered, he told them he when he saw that they rigged the election because Trump was winning, suddenly everything started changing.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Please, let me.
If he let him talk, let him educate us. If he let him talk, if he let him educate us, go ahead, my brother. No, just go ahead. You live, you learn. Go ahead. Let us learn from you.
What I want to make this point because of Peter B, our so-called the best man in Nigeria. Trump knew something was happening and he rose and he did, whether people said he did something that never happened in America, they blamed him for everything. But that he even made a point that something changed because those of us who were watching that election that day, we knew something changed. But they convinced us that it's American system, everybody have to vote and blah, blah, blah. They even put him he's been accused, called criminal, everything. Because of what? He fought for America, whether they like it or not. That was what Peter B should have done. Especially when ANEC told us there was something called, what's this, what that English, the Nigerians, you know, when Nigeria want to fool you or they made mistake, they will find,
capture.
No, they will find one big English. They say there was glitches. That's what they told us that day. And I went to the encyclopedia to look for the meaning of glitches. And there were a lot of categories of, you know what I mean, explanations.
Mr. Revolution.
Different names. And then I came across that glitches could be something somebody did to cause trouble, which was the rigging.
Don't be angry because you give.
I'm not angry, brother. Let me land, please. You have been on for a while. I would leave very soon. Let me just.
But we are not discussing Obi now. How did you just come and?
No. Leave him.
Let me land, please. My brother. Now you know the problem with you guys when somebody have a point to make.
My brother, just go ahead. Since you don't have plenty of time.
Okay, so now Trump came back 4 years later. You understand? Nobody gave him the Democrats, the normal people like we have in the Nigeria upper class of rulers. That's what I call the Democrats, Obamas, the wife, everybody. They try to fool the Americans, even divide the black American community. If your wife go this way, you can do this. You know, but the people now have spoken in America. Even he got a popular vote. And this shows what was going on in America, which Obi refused to fight for that glitches that many of us are turning against him today. Because if he had fought for Nigeria at that time, even INEC opened their mouth to say glitches. Glitches Those of you who are very educated people, you know what glitches means. That means there is some trouble. Something happened wrong. That is what glitches means. That is why I came back, because now Obi have said something. All the Obi fans, yes, I will turn the night vigils to what you call it, to night shift. All this is a political combat. It's too late for that, brother. Because what he said, we have said it on this platform every day about what's happening in Nigeria. Not when he come and make one statement, everybody will be saying, Obi have come, Obi said the right thing. Who doesn't know that the churches in Nigeria, they are one of the people causing trouble in that country? All the schools,
I've had somebody that I work with.
Father, let me land. I will go now.
Okay.
Who people destroy the public schools of Nigeria? If it's not the churches, they destroyed the Nigerian public schools. I know when it started. They started by opening their nursery schools in Lagos that time. They started from that, nursery this, nursery that. And then what do? They go to the schools, the public schools where the politicians, their compliances will go and take the teachers there because they were not paid their salary and take them to their public schools. And the public school destroyed. And so now they are not
private schools.
On nursery schools, they are building secondary schools, universities, and the more they build these universities and secondary schools, Nigeria Public University goes down. That's what I want to make. Thank you, guys.
Revolution. Wait, Emmy, please. Let me just answer. Let me just talk about this US. Revolution, if you don't mind, can I ask you a few questions before I just continue?
Okay, no problem.
So when Trump lost the election, Trump went to court.
The last one election?
Yes. 2020.
He went to court or they took him to court for protesting?
No, Trump went to court. Trump took them to court.
Okay.
Okay. So it looked like you don't really know. So when Trump lost...
excuse me, that is please, you didn't get the point I made here. The system of America, the court system of America is reliable to some extent. And he lost in the court, if you remember. Wow. They told him he was lying.
Okay. So now let me explain to you now. So the way court work in America is so funny. My vote that I vote, it is no. When you talk, revolution. If I listen to you, why don't you listen? The information you have, I want to believe that you listen. Okay. Then let me just talk my own. Let me just talk. We wait to talk. Okay, I'm not talking to you. Then let me talk.
Yeah.
So in American courts, High Court, Supreme Court is bipartisan. They elect them. Our High Court judge and Supreme Court judge in America, we elect them. So our High Court judge and Supreme Court judge in America, they are Democrats and Republican. Why Republican is enjoying what they're enjoying now? Because in that 9 Supreme Court judge, 6 is Republican. It's only 3 that is Democrats.
And
so that on his own.
Paul, sorry for cutting you off. Remember that Trump put 3 of
successfully employed 3. Exactly. You understand? So I just want to say this thing. Then now we're talking about High Court judge. Trump went to court 61 times. The 61 times, hear this thing, the 61 times that Trump went to court. 42 of the judges that judge the case, these are judges that Trump appoint, and Trump lose in their own courts. Is it that they bribe the person that Trump employ? It's just like the way we are laughing about Justice Ikwetu, this young kid in Nigeria today. The people that Trump appoint, Trump lost in their own courts. That is one aspect. Then the places that Trump said he lost election, you understand? If State, Georgia, the Secretary of State who reads these things and everything is a Republican, his own party. Arizona, that Trump complained, is a Republican, his own party. Because if it is Democrat, now we will say they compromise. Can you hear all these things? No. You understand? So when people say all these things, it is just from Trump's strategy. Americans may like Trump because of they're tired of politicians keep telling them lie. They just need something new, like the way some of us need something new. 2015, we just want Buhari because we're tired of politicians. If you say that part, I will agree. But saying they rigged the election and you went to court, the same judge that you appoint, it's not like Nigeria, that judge is not partisan. America, judge is completely partisan. You will call the judge name, you go look them on their wiki, you see is a Republican judge. They write it there. It's a Democrat judge. And you lost in their courts. So who na rigam?
Paul, let me explain something to you.
My sister, go ahead.
Let's forgive him. He just woke up from sleep. Apparently, he had a nightmare. To be honest with you,
he said
because
it.
I don't understand this issue of. No, my thing is that every time he comes here, he blames OB for everything.
Exactly.
Why not go contest for election? Go and contest for election. You know,
okay, he's just angry because of OB. That was what funny thing that
go and contest for this.
That was his last statement. That was the last statement before he went to sleep.
Can I say something to Paul? I just came in
and he slept. He dreamt of OB again and still woke up and come back and talk.
I don't understand. Every time he comes to this platform,
and if you know the funny part of it, the fight that Trump fight from day one since Trump lost the election, I give it to Trump. Is that not the same thing now Obi is trying to do so? Obi just started his own fight. That's exactly what Trump did.
Paul,
my brother KJ, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I say something before I leave? Thank you so much for your contribution. Now, I want to dwell a little bit on this Trump thing. That's why I came by this court thing, because sometimes when we talk about this court thing, we don't always tell all the story that is there. But I'm glad that Trump has come back to governance, so that all those things now all the papers will be now made public for everybody to be able to peruse. Now, in all of the cases that Trump went to court, the judges refused to accept evidence.
His own judge that he appoints.
No. You see, when he
KJ, come on, you don't need to stop pushing this narrative. Stop all
his own judge that he appoints.
Come on now.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Nigeria. Had it been Paul lost, Trump lost this election, you people will say it was rigged.
When you say his own judge, you make it look as if the judges judge according to the person who has brought the case. I think that would be so too unfair to the American
he lost. Move on. If he had lose this election, what would you say? Stop all this, man.
This is my challenge with some of us.
KJ, the definition of rig. KJ, the definition of rig. If you want to use definition of rig, you will say Tinubu rig Obi.
Hold on.
If Trump own judge rig Trump,
I'm just trying to deal with this issue.
Right.
Now, if you go to the cases you just mentioned, now as we are talking, go back to those. If you are looking for where to get the information, go to X.
Which X is your X is where you get the information.
I'm not talking about. I'm not. You see, if you listen now, when you go to X, I'm not asking you to go and read this. I'm asking you to go and read see videos of the cases that the DAs now and of those states has brought, and the people they've charged of being who tampered with election.
Tamper with which election?
Yeah, what state? Which state? Which state?
Let her make him point.
The same Trump was the person that called our Secretary of State and asked the Secretary
James Raffensburg.
14,000 votes.
If you
12,000. 12,000.
Is it not for 14,000?
Make him allow her make him point now, please.
Go ahead.
But by and large, the thing is this. What my challenge is with people is this. We keep saying, you see, even if you go to the media that I already told you that we have come to the end of the media as we know it, they are still telling you the reason why they think Americans have gone mad for voting Trump. They are still telling you that it is not a right choice they made, even though it is more than half of America that voted for him. So you guys, can't you see what you are playing at?
Nothing is playing out, KJ.
Judges all over the world. There are cases you bring to a judge. The judge will say, I cannot entertain this case because the case lacks substance.
Exactly.
That's exactly what happened. So Trump said they rig him, but he did not come with any evidence. The judge said, I am not taking the case. And that judge, you are the one that appoints the judge.
In other
Who
words,
are you blaming?
The election was rigged for Trump. So this one was not rigged.
Yeah.
So when he wins, the election was not rigged. When he loses, the election was rigged.
Can we make a
conclusion? My last point and
how did we get here? It's okay to support Trump, but don't push false narrative, please.
We are not pushing false narrative. Nobody's pushing false narrative.
This is not Nigeria. Okay, please stop. Don't even bring your own. Go to bed. Go and sleep.
Take it easy now, Ify. Take it easy.
I don't want to.
You know, revolution. You have to understand. Revolution. You have to understand. So people are a little bit still raw from the election. Try to calm down.
You don't like it, fine. Obi will never be president. Fine, go and contest the election.
Before I end up this case,
leave
you know what they did to Obi?
Go and contest for election.
Obi went to court in Nigeria. This is exactly what happened in the US. When Obi went to court in Nigeria, the judges refused to accept his evidence, because if they accept his evidence and they rule against him and he does an appeal, those evidence they've already submitted will be the basis for which the appeal will be judged. But if they say this evidence you are presenting to us is not admissible, you can.
That's exactly what happened in the Nigerian election.
Because if you appeal, it's only based on what the judges have put down that you are going to forward to the appeal court. Because if you bring this one in, they say it is fresh evidence. Consequently, if you go beyond that point to say you want to appeal, you have no material to show the appeal court that this is what you have, this is the injustice done to you, because based on this material, it was not looked at. So in other words, KJ, this evidence
who is controlling those judges? When Trump was the president, Trump was the one that appoints the judge. Trump was the president then. He was the one that appoints the judge. Who is controlling the judge? At least that Justice Ikwato, you will say Tinubu is controlling him. Who is controlling those judges? My sister, sorry.
Let me ask you something, KJ, hold on. Let me ask you.
When it has to do with somebody else, and I will say somebody control, but when
KJ, let me ask you a question. So in other words, the 2020 election that Trump lost, he won that election. It was rigged. Is that what you're trying to say?
Of course.
In his own state, his own party, his own party, his own state. Jesus, I never heard this type of thing before.
That is KJ. Hold on. So in other words, you're saying that 2020 election was rigged against Trump.
Bam.
Yes or no? No. That's it. Is that what you are saying?
Bam. Yes, he has responded.
Okay. All right. No problem. Next, who is speaking next?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It doesn't matter
where let us move to the next point.
How far do I go?
Yeah, I let him finish. Okay, yeah. Okay, revolution, you can go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I came back, to be honest with you, yesterday, I don't know if you were here when people were complaining about people insulting people on this platform.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rudolph listened carefully. Everybody made their complaints, and he took time to listen. And I want to tell you, if he's somebody I respect a lot, he should be mindful of what, he was with a Kenya cursing themselves and whatever. She shouldn't be saying, oh, this man just wake up from, let's forgive him and things like that. She don't have to believe what I say. I came here, I told you when I came in to make a statement. I did not come here to attack somebody or question what they were saying or the truth of their mind. I only said what happened to Trump 2022 was the reason why this time he did not only win the election, he won the popular vote, because the truth has come out. The Americans spoke. That's what I made a statement. I wasn't attacking anybody. So those people who like when the statement doesn't suit them, they start to try to play insult. Tell him, we are going to forgive him. He was waking up from sleep. You have your own opinion. Make your opinion. Forget about, but don't direct anything directly to me. That is something that is not nice. Which people who were offended yesterday was given time to explain themselves. You don't have to agree with me. We are here on Have Your Say. Because I cannot finish talking to you now, or you're finished. I start saying something about you. Go and sleep. Let's forgive him. That is not what we are here for. We are here for, I make my own statement. They give you the floor. You make your own statement. Because him and Ekene was fighting yesterday, even in presence.
Don't worry, I was here. I heard everything. I was not on the platform, but I heard.
You should leave me alone when I make my own statement. Whether you are happy, madam, please. Whether you are happy or not.
How did the former and Ekene got to this conversation? From
because that's what I'm just referring to your attitude.
Stop.
This is exactly what you did.
I beg, stop.
Telling me
Don't bring me and Ekene to this conversation.
No, madam. I'm just telling you your attitude. The way you talk is not respectful. I did not come here to attack you.
Me respect you.
But I did not attack you. I did not ask for respect.
Okay. I think before this gets a little bit out of hand. I think Madam Ife, I think you are a bit hot today.
No, I'm not hot. Because don't bring Ekene and the former to this conversation.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. She's not happy with that.
When I start, I'm not gonna stop. Don't bring respect.
Right. It's okay.
Respect. Don't even bring it to this.
And please, if you know you don't want respect, don't disrespect other people.
Okay. Don't let me start because you're not gonna like it.
Yeah. Leave it. Revolution, just leave it. This is not the night. Some other night you might be able to get something to do.
Okay, please just give me just 2 minutes to go. If you are
okay, go ahead.
If you like,
don't refer to her. Just say your own piece.
If it's okay, I beg.
You know, after an election, you have to give people time.
Yes, you have to give people time, like Paul, to go and drink this.
KJ, you were so happy on Saturday when I said I did not vote for. I said it clearly. I said I vote for Dr. J's time. I vote for Green Party. Yeah, good percentage of my vote. I vote for Democrats. Ruben Gallego. I vote for Democrats. But I didn't vote for Trump. You understand? Not for any major party. I never voted. No. So it has nothing to do. But all I'm saying is that I said it here. I never wish for Kamala to win. But that does not mean that if I see the truth, I will not say it. And I explained myself on this platform. I said it clearly. Americans vote for their bread and butter. The price of groceries, the price of gas, the price of mortgage, rent, everything went up astronomically. You understand? And that's why America votes. You understand? We don't need to twist it to say somebody rig or somebody don't rig. You understand? Remember the 50 states run their own election. And the funny part of it, in as much as states run, also what we call local government still run their thing again. It is not the whole states just run their thing. Different counties still run their own show. My brother, just let me land with my own talk and every other thing.
Before you took over now.
No, you were not talking. You were fighting. You were not talking. You were fighting.
Paul, I think
go ahead.
The guy was asking for 2 minutes, to be fair. I'm
sorry
about
that. Really, I'm in a good mood. I always in a good mood. But, sometimes you have to stand up when something is going around. But you guys told me to forget about it. And I've forgotten about it. But what I'm trying to say is that whatever has happened, what happened on the election day of America has proven that Peter Obi was a coward on the day Nigerians rose for him. That was the point I was trying to make. And I was expecting a backlash too. Because the man rose up when something was wrong. And when he got the second chance, the people spoke. Obi never rose up for the millions of Nigerians. Some people died. Some people were beaten black and blue. I know somebody who lost his eyes fighting for that new change we wanted. But at the end of the day, he did not stand up for us. Now he's trying to make a comeback, attacking churches, Vigil and Vigil. I mean, he should stop doing that. That was the point I brought here. Those who were not happy trying to turn me to their enemies, well, if they feel happy about that, it's up to them. But they should watch how if they don't like somebody's statement, they should try to not use abusive words because somebody is not saying what they want to hear. Thank you for the 2 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Let me also take 2 minutes and go.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Let's start rounding up so
yes,
that
now listen, this is my position. And you see, and when I finish, before Father, you are a little bit out, so you probably go back to
MSNBC
and go to CNN. They've already moved to their second mode. This guy has not even taken office. They've already moved to the second mode. NBC now just started saying that he won because of his racist rhetorics. He won because of white women who cannot think. This is already airing now. That is how they begin to look for every single thing about that man to turn it upside down. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry, the eye will clear sooner or later now.
Hold on. I just want to lay down and I'll go away. The same people who brought out 51 special agents who said that Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian assets. The same thing, because sometimes we talk with people who say, I'm just talking conspiracy theory. Has it ended up being Russian? He's not the man that owns it now. Has he not accepted it is his own? Has he not? The people who wrote the Russian dossier, the dossier that made him to be impeached, who they took to court, has it not ended up to be fake? Is the news media running it the way they ran the other stories? They've put it under the carpet. If it was any other politician in America that was shot, they tried to assassinate twice, that story would have run for more than 1 month.
I don't think the Russian dossier was fake.
It's fake. And I tell you, when I say it's fake, it's there in the court. What are you saying? It was investigated and carried out as fake.
Okay.
KJ, you're a media person now. KJ, you're a media person. Don't be doing this.
You guys,
KJ, I'm sorry, before somebody will say they are insulting you, or before you take it, KJ, what do I mean? If Trump had lost that election, what do you think Fox will be doing? What do you think Fox will be doing? I am asking you. You already know MSNBC and Fox. These people, they are 100% bipartisan. What do you think they will be doing? Fox now is celebrating. You understand? Because their own party just won. That's how you roll.
Who created it? Who created it? It's not the media that created it.
All right. Okay, that's fine. KJ, we all heard. Paul, we all heard. Forefathers, please, where are we going? Because this is just
the main topic was about whether we had different ways of holding our people accountable.
Okay.
That was the direction we're going, and we're trying to find out whether different cultures had different ways. We talked about the calabash thing that some Yoruba rulers use. But I think mostly, I think Paul mentioned about the exile people. But I was looking for something more like people that betray public trust. Is it just exile? If it's exile, maybe that's why we are very soft now. We just said them bye-bye. You betray us, go to another town to go and betray another trust again. That is not. But the example I gave was the type of the Japanese had, or the British one that they have, or the Romans and different cultures. They have strict rules where if you betray the people, you face serious consequences. Sometimes your head goes. Actually, in the case of England, if they find this in one thing, it's your head. That's why they have the term off with your heads and all that stuff. So, but we don't seem to have, at least I don't remember it, that we have anything. That's why I'm asking. And maybe KJ knows because he does know about his history a bit more. So do you have anything that they do in the southeastern region that you can, how did they hold people accountable in those olden days when there was no church? KJ, it's for you.
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
I didn't grow in the village, so I don't know. I don't know how they.
You don't know. Okay. It turns out a lot of our people don't know a lot about these things. I must say the ones that are preserved. I think Paul had some of them that were preserved, and the Yoruba people, they tend to preserve quite a lot of information. And I don't know about the North, But if you look at the South, most of my experience shows that the Yorubas preserve a lot of their what has happened in the past more than most of the other groups. I don't know why that is the case, or maybe the others are not just talking about it openly, but they talk about these things, and maybe that's why in the diaspora they spread more their own knowledge in the diaspora. If all the people they send into Brazil as slaves, all of them now are Yoruba. All of them are Yoruba because Yoruba people preserve, and these things are important to know. But since we don't remember, is that not a problem? It's all been replaced now by Christian accountability method, which doesn't exist. So the only thing we rely on now is the law, and the law has been bent to. We don't even recognize the shape now. This is why our society is dysfunctional. We don't have any way of holding our people accountable. Even the video I played today, the Igbo man said, I stepped down. Our people don't step down until they sack them. They are not going anywhere. They'll stay in the office. I don't know. Do you even remember the last time a Nigerian official stepped down because of honor? When?
And then, sorry, forefathers, every time we come here, we'll be comparing Nigerian politics with American politics. I mean, can't you guys see the contradiction? Like you said, have you ever seen any of Nigerian politicians step down for committing a crime? No. Instead, they will be sacked. So I get so crazy when somebody in diaspora, you live in a system where things work. For example, this election that took place now, how can you compare this election to Nigerian politics or to Nigerian politicians? Both of them, the two countries, they are too contradictory. So when people come on this platform to bring Nigeria, talk about Peter Obi this, Peter Obi that, I don't get it. I don't know where that conversation is coming up. If you feel that somebody is not doing something right, you can call the person coward for no reason. Just because he did not he did not do all what you expect him to do, he did not do that. But you will come and call him a coward. We need to mind what we say. If you don't like Peter Obi's aspect of being a politician, you can go and contest for election. Election is open to everybody. Anybody can contest. Sure, whether it's there fighting, other people are there fighting. Why is everybody after Peter Obi? Peter Obi is a coward. Peter Obi is this. Next time, don't vote for him. And the interesting thing, all of us that live in there, none of us even went down to Nigeria to vote. But we are the ones that make the most noise.
Electricity. Only electricity.
We are the ones that make the most noise. Mm-hmm. But we did not even go to vote. If I ask any of you here, did anybody go down to vote in Nigeria? No. But
only electricity.
And call this man a coward.
You see, electricity didn't need that guy. You say whatever I like about electricity. I always say it. He's action oriented. I have to give that to him. Regarding is it not fair that revolution is able to speak his mind? And does Peter Obi not deserve a little bit of criticism? Because there's no way you can see what he did and just say, "Oh, it's all good."
Father, what he's talking about Obi, he is making mistake.
Exactly.
From day one, when Trump lost that election 2020, Trump starts campaigning, start doing everything, and we'll give it to Trump. And that's the same thing that Obi is doing. Obi is everywhere. You see something will happen in the north, you see Obi there. You see something will happen in the south, you see Obi there. That's exactly what Obi is doing. I don't understand what he's talking about. You understand? When it's not time for campaign, Trump tried to reach out, try to do everything. Make his voice heard. That's exactly what Obi is doing.
Yeah,
but it's just that we don't know how to praise ourselves. You see, Obi continuously criticize the government. Even there are certain people that Obi will even support. Some of us will even get mad. Why did you? It's like the go on thing. You understand? What he's doing, continuously make your voice heard. You understand? That's exactly what he's doing. You understand? He's even putting himself in tight spot. There are certain things that he does that we don't even like. See, they go north, go give money. They go here. When you understand very well, the thing that is affecting the Southeast, I hate to say this, the thing that is affecting the Southeast very well, you understand? That relationship with the Biafra war, the North have not forgive the Southeast. Remember Nigeria, we have 3 major ethnic groups, but coincidentally, Nigeria started with what we call North and South. Now, North and South, between South, we have two major ethnic groups. So anytime they say the election is coming to South, which means two major ethnic groups, first of all, will fight themselves. You understand? To say, okay, if the zoning to say is coming to South, now two major ethnic groups will fight themselves. And what did Tinubu do? Tinubu do everything within his reach to get the North. What do you think Obi will do? Is to also build that relationship. Obi also understand that if I will win this election, I have to build this relationship with the North. That's how he works. And that's exactly what he's doing. Revolution that is talking, it beats my heart. Because me and him, we both support Showore. I'm a Showore supporter. He's a Showore supporter. But saying Obi is not doing anything, no, I disagree. You understand? What Trump did for the whole 4 years, that's exactly what Obi is doing.
All right,
not because he didn't do what you want him to do.
If you give me 1 minute, I will clear. Let me give this. I just posted a link for you. That's public broadcast service. That's their report on this issue I talked about. And if you allow me, I'll even go ahead to read up the report for you from my listing. But anybody can go and look it up. I won't want to waste my time to do that, because sometimes when you talk, people just jump and talk. If you don't have an information and somebody's giving you, the best thing to do is to keep quiet and go check for it.
Wow.
This was the trial, and the end of it, that Russian dossier was cooked up by a retired British CIA guy called Christopher Steele. That's what's called the Steele dossier. Okay, commissioned and was aired by GPS. Okay, they were all in collaboration, paid by the DNC. I mean, I'm talking, and you don't have the information, but you are shouting, and some people in the comments are making all kinds of silly noise, even though they don't even have that same information. This is public. It's on the public. It's in the public. It's not me who is talking about it. It's there for anybody who wants to follow the stories. Maybe I'll even stop coming here because I don't see what I'm getting.
So did Trump take that evidence to court and still lose the case in his own judge?
It was investigated, everything was gone.
I'm checking the link. I'm not seeing any Russian.
And that's why he came out in his debate with Biden. He said that's how you people said Russia all came to hoax. That's how you said 51 intelligence officers reported that the laptop was fake. At the same time, it was proven to be true. He said that in the debate.
This Russian dossier, what does that have to do with the election? That's what I'm asking. The rigging of the election.
Paul, now it's okay. Paul, let cages is there speak
against his name,
cages,
and the media takes it and runs with it. Okay. Just like they always stay running with another news now about him. He has not even gone into the office. They already
Paul, calm down. Paul, let's
I'm not sure Trump is deserved this much of a defense. Trump gives as much as he gets.
No.
He talks about people eating dogs. Like dogs.
You say, if you see the right thing, you say it. You don't have people when you know that what you are saying is not correct. You don't have to do that.
KJ, okay, let's check how objective KJ is.
KJ, will never fight with you.
If let's check how objective KJ is. Were people eating dogs? Can we?
To be honest with you, I'm not gonna fight with KJ. One person that will never fight with you.
It's father, even eating dogs and everything. When my American people ask me these things in my place of work, that's where I get a lot of people, because I am a student of debate. So whenever we do brief at work, we do meeting, they will ask me, Paul, do you have anything to say? Sometimes if we're doing it before break, close to break, the people will beg me, Paul, please don't say anything. I am that type of person. But what I'm saying is that when people ask, say, Paul, is it true and everything? I said, yes. Did people eat pork in this country? Is it not animal? Did people eat cow in this country? Is it not animal? Did people eat chicken in this country? You understand? Across state line. You understand? What you people worship, some of us. It's like when they ask me, I have all these bruises in my leg when I used to play football back then in Nigeria. So when I tell people, I say, I used to raise crocodile and everything. These are the things that give me those scratch in my legs. So all this funny thing, what do I mean by that? When people ask me, Paul, do you have lion in Africa? I said, I have 2 elephants. I'm going to train it for 9 years. Then when I train it for 9 years,
going to say all this is about us.
Father, since they say they want to be ignorant, let us all be ignorant. So when they asked me, I said, I have 2 elephants and I spent $100 on the elephant. After 9 years, I'm going to sell it for a white man for $40,000. Now it shocked them. They'll be like, oh, that's a good investment. Because you people go to zoo and watch it. You understand? To them, they want to talk down on me. But slowly, I build my case and turn it to investments. Now they look at me, damn, Paul, you rich. You understand?
You're rich.
Yeah. I said, I have 2 elephants. I have crocodile. You know, and these are the things that they do. So it's just a thing. So eating the dogs and the cats and everything.
Encourage stereotypes of us as much as possible. You know, like not eating. You know, somebody say I don't eat chicken in public places. You know, where they say or watermelons. You don't want to be. You don't want to believe it. To be fair, you people don't care too. They do their thing, so we should do our own thing.
No, forefathers. To be honest, Jago and Paul. It just.
I don't think Jago is with us.
No,
frozen.
It's frozen in space.
Oh, okay. The truth of the matter, it's okay to support who you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's okay to support who you want to support. I don't have no problem with that. But what you cannot do is just to come here and start pushing false narrative about stuff. So because Trump lost the election, that election was rigged. So he won this election was not rigged.
Yeah, that was a fair point. That was a fair point that you made there. And that one that was said to be rigged is a big gap too.
Let me tell you something. The reason why Trump lost the election, whether you believe it or not, is because of his belief, what he said about COVID.
COVID was big for COVID
he lost the election. Other than that, there's nothing else. So
COVID.
Come here and be talking about all this, all these things. The election was rigged, this and that. I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm shocked. We are not in Nigeria. These are people who are learned and educated. Talking this.
Yeah, it was not rigged. They know it was rigged.
They are Republican. And the court that you took it to, it is your own court, your own judge that you appoint. And forefather, and you are the serving president as at that time again. Not like Joe Biden is the president. So let's make sense out of it. So if there's anybody that rig, then you will say your house is fighting against itself. Because the meaning of rigging, today if they say rig, we will say Tinubu rig Obi. Now I think it's making sense. You understand? But not to say Buhari rig Tinubu. You understand? It's just kind of funny. You know that there is division.
One other fascinating thing that occurred in America is the fact that they elected a convict for president. While in Nigeria, you are not allowed to do that. Ironic, isn't it? And
you just said it some few minutes ago. What do I mean by that? You talk about when people do things, they resign. Trump is a different breed entirely. You understand? So Trump now is bringing Nigerian type of politics to America. You understand? America have not really understanding. Do you get my point? So when I see my Nigerian people, my Nigerian Christian, like Oyaki Lome, my former pastor, Christ Embassy, where they say all these things, it makes me laugh. I said, in this United States, God can't even pick somebody like me that still even have one wife. You understand? That still have all my kids with one woman. Then God will pick a man who have 3 wives, have 5 children with 3 women. You understand? So people fail to understand all these things. This is a man who come in public place, say all this type of things. I like to grab them by the P. I like to talk about a man, you understand, a man D. In public place, this is not what you say in locker room that somebody break the news. But you know the funny part, America are tired of politicians who tell them what they want to hear but never give to them. Exactly. So to Trump, like we say to Nigeria today, say Nigeria na cruise, they cash. They just enjoy the thing. So America just gets fed up. Trump lost that election because of COVID. He didn't manage COVID very well. You understand? And when Trump didn't manage COVID very well, look, I will give you the statistics of America where black people stay. The highest black state in America is where if you live. It's Georgia, Atlanta. Black people stay there. You understand? You talk about places like New York. You talk about places like Wisconsin that Trump won. We have big black people in all those places. Black people died a lot in COVID. You understand? They died in drones. You know, so Trump lost all these places. These are all the places that he ended up come back and win. Then Kamala Harris, Democrats give them the vote. When you started, see that word that Trump said, they are taking black people job. In as much as somebody like Ife will not accept. Do you know why Ife will not accept? Because Ife is professional. But what Trump is saying, he's saying the right thing. You understand? But if you are professional, you will disagree. See, black people live in big cities, all the big cities. That's where you see black people. Because the big cities is where you have all the jobs, the warehouse jobs and everything. Now you are bringing this Venezuela and everything. Let me use New Jersey. Yeah? New Jersey, we have Newark is the biggest city. We have Newark, Linden, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is where the Latinos stay. You are bringing people who could not speak English. You did not bring them to this Latino community. You bring them to black people. And you know the funny part, the businesses like it because these guys are cheap labor. And now cheap labor simply means they are taking black people job. Because black man will still fight for his rights. Brown man will not fight for his right. He don't get paper.
Yeah, it's true.
You bring them to New York. You bring them to Colorado. You bring them to Chicago. All where black people domicile.
Yeah.
And you did not bring them. These are the things that affect black people a lot in California. This is how black people lost almighty Los Angeles. You understand? That is the second biggest city in America after New York City. Now, when you go to Los Angeles, you see more brown than black. Do you get the point now? Yes, Los Angeles now is the home of brown than black. And then for that thing. And that is what started bringing all this gang court thing, because they understand that united we stand, divided we fall. That's how they fight. That's how they run you out. You get my point now. So the same thing keep happening. That's why they are telling you that they are losing black people votes, because reality is catching up with these people. You understand? Then another way around again is also bringing gentrification. Before you know, these people will make money, they'll kick them out of the house. Meanwhile, first of all, places like New York and New Jersey, then DC. You know this DC that you are saying so. Majority of the people in DC is black people. The mayor is black and everything. Gentrification now, they are pushing them out. They complain with your house. They give you this citation, those citations. They force you to sell the property. Jewish people is buying all those things.
Yeah.
So there are many reasons that make these people vote against her. Kamala Harris, one, marry a Jewish man. Kamala Harris, she's not doing anything. She just wants to lose the election. You understand? So black people are also just not happy with so many things. You understand? You know, there are some things that it's like you asking a white man that, will you vote for Trump in your place of work? He will tell you Kamala Harris, because if you say Trump, we'll call him racist. It's like during the Tinubu time. Can you just tell a corporate Yoruba man, say, will you vote for Tinubu? Say no, because everybody will attack him. But you know where he is going with his votes. That's how it is. You understand? So Trump won the election, we agree.
We agree. No, I don't think anybody's arguing this. Nobody's arguing that Trump won the election. Not only did he win, he won hands down. It wasn't
First time. All the midterm election from 2016, Trump lost. Midterm election 2018, Trump lost. 2020, Trump lost. 2022 midterm election, Trump lost. All the people that Trump tried to appoint and everything, nearly every one of them lost. You understand? So this is the first time. And truth be told, bread and butter, my brother. And we will tell ourselves truth for us not to blame Joe Biden too much. This thing that we're saying, it affects you guys in the UK. It affects people in Canada. It affects everywhere.
But
that didn't mean anything.
Let me add to this. It's them that triggered it. Sorry, Jefferson. Is this thing, the Ukraine war, that triggered this problem?
I agree with you.
They triggered the problem with the Ukraine war.
Yes,
that is true. That is true. That is true.
I agree. That's 100%.
That is true.
That's why a lot of people hold them accountable for it.
Yes. I agree with you. But
okay, for father, you see the funny part. I'm so sorry. You see the funny part. Come and see the level that the price of gas is going down. Now, America is drilling right now more than Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Last minute now, reality is catching up with you that you know you're going to lose election. All the things that you say you don't want to do, you started doing it. Who be Mumu?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And this lady, she was a very chronic liar, and they have been catching her on all fronts. So that's one of the other reasons why she lost out. She lies. She's chronic one.
Wow. Okay. And one other thing they talked about today that I thought I should.
If he bad,
I love you. Forefathers, I beg, KJ. You know we never fight you. That was.
I just want to fight you. I just
look at.
KJ, listen.
I won't fight you. I've not come.
KJ, listen. Let me tell you. Instead of me to fight you, I will fight Paul.
I will not do that.
Instead of me to fight you, KJ, I will fight Paul. I will fight forefathers, and I will fight them.
Seriously.
Thank you for not fighting me. Me too.
Okay, I know my enemy now when I see one.
Are you just fighting out?
I know my enemy when I see one.
Clarifications, because I put the publication of the people, the journalists that followed up this. And I'm still bringing more clarifications, just in case you want to find out whether I speak from the part that I know. There's a center called American Center for Law and Justice. They follow this case up to the end of it. If you go to their website and check for the Steele dossier, STEELE, Steele dossier, in connection with the one time they called Donald Trump the Russian assets, how he was connected to Russia, how Russia helped him to win the election. You will see it. It was taken to a conclusion. You will see it there. Secondly, if you're not able to find that public broadcast service, PBS, you look for even WikiLeaks wrote extensively, started from the beginning, how it was formed, how it was brought to GPS, how they edit through GPS, how the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton sponsored paid the man this thing, and how the man cooked up the story because he was a special agent, the British special agent, but was disgraced. His name is Christopher Steele. I don't know how explicit somebody else can explain something for you people.
KJ,
but I have done what I need. I think I should do. If you want to have more information, you can look for it. But if not, you can continue to laugh about it. It's not a problem.
We agree.
That's all.
For me, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about that. I'm just only talking about when somebody say they rigged me and the person went to court and lost in court. You understand, and everything with his own judge. Because when you say rig, the only definition I can give, that's why I said Tinubu rig Obi. I think it makes sense. But if Buhari rig Tinubu, you understand, then which means internally, it's just like Wike and Fubara.
You know,
Godfather and Godson. That's how I see it.
You know how I like to learn. You see, as each of you there here now, if any of you seem to have a more edge in your profession than myself, when you speak certain things, I listen. Even if I don't agree with you, I'll go back, I take it and research about it. Okay? Now, I said to you that what happened is the fact that why I brought Obi in is that Obi's evidence was not even accepted by the judges. Because if they do that and Obi appeals, it is the material that he has submitted that he will use to appeal. Now, if those materials are not admitted in evidence, you cannot bring a fresh material when you go for appeal. You can't bring it because to be fresh evidence. So based on that, they will refuse to take your evidence even from the beginning, and so you have nothing to go forward. Obi was there. I asked the same question,
brother KJ.
So,
let us not compare Nigeria to this. Let's not even go there. It's not even comparable.
Hey.
Even before this election started, we already know. I said in this platform that even Tinubu's wife resigned from the Senate prior to this election. That did not give you people signal what is about to come. And when this guy told you people to go to court, it wasn't a lesson. So let's not even compare to, because even if let's assume that all these evidences were accepted, it's still not going to make any difference. It's not going to change the outcome of this election in a country like Africa. So Tinubu, we all knew what happened. So let's not even go there. Even if you bring the evidence from January to December, it's still not going to make any difference.
Okay.
So don't compare that. Let's focus on what is happening in this country. The bottom line, the only thing argument I'm arguing with you, which he said yes, was that Trump election 2020 was rigged. That's the way I have a problem with you. But this one that he won, it was not rigged. So from what I'm understanding from you is that Trump lost the election. It was rigged against him. Like Paul said, all the judges that he put, appeal judges that he put in place, all of them, said that the election was not rigged. But he won the election. Nobody's even contesting. Nobody's talking. Nobody's arguing. Everybody, Kamala Harris considered the election, to defeat and moved on.
No, she didn't move on.
She said for you to come here to tell me that you rigged the election.
If you go there, it's going to be a long discussion. It's a topic we'll hold another day. She said, even though she's conceding, they are going to continuously to fight on the fight.
The fight which she means, not in the court.
No, it simply means
she's talking about the ideology.
Exactly.
She will fight the ideology, but she accepts this thing. She didn't say it's rigged. She didn't say anything. She's going to fight the ideology.
Exactly. That was what she was talking about.
If you hold on, you see where I have problem. This statement that you have given us an interpretation to now, and you expect us to accept it, we will have to accept it. But if it was coming from the other side, it will not be accepted. Even though Trump made this.
KJ, is you that you are talking this. KJ, if you want to lie to yourself, if you want to see blue MAGA and red MAGA, go watch Fox and go watch MSNBC, we had to call them. These are blue MAGA and red MAGA. They don't report news. They are 100% bipartisan. They don't report news. If we tell ourselves the truth, you understand? Yes, CNN will bend sometimes. Yes, CBS will bend. But Fox, MSNBC, they don't report news. They are zombie, one direction. You understand? They can't see anything that Democrats do wrong. Folks can't see anything that Republicans do wrong.
Yeah, it's okay as a journalist, for you to believe and support whoever.
Stop insulting me because I can take you on. I know the fear.
I didn't insult you.
My first degree is on theater arts.
Oh, okay.
I will deal with you. You will not go believe her.
They don't deal with anybody. I beg. We are having fun here. Why are you listening to people?
Why is this starting a fight now?
They like to insult their fathers, not me.
KJ, leave the people in the comments section.
If KJ not fight you, I don't be happy. If KJ not fight you, I don't be happy. I don't be happy.
Are you fighting me?
Now you KJ the fight, I don't be happy.
Wait.
People to fight.
Now me you the fight, KJ.
I don't be happy if he.
No, wait. Are you fighting me, KJ? KJ, wait a minute. Are you fighting?
You see, I've been ignoring.
KJ, you are beginning to sound like a sore winner. Yeah, you have won. Why? You are beginning like a sore winner. How can you win and be like this now? Your guy has won. Let's celebrate his victory.
Again, this is the mistake.
I'm not even mad.
Trying to put me in Trump.
All these things you are saying here, at the end of the day, remember what I said yesterday. If Trump does well, it's for all of us.
Correct.
If he doesn't do well, it's for all of us. It's going to affect everybody.
My sister.
Because you are supporting Trump does not mean that Trump will come tomorrow and tell you, because you are doing it, I'm going to give you 2% tax break. No.
Father, just imagine Trump do well. Yeah. Since this inflation keep coming, I can't make mention of the amount, but they increase my salary a lot. Just imagine if the price of everything start coming down, and my salary still remain the way it is. Now we go happy pass. Now we go happy pass.
You know what you described just now? Nigerians may experience that if only if Dangote refinery functions fully, start supplying petrol to Nigeria, because the naira will increase in value if the government don't sabotage it. When the naira increase in value, petrol price will come down, but the salaries remain the same. So you can
see, if price can come down and salary remain the same, then everybody will be happy for it. You understand? See, for father, I put gas on my car every week $50. You understand? Now I'm doing $40. At the time, I was doing $70 every week. Now I am doing, yesterday, I put gas on my car yesterday. We went somewhere. I went to pick my daughter from school. You know, I went to pick my daughter from school. Then my son, because my son don't have school. So we went somewhere, we drove far and everything. So the regular place that I buy gas, I didn't buy gas there, you know, and everything. So when I buy gas, I just buy this gas. I don't want to take any risk. When I bought gas, I was very, very happy when I see the price. So it's just the same thing. So if everything can come down and my salary still remain the same, my brother, I'm go happy person. Like as Obi talk, Obi say if they sell petrol for women, different price where they cheap. Everybody go turn to, all men go turn to Bobrisky. Everybody go dress like woman, go finish it.
Straight up now, straight up. So, KJ, are you looking to take over? Because I want to close out if I get my way.
I just came back to
start a fight. You don't get me for trouble.
KJ, no matter how mad you're gonna be, you know, say something to me. I don't even.
If he shame on you, you don't say KJ not they drink beer. By now you're supposed to don't send KJ better offer with it, better soup. Who is supposed to don't send go give KJ? You don't say KJ not they drink beer. You say shame on you.
Jefferson is gone. I wanted to wish him this thing. Jefferson, thank you for coming in, gentlemen. KJ, Madam Ife, Paul H, Jagun, as always, and Jefferson, thank you all for coming in. And I hope we all have a great week ahead. And Trump's winning. Let's hope he portends a good future for all of us. And till next time, I hope you all have a good time. What can we do now? We have to hope for the best. Bye.
Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith.
Our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh yeah. Arise, oh compatriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in